And we are live. Roll up, everybody. Gather, come and join. One man went to mow. We're doing that thing again. So gather, come and join. Skip to my loo. Let me be your knight in shining armor. One man went to mow. The session has commenced, and your company is required. One man went to mow. The eagle has landed.
Only water, water, only water, where they see ma. Water, 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 water.
Only water, where they see ma.
Hapa o naido. Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Ilé sọ́díyà kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Pọ́pì màsà kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Chifu Fáìlà tí kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mùdé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùdódò jàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹ̀yẹ ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Olùyẹ̀lá ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosoname ẹ̀yẹ o. Ilé sọ́díyà kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ̀ lẹ́mùrè o. Pọ́pì màsà kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ̀ lẹ́mùrè o. Chifu Fáìlà tí kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ̀ lẹ́mùrè o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mùdé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùdódò jàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹ̀yẹ ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Olùyẹ̀lá ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosoname ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosodunke ẹ̀yẹ rẹ̀ ó dilé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní rí wa gbéṣe o.
And there we are. Ikú kò ní rí wa gbéṣe, ìgbàlà tí ẹ lé. Ikú kò ní rí wa gbéṣe. As guys, I bring you this. Yoruba groups disagree on planned protest ahead of Nigeria's vice president's visit to London. So, Oshibajo to get the Buhari treatment with Redo Omokri and his posse singing and dancing in front of the Nigerian house, throwing rotten tomatoes at anyone that comes out of the building, or not. Again, the headline, Yoruba groups disagree on planned protest ahead of Nigeria's vice president's visit to London. So we look into that. Just earlier on, I was watching as Koiki was going all around London in search of Oshibanjo. I gave up before he had any success, so I wonder if he did. Senator Abaribe should be in prison for standing shorty for Nnamdi Kanu, yet still spills rubbish. The Afanja, of course, no other. Femi Adesina, again, Senator Abaribe should be in prison for standing shorty for Nnamdi Kanu, yet still spills rubbish, a headline attributed to Femi Adesina. So we look into that too. Abaribe should be in prison for supporting someone bent on dismembering Nigeria. Additional again, so we pick one or the other from that. Um, 2023, three former PDP governors joined race for presidency. So the names are now coming to the fore now, and now we get to know just who we're contending with. So we find out exactly who they are in due course. 2023, three former PDP governors joined race for presidency. So we'll look into that shortly. PDP chairmanship not holds strategic meeting. Three governors confirm interest. So, to be or not to be still seems to be the question in PDP, because of course the chairmanship of that party tells us so much of the direction of travel for that party, for the immediacy and really for the foreseeable, because who they choose as chairman indicates who then they will choose as a presidential candidate, which then determines their political faith for the next 8 years. PDP chairmanship, North holds strategic meeting, three ex-governors confirm interest. So who exactly they are, we'll find out in due course. No amount of lobbying should stop Buhari from sacking Malami, others. So we brought this story yesterday about possible moves to get Abubakar Malami sacked from the Buhari administration for the for no more complex reason than not being fit for purpose, totally useless in its entirety, and only there looting money. Usman Danfodio University Chief Law Officer of Nigeria, no amount of lobbying should stop Buhari from sacking Malami, others. A headline attributed to APC Chieftain. So we find out what exactly and who exactly those are. Top APC chieftain identifies Malami, two other cabinet members should be sacked, give reasons. So one or the other will pick either or, either that prior headline or this one here now. Zoning 2023 presidency may destroy People's Democratic Party. Board of Trustee Chairman Jibrin wants. So Jibrin playing northern politics as everybody goes to their ethnicity to play their politics. Zoning 2023 presidency may destroy PDP party. Board of Trustees Chairman Jibrin wants. So quite what's led to that warning, we'll find out in due course. Mogalu joins ADC to pursue political ambition 2 years after leaving YPP. So, quite a funny thing. African Democratic Congress (ADC) is, but then of course YPP, the party that Mogalu himself formed, which he should have nurtured, a lot of people would say, as Showore is nurturing his ACC. So what does it speak to Mogalu's politics? Mogalu joins ADC to pursue presidential ambition 2 years after leaving YPP. So we find out exactly what is in play there too. So a lot to discuss. So gather, come and join. Skip to my loo. Let me be your knight in shining armor. One man went to Modi, Eagle has landed. So we take a breather via the usual quarters, our IPOB dance, and we come back into the fullness of it. But first, to the east.
IPOB, Omeriwo Nindizu, Oniroya, Abakare, Mama Dawora, Unapoli Meri Nandi win the war. Python that's one, Python that's two, now Python that's a three. Unapoli Meri Nandi win the war. Python that's one, Python that's two, now Python that's a three. Unapoli Meri Nandi bu onyedu IPOB, Omeriwo Nindizu, Oniroya, Abakare, Mama Dawora, Unapoli Meri Nandi win win the war. Nnamdi win the war. Python dance 1, Python dance 2, now Python dance 3. Unaburi Mary Nnamdi. Nnamdi win the war. Python dance 1, Python dance 2, now Python dance 3. Unaburi Mary Nnamdi. Nnamdi bu onye du aimo. O Mary wo n'izu mbiro ya. Abakare Mamanda Ora Unaburi Mary Nnamdi. Nnamdi win the war. Python dance 1, Python dance 2, now Python dance 3. Unaburi Mary Nnamdi. Nnamdi win the war. Python dance 1, Python dance 2, now Python dance 3. Unaburi Mary Nnamdi. Nnamdi win the war. Python dance 1, Python dance 2, now Python dance 3. Unaburi Mary Nnamdi. Nnamdi win the war. Python dance 1, Python dance 2, now Python dance 3. Unaburi Mary Nnamdi.
And there we are. Nnamdi to win a war. Python dance once, Python dance twice, another Python dance. So another Python dance, as guys, I bring you this. Yoruba groups disagree on planned protest ahead of Nigeria's Vice President Osinbajo's visit to London. Some Yoruba groups in the United Kingdom have planned to hold a protest ahead of Vice President Yemi Osinbajo's visit to the country. Osinbajo is expected to deliver a lecture on Friday at the Imperial College, London. The groups mobilized their members to meet at the nearest tube station, South Kensington. A short invite reads, tomorrow at 11 a.m., protest against the failed government, Pastor Ruga. Tomorrow at 11 a.m., protest against the failed government, Pastor Ruga is in town. Venue, nearest tube station, South Kensington. Osinbajo will speak at the Imperial College London. Imperial College London address, it goes on to give their address and their telephone number. Osinbajo will represent President Muhammadu Buhari at the United Nations high-level event on energy transition in Africa agenda, focusing on Nigeria. The event scheduled to hold on Friday at the Imperial College will feature meetings organized by United Nations Energy ahead of the United Nations Climate Conference COP26, hosted by the United Kingdom in Glasgow, Scotland. Bear with me, I have a speck on my glasses. Let me just... and there we are. He's expected back in Nigeria on Sunday. Meanwhile, another group, Yoruba Leaders Forum, has called on its members to desist from joining the protest. In a statement on Thursday, the forum said Osinbajo should be honored and identified with. So let me just pause there for a moment, because really what we are seeing now is something that has always been in the background as a thing. But we've never really fully acknowledged it. A lot of people are trying to separate, for whatever reason, Yemi Osinbajo from the crimes of the Buhari administration. Because if Buhari, Mongano, Malami, if some Danladi type element was coming to this conference to come and address the Imperial College, if some Aboki element was coming, the unison will be universal as to how to attack him. People will be flying in from all over Europe to come to London to come and attack that Aboki guy. But because it is now Osinbajo, this is what the Yoruba group is saying. Meanwhile, another group, Yoruba Leader Forum, has called on its members to desist from joining the protest. In a statement on Thursday, the forum said Osinbajo should be honored. So not only are they asking not to join in the protest. They are actually going on to ask that Oshibajo should be honored and identified with. So here is their statement. It reads, the Yoruba Leaders Forum view with disdain the call by a section of the self-determination groups to stage a protest against the Vice President of Nigeria, Professor Yemi Oshibajo, on his visit to speak at Imperial College London on the 8th of October 2021. We call on our members and groups not to heed the call to embarrass the Vice President on the day and instead honor and identify with him. We at the YLF believe agitations and demands for equity, justice, and egalitarianism are best fought with high wisdom. So, best fought with high wisdom, but not when Buhari is in town. When Buhari is in town, they fight it with rotten tomatoes and rotten eggs pelted at their aboki's head. Senator Abaribe should be in prison for standing shorty for Nnamdi Kanu, yet spills rubbish. The Afonja of Yoruba land speaks. Femi Adesina, presidential spokesman, says Senate Minority Leader Enyinaya Abaribe should be in prison for standing shorty for the leader of the indigenous people of Biafra IPOB Nnamdi Kanu. In court, Adesina, in a Facebook post on Thursday, accused Kanu of planning to wreak havoc on Nigeria's sovereignty and the cooperate existence of the country. Though the presidential aide did not mention the senator by name, he said, some people incited violence through words or actions, thus exacerbating the security challenges we have. You wonder where they are from and why they would further stoke a burning fire with incendiary materials. There is one funny senator who talks about the mismanagement of our diversity as a country, yet he daily uses foul language against those in leadership. He stood shorty for one bent on the dismemberment of the country, and when that one vanished, he should have been cooling his feet in prison. The senator still spills rubbish, chief mismanager of our diversity, and the president had words for him and his ilk who exist around the country. Abaribe had at different times asked President Muhammadu Buhari to resign over the spate of insecurity in the country. He also stood shorty for Nnamdi Kanu before the IPOB leader fled the country. Additional added, series of reactions have typically attended the October 1st broadcast by President Muhammadu Buhari to mark the 61st anniversary of our Independence Day. These include the good, the bad, and the downright ugly. That's democracy in action, with its propensity and predilections for freedom of speech. My motive in this piece is to consider parts of the broadcast that look into our very essence, our raison d'etre as a country, and how the ties that bind can be further strengthened. Okay, let's go. Factual, straight as an arrow, deadpan. Our president is not one to mince words, speaks facetiously or tongue-in-cheek. He says it as it is. We have indeed passed through the most challenging times in the past 18 months, security-wise, economically, socio-politically, and in many other ways. Life has descended into the Hobbesian state of nature, nasty, brutish, and short. But God will have mercy on whom he will have mercy. We are still here standing, hoping, trusting. Better days will come and are indeed coming. Challenges are meant to be surmounted. Accepting that they are real is the first practical step to combating them. The Buhari administration is not glossing over our issues, but rather facing them squarely. And that is why hashtag we believe. Some governments lie to their people. No, not the Buhari. Okay, so it just goes on and on. I think essentially the totality of everything else he has to say, just a categorical nonsense. The usual nonsense that we have now come to expect from Afonja Adesina. But essentially, the core of the piece is his call now to have Senator Abaribe arrested. So this is what he's calling for. Abaribe should be in prison for supporting someone bent on dismembering Nigeria. Femi Adesina, special advisor to the president on media and publicity, Femi Adesina, has knocked Senate Minority Leader Eyinaya Abaribe for allegedly using foul language against those in leadership. So it goes on to just recount what we've just already read. So there we are. The jailing of the lead Igbo man. Politically, actually, he is the lead Igbo man because he's the Senate minority leader, which I think is the foremost, is that's the most the Igbos have under this administration. Yes, that might well be the most. Yeah. So there we are. Senate Minority Leader Abaribe to be jailed, according to Afonja Adesina. 3 former PDP governors join race for presidency. The race towards the 2023 presidential election is getting stringent on a daily basis as top names in the political scene express their interest to contest in the electoral process. There have been speculations that the national leader of the All Progressive Congress, Bola Tinubu, wants to take over from President Muhammadu Buhari when his tenure ends in 2023. However, this has not stopped the possibility of former Vice President Atiku Abubakar trying his luck again in the 2023 general elections. Others have also expressed interest to contest in the election, which determines the face of the country on the international scene. The tight race has seen politicians from the South clamor for the main political parties to field candidates from the region in the forthcoming election. However, on Thursday, 3 former governors of the People's Democratic Party declared intention to contest the 2023 presidential election. According to correspondents, the former governors are after the 94th National Executive NEC Council meeting in Abuja expressed their interest to fly the party's ticket. Let me take that again. According to correspondents, the former governors, after the 94th National Executive Council meeting in Abuja, expressed their interest to fly the party's ticket in 2023. The Deputy National Chairman North, ex-Senator Suleiman Nazif, and former Gombe Governor Ibrahim Dakwambo, who are from the Northeast, expressed their interest. The 2 others are from the Northwest, ex-Kaduna Governor and former PDP caretaker chairman Ahmed McAfee and former Katsina Governor Ibrahim Shima also declared their intention. So there you are, the fields are packing up, but really no name to conjure with amongst those ones. So those ones really just jostling to be paid off. Jostling to be paid off, but by whom? PDP chairmanship, North holds strategic meeting, 3 ex-governors confirm interest. So yin and yang pretty much still they play in the PDP. And one story we've just heard now, people from the North jostling for the presidential ticket. But in this narrative now, we're hearing people from the North jostling for the chairmanship of the party. So which way Nigeria is really the question in PDP. As again, PDP chairmanship, North holds strategic meeting, 3 ex-governors confirm interest. Three former state governors from the north and a serving national officer from the Axis late Thursday night confirmed their interest in the chairmanship of the People's Democratic Party PDP, correspondents have learned. This followed a strategic meeting convened by the Northern Caucus of the National Executive Committee of the party from the north after the meeting of the second main decision-making organ of PDP held in Abuja on Thursday. The four chairmanship hopefuls include two from each. The four chairmanship hopefuls include two each from the northeast and the northwest geopolitical zones. From the northwest is a former governor of Kaduna State who once served as PDP caretaker chairman, Senator Ahmed McAfee, and a former governor of Katsina State and lawyer, Ibrahim Shima. The two from the northeast are PDP Deputy National Chairman North. So I think this may well be the same story, but let me give you the fullness of it anyway. The two from the Northeast are PDP Deputy National Chairman North, Senator Suleiman Navis, and former Governor of Gombe, Dr. Ibrahim Dakwambo. A source said after an exhaustive deliberation on the issues discussed by members of the NEC meeting of the PDP, the Northern Caucus members of the organ quickly summoned a meeting to harmonize their positions. The meeting was held at the Bauchi State Governor's Lodge in Asokoro in the Federal Capital Territory, where the caucus members resolved that all PDP members interested in positions zoned to the north confirmed their interest very, very early today, Friday. The indications is that similar meetings will be held shortly to scrutinize the list such prospective candidates. Indications is that a similar meeting will be held shortly to scrutinize the list of such prospective candidates, ostensibly for the purpose of micro-zoning the available national offices for the North. The source said the meeting of the Northern Caucus, however, did not discuss the decision of the PDP NEC throwing open the presidency to all six geopolitical zones in the country. Prior to the meeting, the media was abuzz with reports of pressure on former President of the Senate, David Mark, a former presidential aspirant and Minister of Information and National Orientation, Professor Jerry Gana, to join the chairmanship contest. Both are from Benue and Niger states, respectively, in the north central geopolitical zone. So, bear with me. According to a source privy to the meetings, who gave an account of proceedings, the members of the NEC from the north this evening had a meeting after the NEC meeting proper. At the meeting, the four governors from the north suggested that the post of chairman be zoned to North Central, but the idea was rejected. Rather, the meeting, which was held to distribute posts amongst the 19 states in the north, directed that anybody who is interested in the post of chairman is free to contest. The meeting may thereafter decide what position to microzone to which state in the northern states. The meeting gave all persons from the north till tomorrow morning, Friday, to decide and indicate to the group what post he or she seeks to vie for. The two from the Northwest are incumbent PDP Deputy National Chairman North, Suleiman Navis, and Gombe Governor X, Ibrahim Dakwambo. So that is that's that. PDP politics. No amount of lobbying should stop Buhari from sacking Malami and others. So we touched upon this story yesterday, but we did not go into the fullness of it because this story just came out from just one space, and we were not sure about just the fullness of it. So it looks as though it is a full diet. So now we will explore it a bit more. No amount of lobbying should stop Buhari from sacking Malami others, APC chieftain. A chieftain of the ruling All Progressive Congress APC, not ABC, but but it might well be ABC, who cares? A chieftain of the ruling All Progressive Congress APC, Dr. Garus Gololo, has advised President Muhammadu Buhari not to be distracted in his quest to get rid of some cabinet members of his administration with the view to repositioning his government. Gololo, whilst reacting to a publication credited to an online newspaper on Friday, said it would do the president a whole lot of good if he sacks Mr. Abubakar Malami, Attorney General of the Federation and Minister of Justice, and other ministers whom he said have not lived up to expectation. Our correspondent had on Thursday in an exclusive report stated that President Buhari had perfected arrangements to relieve Mr. Malami and 15 other ministers in his cabinet before December. The online newspaper also reported that Malami was secretly lobbying the cabal in Aso Rock to prevail on the president to spare him. But Gololo, whilst reacting, advised Buhari not to listen either to Malami or anyone in his quest to have a good team in his cabinet. Let the president go ahead and sack them, both Malami and other ministers who are not productive. The party APC has built on good ideology, and if anyone has nothing to offer to the president in terms of capacity to enable him deliver on his promises and live up to the expectations of the ideology, then such person should be shown the way out. I will advise the president not to listen to anyone, even Malami himself. Let him stay focused and reposition his government. Let no one distract him. I would prefer if the president sacks the secretary to the government of the federation and the national security advisor, in addition to Malami and other members of his government who has brought his performance down by their own action or inaction, Gololo said. President Buhari had, on the 2nd of September 2021, removed two of his serving ministers with the promise to continue with reshuffling his cabinet. So there you are. It looks as though that story might well be gaining traction. They are saying before the end of the year, which comes soon enough. So, okay, it looks as though that's pretty much the same story as well. So now let's now go to this one. Zoning 2023 presidency may destroy People's Democratic Party. Board of Trustee Chairman Jibrin warns. The People's Democratic Party PDP Board of Trustee BOT has urged party leaders to be cautious in handling the zoning of the party's presidential ticket and other elective offices for 2023. The BOT stressed that the zoning of the party's presidential ticket may destroy the party. The chairman of the PDP BOT, Walib Jibrin, disclosed this whilst addressing journalists at PDP's National Secretariat in Abuja. He noted that the PDP BOT was ready to assist the party's leadership in ensuring peace ahead of the elective convention. He said, "We are not talking about the zoning of the offices of the president, vice president, senate president, and speaker of the House of Representatives yet. Zoning can mar or destroy our party, but by the grace of God, we will not allow it to happen. What I can say is that we should never be personal, because when you want to be personal, the issue of disunity comes. The BOT met today in our continuous commitment to bring peace and unity to the party, he said. There have been talks and controversies, particularly amongst the governors, as to the region that should produce the president in 2023 and succeed President Muhammadu Buhari. The Southern Governors Forum had warned that the southern region should be allowed to produce the president, threatening that it would never support any northern candidate for the 2023 polls. The Northern Governors Forum days later had met and replied their southern counterparts that zoning was not only unconstitutional but undemocratic. The Northern Governors Forum had insisted that it would not be coerced to give up the 2023 presidency to the southern region. So still as clear as mud, the PDP space. So finally, to this last story now, my own personal favorite candidate, but is he still? Moghalu joins ADC to pursue presidential ambition 2 years after leaving YPP. Kingsley Moghalu, a former deputy governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria (CBN), has joined the African Democratic Congress (ADC) to pursue his presidential ambition. Moghalu announced his decision at a media briefing on Friday. The former CBN deputy governor was the presidential candidate of the Young Progressive Party (YPP) in the 2019 elections. He resigned his membership of the party in October 2019. The former YPP candidate had, in June, declared his intention to contest the 2023 presidential election. Speaking on his decision to join ADC, Moghalu said the party's policies align with his ideologies. I am pleased to announce to you today that I have joined the African Democratic Congress (ADC), which I feel ideologically aligned with. I am honored to become a card-carrying member of the party, he said. In doing so, I restate my public announcement on June 1, 2021, making myself available to lead our country as a competent 21st century president, and my intention to contest in the 2023 presidential election. I look forward to close collaboration with the party's chairman, Chief Ralph Okoye Nwosu, and Alhaji Said Abdullahi, the ADC National Secretary, and the National Executive Committee chair of its board of trustees, amongst others. Moghalu said his desire is to make Nigeria the envy of other nations if he becomes the president. According to him, since the ADC was founded in 2005, the party has remained consistent in its commitment to the emergence of true democracy in Nigeria and to the role of the belief, passion, and idea in nation building. The party has shunned food is ready and divisive ethnocentric politics, Moghalu said, adding that the ADC remains a key player in the efforts to create a new and bigger platform through the merger of several political parties to take over power in 2023 and rebuild Nigeria. He also said he is part of a group of individuals and political parties working towards the emergence of a third force in the country's political scene. For the party's growth and expansion in the months ahead, I ask all my political supporters, including those aspiring to be elected to gubernatorial positions and the national and state legislature, to join the ADC, Moghalu added. So that is Moghalu, carpet crossing, as is now the thing with Nigerian politicians. So Moghalu carpet crosses Good to see you, Ajanle Koko. Good to see you, Vin. So to you first, Vin. Good to see you. So, what are you then making then of Mogalu declaring for the ADC? Kingsley Mogalu, the Eastern candidate.
Good evening, one man. It's been a while. And good evening, Ajale Koko. I'm
Good
happy to be with you today. And good evening to all our listeners all around the world. I am privileged. Say I will say more Kingsley Mogalo is an individual, and everybody who aspires to be, whatever he or she wants to be, has the right to do that. So, aspire for me, the way it is now, one man, if I am to be, someone would tell me to be the president of Nigeria at this stage, with the with the kind of, problem that is, that has been heaped on Nigeria, especially from this particular APC-led government. I wouldn't advise Mogalu, with his pedigree and what he has achieved for himself, to go and rubbish it. He will come out there disgraced, because what is happening in Nigeria today, just imagine, my brother, look at the kind of loan, the debt that they have contracted in that country. Which president will ever, pull Nigeria out of such, nonsensical, a level of indebtedness? Nobody. Anyone that goes there now is going to end up disgracing me or say, this man he came there to destroy the whole country and leave it for any other person that is going to come, to take the burden. So for me, good luck to him. If he wins,
What do you think is after? What do you think is after Mogalu? So even Mogalu himself surely is not of any thought that he's ever going to be president. So he's saying that he's joining ADC because he's not a food is ready party, but is Mogalu himself not a food is ready candidate? Is he not just after choppies? Yam don don. Is it not? Is this yam don don politics?
What do they do in Nigeria? Tea party business, that is what they do. There is nothing like leadership in Nigeria. It's tea party thing that they do there. They just go there to, scramble with the little one that they can get, stash it all over they want to. That is what they do. There is no leadership in that country that can move their country forward. That's what I see. If he decides to go in there to join them to, enjoy what the past, people enjoyed, good luck to him. But I will advise him. For me, I will advise him.
Do you think Mogalu can ever be the president of Nigeria?
With that party there, I don't think so. But there is no harm in trial if he desires to do that. That's it for me.
Sorry, hold on. Do you think he believes that he will ever be the president of Nigeria? Do you think he believes that?
The principle of life and the principle of everybody that is to aspire. You believe that you can be what you want to be. He believes that he can be the president of Nigeria, but I don't think he can make any impact with the level of destruction that has gone on in that country as we speak.
I don't think Mogalu can ever become the president of Nigeria. And I don't think Mogalu thinks he can ever become, because he's a very clever man and he knows Nigerian politics and he knows that he can never be Nigerian president. So that then leaves the question, what is he after? So is yam don don politics,
Make you come chop. You see, you can't think for him.
Well, I can speculate. I can speculate knowing the landscape.
Yeah, we might be wrong. You see, we might speculate. Is what we say here is based on assumption and things on the facts on the ground. For me, the facts I see there is that he believes that he can be the president. He can make a better president, a better leader in Nigeria. But for me, with the level of things that are there, for me, I will advise him not to go in there to go and soil his, his reputation and integrity that he has made for himself. The person we regarded as Mr. Integrity has come there and destroy everything, make everything. In Ghana, we say everything make bazaar. Nigeria make bazaar right now. You see, you cannot spend you cannot pay interest. Use let me say about 97 point something percent to service debt, then use only 2 point something percent, for development. It's unheard of. It's unheard of. This particular man that came in there has spoiled, destroyed that country beyond what he made. So that is for
right.
me. More there. He has every right to aspire to be the president. But the question is he going to get it? If he believes that he can do it, there's no point, wasting time. He can give it a try and see what he can offer.
All right. Thank you, Vin. Yoruba groups disagree on planned protest ahead of Nigeria's Vice President Osinbajo's visit to London. So it looks as though that visit has now already taken place. He was meant to speak at the Imperial College, but it looks as though that might well have been abandoned, because I was watching online some guy that was going around London trying to live streaming, trying to track Osinbajo down with little success. But to the more curious space of Yoruba groups disagreeing amongst each other, one insistent on protesting against Osinbajo because they consider that he's tarred with the same brush, but another, a senior group, insisting that Osinbajo should be not only not to be touched, but should be aligned with, because he's one of our own. So what are you then making of then this disagreement that Osinbajo should not be tagged along with Buhari in this lost barbarism we're witnessing in Nigeria? What are you making of what the Yorubas are doing, Vin?
One man, when I listened to you going through the headlines, preempting the headlines, I was very, very, I felt like weeping. I felt like weeping. And I would like to, I do not know if it is possible for you to tell us this particular, Yoruba group that have decided, to give such instruction or such order, for the people not to, march, do as they normally do. I know. So I was not comfortable. So now my question now is this: has the Yoruba group now, this particular group, gone the way of the Namu issue? It is our own. Have they gone to that same way of Namu issues? Gone the way of the Namu issue?
Sorry, that's a fair announcing his presence. But they are called the Yoruba Leaders Forum. That's what the group call themselves, Yoruba Leader Forum. They are an umbrella body of a group of platforms.
Oh, okay. See, this is why are we? What is good for the goose is also good for the gander. We cannot pelt, we cannot pelt other people, throw them rotten eggs and so on and so forth, chastise them, rally around at least to show our let me just say, our frustration on the leadership going on in the country, and try to secure our own. So I don't think that is the right thing to do for this particular group.
Do you feel the sense, Vin, that people try to exonerate or excuse Osinbajo out of the Buhari administration, saying that his hands are tied, is not implicated? Do you find that there's that tone in the narrative, that that tone is in the space?
You see, in this platform here, we've discussed that, that I call him a gentleman. But he finds himself in a very wrong gathering. That is what I say. But what this group should understand is this: the people that are planning to demonstrate, against his arrival, to, speak to him concerning the horrible thing that is going on, the misadministration and the maladministration that is going on in Nigeria, is not personally attacking Osinbajo, VIP Osinbajo. I don't think so. They are targeting the organization, or let's say the office, that highest office of the land that is occupying not Osinbajo per se. They should not see it as, because Osinbajo, whether you like it or not, Osinbajo will also be included in anything that happens to Nigeria today. In case Nigeria disintegrates today or something happens in Nigeria today, Osinbajo will not be left out. History will not leave him out. He will be included in the destruction of Nigeria. He will be included in whatever. He is also picking the stone that the Muhammadu Buhari is using to throw against Nigerians. So that is how I see it. So this group, this call is unreasonable to me. It shows the hypocrisy now in some of our people, that you like your own, you like to hold your own and chase your own. So if these people would do this, and then
Well, is
there is
that
no
not
point.
how Nigeria is, though? Tribalism,
Yes, you see, that is what
tribe above
you see.
everything else. Tribe above
You see
everything
that
else.
that is why I said. That is why I said. For me, I don't. As this thing is going on now, right now, this group has come out to make this statement. I will not say, well, I will not blame the Northerners, to do what they are doing as well. So everybody have to go back home and protect their own. Since we cannot come out and speak in one voice, because Osinbajo is part of the administration that we are suffering in today.
No, you cannot exonerate him or excuse him.
Exactly.
I mean,
Exactly.
he's 2 terms now, 8 years, enjoying the office, going around in
And
convoy and handing
he
money out
has
to market women.
he
You
has
cannot
made
exonerate him.
appointments. He has made appointments, he has made appointments using his office as well. So he cannot be exonerated. There is no way they will take him out. If we are going to paint them with the same black brush, we have to paint Osinbajo too with the same black brush, unless they just want to tell us that it's right for you to, chastise another.
But
Simply because it's not your brother, then keep your own. Simply because it is yours. Namu namu.
But Vin, what just this microcosm it speaks essentially to what is Nigerian. You see, this now that they are trying to exonerate Osinbajo, if Buhari was a Yoruba man and things were still the same as they are, and he was just championing solely for the Yorubas, you will not hear a single complaint from the Yorubas. You will hear satellite voices, people that believe in fair play, like Ajande Koko, maybe they will speak, but in the generality, people will not speak. And this little cameo now just goes on to highlight that again. A draconian, excessive administration that is headed by a two-tier ticket, Osinbajo Buhari. You stone Buhari every time he comes to London, and you want to praise worship Osinbajo when he turns up. So this is exactly what the Northerners do, and we come here and castigate them
And
every single
campaign.
day.
You see, this is exactly what happens in the North. When they Boko Haram started, they kept mute. The Boko Haram were fighting their own cause, an agenda, and they kept mute. And when the python begin to swallow, they start talking. You see, now we were talking, we were mounting the podium and started talking, talking and talking. They don't care. They consider their own namu namu. And we were talking. Now today, it is our turn now to do what we're supposed to do. That thing, that tradition that we have kept, we should have, taken it to the last. This, look, for me, even if it is an Igbo man that is there, I would do the same thing as I'm doing to the top. So that is how I'm going to do.
You will not. No, you will not. You will not. Nigerians go with strife. If an Igbo man was president and he was favoring Igbos, no single Igbo man will say a single word.
Why did you say you not?
Now, if an Igbo man was president favoring the Igbos will be out demonstrating. Of course not. Of course not.
One man, there is something I would like to tell you today. Okay, if I really want to consider the money, the emolument I was receiving when I was in the military as a warrant officer, why didn't I stay and allow join hand to do what they were doing in Southern Kaduna? And there are people that have principles. You see, I have my own principle, and that is why I said no. I will not continue in such environment. I have to leave, and I left. No matter who is there, if I consider what I was getting that time, I would not. I would do I would become like zombie and do whatever they want. They ask me to do. Zombie, right turn, left turn, forward march. back.
All
You see,
right.
that is how it is. So that
All
is
right.
me.
All right, Vin, a man of principles. Oh, okay, I withdraw that. But I don't withdraw this. I take you to the east now, and Femi Adesina is calling for the jailing of Senator Abaribe, that he stood shorty for Nnamdi Kanu, who jumped bail, and he should be jailed, but instead of being jailed, he still sits in the Senate spewing rubbish. So those were his words. So the jailing of Senator Abaribe, and by the way, Buhari hinted at this in his independence speech as well. So the jailing of Senator Abaribe, is there an argument for that?
You see, I will not descend so low to go in the way Femi Adesina, went. This thing emanated from the address Mr. President Muhammadu Buhari gave on 1st October 2021. In fact, as far as I know, he implicated all the legislators in that National Assembly. In fact, I am here to tell you that a legislator arrived here in Nigeria, and that man was in Ghana. That man was detained at the airport.
Yeah, we covered
for
that.
over 3 hours because of the statement the person you call your president made in Nigeria. That thing sent massive shock waves around the world. And I do not know how the world will be looking at the Nigerian legislators as we speak. For Femi Adesina to come and make, such comments, statements, is absurd to me. The man stood shorty for someone that he believed that he can stand shorty for. The action of the federal government made that man to flee for safety. Like I always say, it is only a tree that will stand there and watch you, a man, cutting it, and it remains there. Not a human being. It's a human prince. It's a human. How do I put it? It's a human principle or so. I think so. And he flee. There was a time they brought this man. This case was raised when Kanu was, due to go to court. He wasn't there. Senator Abaribe was called upon. I think they went to court as well. He challenged the allegation that they made to him that time against him concerning the person he stood surety for. How did that case in court end? How did it end? If the court did not find Senator Abaribe guilty, why will Femi Adesina come today to talk as if he is an aburo on the street? We cannot sit in the comfort of our offices and begin to direct what the law should be or what the law shouldn't be.
Vin,
Okay,
yes,
go on.
please.
I suspect that when the president said that there were some serving House of Rep or whatever, I suspect they were referring to Abaribe.
Yes,
definitely,
almost certainly. Yeah,
definitely. The arrow, you see, the arrow was pointing at him. But do you know they have taken him to court? What happened? What happened? So if there was nothing, if the court, that competent court of jurisdiction that they took him to, could not do anything or find him guilty, why would Femi Adesina today become the judge that would now decide who should go to jail and who shouldn't go to jail? As far as
Vin, let me bring you this. If the defendant fails to surrender to court, the court will issue a summons requiring a surety to attend court and
Exactly.
show. Sorry. If the defendant fails to surrender to court, the court will issue a summons requiring a surety to attend court and show just cause as to why the specified amount should not be forfeited. There is a presumption that the court will order forfeiture. So the court, the law allows the penalizing of a surety if the person, because there has to be consequences for standing surety. You can't stand surety, somebody does a runner, and then you get to walk away scot-free. So consequences for standing surety, Vin.
Consequences on what ground? This is how I do my own thing. Consequences
you stood surety to bail somebody, the person jumped bail.
I'm coming. I'm going there. I'm coming there. I'm coming there. You see, there must be. You see, Kanu, Nnamdi Kanu did not just on his own volition run away from the country. Something prompted him to run away. The same thing they did to Igbo. You know, in Nigeria will never tell you the truth. Truth is lacking in Nigeria. And people that are supposed to uphold truth are now changing it to suit their own narratives. That is how I see it. This man did not jump bail. He was prompted. And if this man didn't run away that time, they could have killed him. They could have killed him the same way they killed Shakau to cover their traces. They could have killed him. Shakau was arrested. They gave him. Is it Yusuf? Is it something? The first one that was there before Shakau took over. Is it Ahmed Yusuf or something like that?
Yes.
The leader of Boko Haram. He was arrested. Why did they kill him? Because they feared that man is going to open some horrible things. You know, you cannot. In fact, that man would decide, I will not die alone. He would open up everything for the world to see. They murdered that man in cold blood. Kanu came up carrying flag. They arrested him. They gave him stringent bail conditions. He fulfilled them. A day to appear in court, there was an invasion. We keep on shouting on this thing. People doesn't want to listen. People are seeing it, but they are just covering it and moving away. You went to his house. You ransacked the house. Yes, sir.
Vin, strictly going by the law, strictly going by the law, Nnamdi jumps bail. We know the circumstances justifies that, but strictly going by the law, Nnamdi Kanu jumped bail.
Yeah,
strictly going by the law, Senator Abaribe stood surety for him, and strictly going by the law, consequences.
Yeah, strictly. That is the truth. That is the injustice that we are talking today that makes Nigeria to be where we are today. That, you see, Sheikh Husani says something. You cannot treat other people with deodorant and you treat other people with insecticide. Where is the justice there? What is the federal government going to do to those people now that went in there, those state actors that went in there to try to kill him? Hence, he's, running away. What are they going to do to them? Were they unknown gunmen too? They unknown gunmen?
What about him, Abi? What about Abi?
And they have taken it, and they sued him to court. They took him to court. What did the court said? What did the court said? Ejiofor also filed a case against that.
Hold on, no, we know. They've not heard about it. No, we know all the what about, but really, are you saying then that there should be no consequences for standing surety for somebody that jumped bail? That's just answer that.
For me, you cannot just start counting from 10. You have to start counting from 0, 1. You start to. There is a reason what made him to run away. In law, there is what they call provocation as well. What made him to run away? Who were those people that made it to that? Were they state actors or just individual unknown gunmen or unknown men gun? They were state actors in uniform, captured in videos, played all over, all around. So why see, this is the reason why they want. You see, anyway. I don't want to preempt what is going to say. What see for me?
No. Just as an aside,
Let Adesina continue to talk. His own way. He is employed to say that. If he refuses to do what he is doing now, they won't pay him. He will be sacked. So he has to be a loyal servant, a loyal slave to do what he's doing, so that he will be a good boy. You are a good boy. You are doing the work your master asks you to
he's
do.
working for his dollars. No, he's working for his dollars. We all know that. We call him an affaja in your. Sorry, Chinedom. We can't hear you. Did you want to add on to what Vin is saying?
Good evening, sir. Can you hear me?
Good evening. Yeah.
Go ahead, sir.
Yeah. He was saying something. I said he's doing his job as a slave.
Well, there used to be a shop in the all over Europe before.
One man.
Sorry, sorry, Vin. Just this little anecdote. There used to be a shop all over Europe not that long ago. A music shop with a antique microphone speaker head and a dog looking into it, and that shop was called HMV. So HMV stood for His Master's Voice. So that is essentially Femi Adesina. So it's like sort of. See, I wanted to say Vin. Yeah.
You're right.
All right. Yeah, go on, Vin.
You see, if all of us were the same, me, I'm a small man within my own corner. If I should have, look at what I see when I was in there actively, I would behave like Adesina as well. But because I have my own, I was brought up by a very good parent. I said I will not do that. Even if you look at what has happened, I don't think if there is anybody today within Liberia, Nigeria, even the time at the heat of that Sharia demonstration in Kaduna, the first bonfire, the first demonstration started in Kaduna Kawu bus stop. You see, there were elderly people. I know how I handled those elderly people, because throw away the uniform, you are a human being, and you must have that sense of humor and responsibility to consider aged children and women. That is me. That is what I normally do. I know how I handled the elderly that were in that demonstration that day, that was deadly, more than what is happening in the north, in the old southern Nigeria. So for me, I could also see because of what I'm getting, let me remain. But when I look at what was going on, instead of me to be a partaker, to add more injury to those that has been injured, I said I won't continue with it. I left them. So that's me.
All right, thank you. So Vin, now to this lobby now, we mentioned the story yesterday, but we did not delve into it in any depth because we were not really convinced of it. But it resurfaces again today. There's now a lot of clamoring, and it's getting louder for the sacking of Abubakar Malami and 3 others. Mongono was mentioned as well. And one other, I can't remember the other one. So at least 3 of them, a complete removal of them. So now, this clamor, what are you making of it? Should Abubakar Malami be removed and sacked? Is it too late in the day, 6 years into 8-year tenure? And giving Buhari's penchant for not wanting to let go of people that he works with. So what are you then making then of this clamoring for? And also, is he fit for? He is not fit for purpose. But then, of course, he's been there for 6 years. So what are you just making of this growing clamor for the removal of Abubakar Malami?
One man, in the first place, I do not believe that that man is a lawyer or to become a senior advocate of Nigeria. I don't believe, because this man, if Nigeria, if let's say peradventure Nigeria has a case, international case that this person would like to go, must go and defend Nigeria for, I mean, is this the kind of material that will go there to defend Nigeria? Is this man, is it the kind of material Nigeria will present to go and defend Nigeria when Nigeria gets involved in any international, problem? This man don't supposed to be there in the first place because of the nepotistic system of government in which Nigerians are in. That is why this kind of people, will come in. A man that will compare spare parts, cows with spare parts. Spare parts dealers, they go to North, they rent apartment, they pay for their rent, or they buy land, build, and start their businesses. You are comparing with people that will roam their cattle from the Sahel down to the east, destroying anything that that comes across their way. You are comparing them. Is that a son, a senior advocate of Nigeria?
He's a son. He's a son.
Look at I know. Look at the interview he had when Sowore was detained. Look at a senior. I don't know whether most of you listened to that interview. I think channels also. Just go back and listen to that and tell me if that one is a son, a senior advocate of Nigeria. Today, for me, in a country where meritocracy rules, this man don't supposed to be there. Look at him. Look at his statements. In fact, concerning the VAT, concerning the open grazing, the VAT. Look at what the man said. He has turned that office into a Northern Attorney General of the Federation, not the Federation of Nigeria. So that man don't. For me, I don't just know what to say about that. He don't supposed to be there. That man supposed to go long time ago.
Hello.
Yes, I'm here.
Oh yeah. Oh, thank you, Alvin. So let me take you finally then to this space. Clear as mud, the PDP space. Nobody still knows what is going on there. They're zoning the chairmanship of the party to the north. They are also saying that the presidential ticket should be opened to all the geopolitical space. So it looks as though the entirety of that party is just looking for magic formulas to present an article ticket off the backdrop of the clamorings from the south. So PDP politics, as clear as mud, unravel it for us, Vin.
You see, soldier go, soldier come, barrack remains the same. That is what I see there. Soldier go, soldier come, barrack remains the same. Something is going on at the background.
No, it's Professor. It's Professor Datao's daughter telling us that Daddy is here. So we see you and your daughter, Professor Datao, about carry on Vin. Yeah.
Okay, you see, I think PDP zoned their chairmanship, their national chairman to North, right? I think they did that.
Well, we are not sure that is the thing, because in one instance they'll tell us they've zoned it to the north. In another instance, they are saying they are still undecided, and then they are saying that all the 6 geopolitical space are free to contest for the presidential ticket. So all of that permutation looks as though they're just maneuvering to facilitate for Atiku Abubakar. So that is my reading, but what is yours?
For me, there, in fact, whether they zone the chairmanship and zone the presidency to the south, to north, south, or south, north, whichever way, they are not going to win the election. They will not win that election. So that is that is my own point. You see, if you have agreed in your party structure that you are going to do what they call zoning, presidential zoning, why are you now throwing it into the throwing it open for people to come and contest? Why? You see, this is the reason why I told you that Nigerian politician and the ideology is barbardash. I don't just, it makes no meaning to me. You started something, why can't you end it? I think not, is it not central? Not central, or is it not west has never tested the presidency? Southeast has not tested. So why are you not throwing it to the open? Why can't you continue, finish what you started, then from there, then you change to for me, I don't. One man. If there is any other topic, these people, they are just they are bed of the same feather. They flock together. So I am disappointed in them.
Okay, a plague on
all of them. I'm
houses.
disappointed in them.
All right, thank you.
Honestly,
thank you, Vin.
I'm disappointed.
Good to hear from you. Thank you, Vin. So on to your rational mind. Good to have your rational mind. Are you with us?
I'm still here, yeah.
All right, good to have you. So let's start from the beginning. Yoruba groups disagree on planned protest ahead of Nigeria's vice president's visit to London. So the double standard of that space, the Yorubas at the forefront in the throwing of tomatoes at Malami BUHARI. So now their own son turns up in town and they are throwing flowers on the floor for him to rose petals for OSINBAJO, break bats for BUHARI. What are you making of it? Rational mind.
Are you here? Sorry, I was just talking, not knowing that I still muted myself. Can you hear me now?
Yeah. Carry on.
So we're talking about the climate summit that he went for in the UK. Is it?
Yes, the climate summit that he went for in the UK.
Yeah. For me, we can read. We can read many meaning to that. I don't think people see OSINBAJO as a threat or as the reason why that country is the way it is. Because going by the body language of the presidency and everything and the politics in Aso Rock, one can understand that like we oftentimes refer to him as errand boy. We refer to him as pastor. Some people call him Pastor Luke and the rest of them, and people get this idea and himself the way he himself carries himself. It's like he portrays this, or the whole portrayal we're getting is that he's not part of the inner circle of the workings of that.
Do you think they're exonerating him? And should they exonerate him? It's 2 terms into it now, so there's no excuse. It wasn't forced there again. It's not held at gunpoint.
For some people, I think for some people, like that's what I'm trying to say. That's the picture I'm trying to paint here. For some people, I think even some of the agitators too, I think they don't see him as a threat as such, because they think the whole decision that is being made within Aso Rock is made by BUHARI and those cabals or that inner circle of BUHARI. Sometimes like he himself doesn't even know what is going on. Maybe when the whole thing is already cooked or the action is already carried out, that is when he comes to know what is going on. So I think that's what people see about the man. We might be wrong in our assessment, the way we see it, but
are we right? Is it right for people to be of that thought that OSINBAJO is somewhat or somehow excused from the atrocities of the BUHARI administration? Should he be?
We see BUHARI as the arrowhead of that administration. Right. That's what I'm trying to say. So I'm not saying we're right or wrong. Yeah, go on.
Rational man, can I chip in something here?
Go on.
You see, whether come rain, come shine, OSINBAJO stand accused for everything that happens that went wrong in that administration. He who is gathering stone, pebbles for a blind man to throw, both of them are throwing the same stone.
Well, okay.
Where he should have been exonerated, should have been if this man resigned. What if he resigned? Look at Ebutukiwe when he was doing what Babangida was doing. Didn't he resign? Has anybody fought Ebutukiwe today? These are people that have principles, that have integrity to protect. But you cannot be there where they are throwing this stone and you are helping them to gather the stone, and you say you are not you should be exonerated. For me, he stands accused. For me.
Okay, let's use this. Let's use this. How do I put it? This example. You know, in the history of world leaders and those who have been indicted, like we know of Charles Taylor, we know of the Ivorian past president Gbagbo, and we know of that's Laurent Gbagbo.
Chaka Taylor.
We know of so many of them. Even like the Serbian warlord.
Yeah, Milosevic.
So what we're talking about here is this. I'm talking about is that usually when they arrest an administration is indicted for war crime or war crimes, it's usually the arrowhead, which is the main head of that government that is being prosecuted. We've not heard about maybe Laurent Gbagbo's deputy being.
That is incorrect, rational mind. It is the ruling bodies that are usually gone after, from the Nazi party to the latest incursion. It's not just the arrowhead might well make the headline, but it is the entire panel.
Can I interject?
Can I say okay?
Yeah.
Can I interject briefly?
Yeah, come in, Baba Kore.
Okay, so when it is issue of a war crime, it is everybody in that administration that they will point out, even include police, military, everybody that is in that administration they will have to point out, not president alone.
Well, you see, what I'm getting at is this: the level of participation and the level of involvement in the decision making or participation in the atrocity is what will be considered. You get it? So I'm not saying that deputy.
You know that silence is complicity as well. You know,
that
silence is complicity.
Can mean a lot too. But you see, when this is being, if it's being passed through the prism of justice, they have to weigh out what is the level of involvement and participation or whatever decision making. When were you there? What did you say? Those kind of things is what they will consider. So I'm not trying to exonerate him from what is going on. But I'm saying that the perception that Nigerians generally are having, and even the Aso of themselves, the presidency, they make him look like he's just an errand boy, doesn't know what is going on. And maybe that's what the portrayal they want to portray to us, that he's just there as a figurehead. And he does not. That's why people don't see him.
Yeah. Go.
Okay, I think in this situation, you see, OSINBAJO is being seen as someone who is there, but actually is not there. That is how everybody is seeing him. For example, if this OSINBAJO matter, I will just tell you OSINBAJO doesn't exist. You understand? Right from the very first tenure till date. And I know that is that should be what the Yorubas actually portray in this issue. They're trying to tell us that the guy is innocent of all the trash that has been going on in this nation. But we all know, if something is going on here, all of them are inclusive. OSINBAJO, BUHARI, what they call those guys, Garbage Shehu and the rest of them, they are all involved in the atrocities that is going on in this nation. That is the truth about it. The reason is this: if for I overheard someone saying that OSINBAJO was not tied down, nothing stops him from resigning and coming out clean, telling the entire world, "Hey, this is what is going on, and I'm not a party to it." I mean, it goes long way to speak for him.
He cannot say that, because that would be deemed as disloyalty. But what he could have done, especially after the second, can you hold on?
Okay.
Yeah.
Right.
What he could have done, especially after the first term, was to have found an elegant way to step aside, to say family reasons, etc., that I've enjoyed my time in serving my nation, blah 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 blah. But for reasons of, but I miss my calling in the schools. You know, he could have stepped aside. So for him to have gone round market squares handing out 10,000 naira to market women, that indicts him categorically because
Woman.
he,
Yes.
having seen what happened the first time around, went on to then push hard for its continuation. So there's no excusing
Woman,
him.
that is
One man, that's a political suicide now. If you step aside as a vice president, that's a political suicide for one. Also,
no.
that's a party. You are indicting your political party as well. You have to understand APC is involved.
No, not if he finds the language to step aside after a first term. Not if he has the language now.
well, woman. Let us look at it this way. You see,
If you admit wrongdoing, then you're admitting that your party is
No,
wrong.
he's
Because
not
if
admitting
you serve
wrongdoing.
indict,
If he says family reasons, I miss my calling, I will always support the party. The president is doing a good job, and my wife is pressuring me that she misses academia. I need to step. I want to step aside and continue to wish the country.
so you use that excuse to quit as a vice president, then you come back in the future and want to be a president. When people remember you,
I don't think he has president.
for a selfish
I
reason.
don't think he has
woman, let me say
presidential
this.
ambitions.
Let me say this, please, guys. Now, you look at it this way. When this guy had opportunity of acting, when he was acting as an acting president, when this man went, we saw some of the reforms he brought into the system, into the governance in that country. Now we had a national assembly that was threatened by this TSS boss who invaded the National Assembly, and we saw what he did. That is a man who respects the rule of law. That's at least from that incident, that's the impression we all got, that this guy. Besides that, there was some reforms he introduced into. Was it not him that sacked Babachi Lawa? Was it not him? So all of those things, like, he's a man of rule of law. So maybe that is the impression that people got, that, man, it's like this guy is not. He doesn't, just like he's just playing along with these people in Aso Rock. Not as if he's part of them. I'm not giving all this as an excuse for them not petting him with tomatoes or whatever. But what I'm trying to just say is that the perception that majority of Nigerians have of this man, if you ask me, even though I don't really like him being part of this cabal or whatever, or he has really tarnished his image, but for me, if you ask me, I don't see him as a threat.
Do you read this more as tribalism on the part of the Yorubas? Because this is what they say. It says we call on our members and groups not to heed the call to embarrass the vice president on the day, and instead honor and identify with him. So we're talking about Buhari's vice, and we're talking about this administration, and we're talking about the second step of this administration of Shebanjo. And this is what the Yoruba group is calling for, to honor and identify with him.
That's definitely tribalism, to be honest.
It could be too. We can look at it that way. But another thing we should look at it is how many people are aware that is outside the country? How many people are aware of that? Whenever Buhari is going, you see the whole world, the whole internet will just go at balls like, hey, yeah, everybody go to London, whatever, go harass Buhari out of, But this time around, it's like he just went, and a lot of people are not even aware.
A lot of people are aware. It was constant on the news.
But I'm not just saying some people are not aware. Should I say that? And maybe, like you said, some Yorubas are like, okay, he's our man, maybe there's an element of tribalism in there. But what I'm just saying, I'm speaking to that perception that people have of this man. That they don't see him as a threat. And plus, looking by some of his antecedents, while he was there, he had the opportunity of acting as an acting president. We saw some of the reforms he brought into the politics, the governance of that country. Maybe that really impressed on the minds of Nigerians that this guy is not a threat. It's just that it's just so unfortunate that they find himself among wolves. People who doesn't really respect rule of law. And look at him. Even in fact, when he even did it, we saw what happened, what that brought upon him. Ever since then, they relegated him back to the bench.
Can I interject, please?
Rational man, let me ask you something. So
hold on, Mike. Hold on for Babakure.
You see, this issue is something that we have to laugh about, right? Because it seems categorically that we are not serious about what we are doing. That is how I see it. It is tribalism, number one. If you are fighting for Yoruba nation or Dua nation or whatever you call it, you have to do the same thing that you did to Buhari. They are the same administration, and this person also doesn't even want to hear about the issue of Yoruba nation or agitation. So if there's some Yoruba group now gather themselves and they say, oh well, they want to welcome him with open arm and embrace him, So it means they still don't understand the meaning of what they are doing. That is how I see it, and that is how we see it.
And Baba Akure, how is this position of this Yoruba group wanting to honor and venerate Osinbajo, how is it different from the position of the Malams who celebrate Malam Buhari? How is this different?
That is what I just said, because to me, it shows like a tribalism in play here. If that answers your question.
Another question I want to ask is, sorry, Baba Akure, I'll let you continue. This Yoruba group you're talking about, are they part of the Yoruba struggle, the Yoruba agitation? Are they part of it, or just a separate? People these days register all kinds of names and say they are Yoruba group. I mean, like, look at what is going on we saw a lot of things that happened in this UN summit. Some people just gather, some people say they are all Nigerians. Anybody can claim to be any group. You get it? So are they part of? The question we should be asking is, this group that are kind of pro Osinbajo, are they part of the Yoruba struggles, or are they just one of those?
It looks as though they may well be an umbrella group of. So I'm not sure how long-standing they are, but certainly yes.
Rational man has the point there. It could be even Osinbajo that might have organized that group self to go and
you are right.
Play game, So we don't know, but for the sake of the conversation, we have to kind of.
No, we have to weigh that in as well, because we always weigh that in when we go after their bookies.
That could
we have to assume they're part of the agitation group just for the sake of the conversation.
Well, that's all I have to say for that. Yeah.
All right. Thank you for that rational mind. So to the next space, the Afonja of Yoruba land calling for the arrest of the senior number one senior of Igbo land. Senator Abaribe should be in prison for standing shorty for Nnamdi Kanu. So I was trying to separate the what about and why what force with Vin, and just say, to speak to the strict legality of it, should Abaribe not be held accountable for Nnamdi Kanu's escaping bail? So Adesina wanting the arrest of Abaribe, what says you, rational mind?
Well, sometimes whenever we read the body language, we can understand what's going on in that Aso Rock. It's sometimes when the president says certain things and we hear some kind of things from a so-called spokesman or spokeswomen or whoever in the administration, when they speak, it's because they have or they are aware of what is being said or who is being referred to. That's why I say it. So for him, because we all know when the president said there were some member of the House of Assembly or whatever they call it, maybe senator or whatever serving, that are in support of these groups, then my mind quickly just went straight to Abaribe. Talking about Abaribe here. So, and then we saw the Arise, was it Arise or one of the interview by channels, and he went on when he was being questioned by Seun Okinbaloye, and it was when it's like, let me just go into details anyway. So what I'm trying to say is that we can understand that when the president says something, and then his spokesman or his spokesperson is sort of clarifying, but then we have to consider in what context was he being asked a question with regard to the agitation, and then he made mention of Abaribe, or was it?
No. This was a Facebook post that he put out, but is what we're seeing the vultures circling around Abaribe's head? Is this what we're seeing? The vultures circling around Abaribe's head. The president mentions him. His spokesperson goes to hammer down that point. So the president said a sitting a member of the assembly, and we all knew who he was talking about. But in case you were not clear as to who they are going after, Femi Adesina then puts out this post to say that somebody stood shorty for somebody who jumped bail, who was intent on dismembering the country. So that then tells you categorically who they are speaking about. So the president says he's going to deal with him. Femi Adesina identifies who they are speaking about. The vultures circling around the heads of Senator Abaribe. Yeah.
Well, you see, the thing is this: and from the way he spoke during the Independence Day speech, he said it's like they have hard evidence against that serving House of Rep or Senator or whatever they call it, or whatever they refer to him as. So the question now is, is Abaribe, because from the body language of Abaribe, when he was even being interviewed about it, I don't see him as a person who has any fear of any sort, that he's afraid that they will come and arrest him or whatever. Because if they have our evidence, I don't expect even the president to be talking about it. This is a matter of national security. Just go ahead.
Rational mind. rational mind, they have been to court. They are in court.
Okay.
He took them to court, and up till now, they have not concluded the case. They have no case against that man.
Okay.
Abaribe told them, Abaribe, I think the first appearance, the first calling in that court, he told them that the man was standing trial due for the following day. The following day to appear in court. I should have presented him the following day. And you went to his house. The army went to his house a day before he appears in court. And you sacked the man out of that place, killing over 28 people there also. True. Including a dog. And you want the man to remain there. Go and present the man. The man you use your soldiers to try to chase away from them. Go and bring it. So that was how they are. That is where they are now. So the case has not been concluded though.
Yeah,
But what I'm saying is,
Vin,
what I'm asking
sorry, rational mind. Just to add to what Vin has said, and that's exactly, I believe that's one of the reasons why it seems like nobody is going after Abaribe, because they know.
Yes, so they have nothing against him.
Nobody is going after him. Are you joking?
No, I mean,
they could have. No, they could have.
Obviously,
they could have gone
next
after
2
him.
weeks.
They will be disgraced.
They will parade him in
disgraced.
handcuffs within the next 2 weeks. They will parade him.
They will be disgraced if they try that. They will be disgraced. Let them go to court.
They will.
Simple.
Yeah,
They do not have anything against the guy.
Hold on for Vin. Hold on for NCBD. Yeah, go on.
Yeah, they are going after him through like all these media posts and all these side comments they are making. I mean, the main process of probably going to arrest him and all that, obviously they've not done that. They can't do that because everything Vin has said is exactly what Abaribe said. They are
sensitizing the public space for that arrest because they know it's going to be a high profile and high octane. So this is a sensitization process that we're seeing now, that we have identified this guy and we're going to go after him. This is what they're telling us.
They might go after him, but there will be a lot of repercussions, to be honest.
What will be the repercussions? Obi? Is it not Obi Kerereke Obi?
One man, they already arrested Abaribe like twice already, but not like with a handcuff or anything. They
only talking about the handcuff. They won't handcuff him.
No, they didn't handcuff him, but they've invited him to DSS and like twice already. Where they had him in custody, but
and they went to court.
Yeah, they went to court and then it was released. So that's it was released. They couldn't charge, but that's an arrest. So. It's just not like a one man arrest.
One man, Mike, one man. There's something I want to tell you. See, one man. If the federal government has nothing against you, they don't have anything within their reach to attack you, to nail you. They will use media. They will use media to disintegrate you, to smear you. That's what they do. That's what they are doing.
So are you saying they have no evidence?
So what are they going to hold him for? What are they going to hold him for?
No, it's too shorty for somebody that jumps bail.
It's too shorty, but a day before he present the man, we know
what happened. We know, we know all that. Go on, yeah.
I'm even thinking that maybe Adesina had an insider information. So maybe to alert Abaribe that this is what these people want to do. Let me just.
An insider now.
No. Femi Adesina would not alert Abaribe because he has no interest in Abaribe. His interest is primarily with the BUHARI administration, and then further down the line to his own tribe. What's interest? It doesn't owe Abaribe anything. Why would they alert him?
Another way I'm looking at it is maybe there's another maybe there's just a distraction for us because maybe they have another real person that we don't even know about, because that's another way I'm looking at it too. But we're all looking at Abaribe because the whole thing is pointing to Abaribe because they said, his principal said something and he never mentioned anybody, but he gave us a clue. But somebody who was in the presidency, who is in fact a spokesperson, who also sits on the sitting on the so-called fake meeting or whatever meeting they have, is always in there. So he should know. So if he's saying the Abaribe he supported and he jumped bail and all that kind of, that will tell us that maybe possibly this person that was referred to by the president during his Independence Day speech must have been Abaribe. But who knows? Maybe there's another person they're targeting. whom they have, because like what he said that very day, all of us remember what he said, is that they have hard evidence against this very person. Which means
Don't forget that this government is not to frame.
some kind of money being laundered or being sent to these people, this terrorist organization, or this agitating group, either Odua or whatever it is they call them, Biafra or whatever. Maybe they trace some kind of money being paid to them. Maybe that's what it is. We're going to see how they prevent.
Okay, this is what they will do. They'll go and find a fake. They'll go and find a fake suspect that we do a fake confession. That the way they did to Igbo when they plant gun in his house. So they'll go and find a fake suspect that will say, I took Mr. Abaribe, gave me, he's one of us. They would frame the whole thing, man. These guys are, they will frame the man. They will arrest him. That's what they would do. Trust me.
All right, thank you. Chinedum, you wanted to add? Chinedum.
Yes. What I'm saying is,
what is Chinedum?
What I want to say is,
how do you pronounce it?
Chinedum.
Chinedum.
Yes.
So apologies. Chinedum, you wanted to add?
No, there's no problem. There's no problem. Thank you so much. Okay, what I'm looking at is this. Number one, there is no Igbo politician that is or that has any hand or that has ever pushing money for Biafra agitation. There is none.
How do you know that?
You see, in this aspect, I can stand and shout it out loud.
You mean you don't think? You can't say it categorically now. You mean you don't think?
I know what I'm saying. I know what I'm saying. No. I know what I'm saying. I know what I'm saying. And I'm not apologetic. I'm not apologetic about it, okay? I know what I'm saying. There is no Igbo politician that has ever sponsored IPOB agitation. You see, these men...
Are you IPOB's accountant, Chinedum? Are you IPOB's accountant?
You may not want to agree with
because if you are not, then you are not in a position to state categorically, unless
Chinedum, let me support you a little. Just I want to. You see, what happened is this: if you listen to Mazen Nnamdi Kanu broadcast, if you see how he disgraced this Igbo politician, even those one in abroad, in the diaspora, if you see the kind of words he uses on them, if you see how he denigrates them, he told them that Igbo politician cannot help you, help yourself. He said when they want to do something, they will do their own. If they find it easier to support another person than to support their own cause.
Is it not the same Igbo politicians fighting for him now? Is it not the Igbo politicians?
They don't have no choice.
They are not fighting.
They are not really doing that.
They are fighting for him.
They are not doing it. They are doing it just for their own
sincerity.
You see, they have no choice though. They have no choice.
Go on, please.
What they are planning to do, see, the truth is, why you see them coming out trying to talk about him. You remember what this guy said, the governor of Ebonyi said, Devil Umai. You see, Devil Umai came out, he said, we are not here for IPOB stuff. You know, he started talking trash from his mouth. See, these men, what you see them doing is because, number one, they've come to see that in the Southeast here, they are actually very, very irrelevant these days. They no longer have voice again. So that is why you see them running skater to see if they can act so that people will now love them. The way it is here in the Southeast, nobody cares about politicians anymore in the Southeast. That is the truth about it. So if you see them coming talking those things, I mean, they are just joking. Okay, let me give you a scenario that happened here on Monday. Something happened here on Monday.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you know some group of soldiers, you know, they are mixed up. The Fulani guys among them brought out guns and wanting to shoot the Igbo guys that are just selling. I don't know, just imagine that scenario. wanted to shoot at those guys that are selling. Now he was asked why. He said, "Mock we do am. Make later we go say na IPOB na then do am." I'm telling you what happened on Monday in Owerri here.
What
I'm
do
not
you
telling
mean?
you
Where you getting that from?
the live. I'm giving you. I'm
Is
giving
it
Are you
you.
in Nigeria?
IPOB broadcast? What are you talking about?
Listen,
Chinedu,
not
Chinedu.
IPOB broadcast. I'm not telling you something IPOB broadcast. I'm telling you something that the person that was among them said it openly. I'm not
Oh,
exaggerating.
Are you in Owerri?
Them say, Abi.
I'm in Owerri. Yeah. Okay, I'm in Owerri.
Okay.
Them say.
I'm in Owerri.
All right, them say.
So let me just conclude. Let me just quickly conclude
hold on.
this.
A uniform man like them, actually, where we were sitting, he made mention of it, and he said he said he would have been a victim of that. But they have to stop him. That's no, you shouldn't do that because they are Igbos. Why? Mixed up now with Fulani guys and Igbo guys. These are military joints, whatever they call them. So a lot of things are going on here. Now, if these guys could not protect their people, take for instance our governor here in Imo State selling us out because he's a slave, the Fulani slave. So we don't really care about them anymore. So that is just the truth about it. So if they are looking for a way to nail Abaribe, they can't nail the guy. The guy is very clean. That is why they have not.
You cannot say that it's very clean. At the very least, it will probably have to forfeit whatever he's. You know that the government have actually been lenient with Abaribe just because of the politics of it, and because they know that he's well liked. I like Abaribe just because he's such a gentleman. But really, if they wanted to go for him, they could have gone for him. But thank you. Let's get back to rational mind.
Yeah, another thing I want us to look at is this. You see, the money that Abaribe paid as a surety for what's his name, Nnamdi Kanu, was he repaid back to him? And how did the money get into his account, or whoever gave him that money to pay because these are the things we have to consider too. Another thing I'm considering again is it could be maybe we're not even talking about Abaribe here. It could be maybe Sunday Igboho and the sponsors, because from that speech, it is not too clear exactly who's getting this money from who. It could be because it's in the context of Sunday Igboho. When after he mentioned Sunday Igboho and Nnamdi Kanu, that he mentioned sponsors, as people who are sponsoring.
Sponsors, yes.
It could be one of the Southwest politicians too that has been discovered to be siphoning money or putting money into their account. I don't know. I won't put anything past any of those Southwest, because looking at what is going on in the Southwest now, they are all campaigning for what's his name, Tinubu. So, and then it seems most of the Southwest, even some of the governors, they are in on the bandwagon now. So I won't put anything.
They already have a slogan, swagger. That is his thing, swagger.
So you can imagine. So all these things, they are playing this whole agitation thing to their advantage. Because look at what they're saying now. You must come to Southwest. You must come to South. The whole presidency must come to the South because of this agitation. That is what they are using to play into that polity in Nigeria now. Saying, look, you people cannot deny the Southwest. Look at what is going on now. If you want peace of mind, if you want peace in the whole of the country, you must bring that thing down south. It's down south, either the Igbo side or the Yoruba side. So what I'm saying is, would it be that the elites or the Southwest elite are the ones sponsoring these guys too? Well, we yet again, time will tell us about as to what is really going on in this.
All right, like you said, we'll find out. Sorry, hold on. I want to move him on. In due course, we'll find out. But all the indications are that they are pointing at Senator Abaribe. But the Ojuyobo space that you opened, Alexander speaks to that via a super chat. It says, breaking news: Tinubu arrives in Lagos. Campaigning for the 2023 presidential election starts in earnest. Here we go, folks. So thank you for the super chat, Alexander. So apparently, allegedly, in Lagos, the eagle has landed. So the eagle lands in Lagos and swagger begins. So they are starting to swagger in Lagos, according to Alexander. So back to your rational mind. And now this idea now of the removal of Abubakar Malami as the justice minister in Nigeria. Too little, too late, politics in play. What do you think is underpinning this narrative now that seems to be gaining some traction? The sacking of Malami, Mongono, and just a couple others. What are you making of that?
Well, I think it's long overdue. I mean, he should have done that earlier. But now I don't know, with about a year and some few months before before the expiration of his administration. That is, if ever he lives there, because from the body language we're seeing in that country, I tell you, if there is any a mass or nationwide kind of unrest, this guy will not live there. They will not do. Maybe they might shift the election or postpone it, or elongate his tenure again, because with the kind of rubber stamp National Assembly we have, they might want to do that. So, well, let's just keep our fingers crossed as to that. But let's just go to Malami issue. Yeah, it's long overdue. I mean, you've kept these two people that has been they've been committing a lot of blunder in your administration. I mean, look at that guy called Malami. I don't think that guy is even fit to even be a charge and bail lawyer, because
I tell you,
I don't think that guy is even fit for as a lawyer. I even wonder how he got his son, but we know Nigeria is a place whereby
yes, it's quota system, isn't it?
So we know how they go. So what I'm trying to say is that
rational mind. You know that immediately somebody is appointed as the Attorney General, they give him son automatically. So that's what got it to him. No, it's not that he has got that title before he got that position of.
Yeah, because
Ajali Koko, what you just said is inaccurate. It's not true. He has been a senior advocate for Nigeria for past 10 years, even before the formation of APC.
Really?
Oh, okay.
How did he become a son, and he's committing this blunder here?
Well, look at just what he said. I mean, what he said about Anambra State. I mean, for me, how can you just come to the national TV and then be saying that Anambra? I mean, we've had states that are worse. We've had states that are worse.
That's an embarrassment to Nigeria.
That's it.
Rational mind. I think you, for the most part, yesterday you were not on the platform. Okay. We actually tried to put the statement in context. The same mistake that was done is still being done today as regards the additional position. Additional was reacting. He was reacting to the channel interview given by the minority leader 2 days ago.
Okay.
So in his reaction, he said, the minority leader is not in a place to insult, to use foul language on the administration, because technically he was supposed to be in jail for bailing someone that jumped bail. That's what he said. He's not even advocating that. And the is
that a sensible statement?
If you don't mind, if you could just let me learn. Okay. He is not advocating, and there is nobody that is actually advocating that the minority leader should be arrested because Nnamdi Kanu jumped bail. Because yes, Nnamdi Kanu jumped bail, but he's right now in their custody. So the bail expired. The bail expired. We are no longer talking about bail. You can only talk about bail. Somebody jumping bail when you don't have him physically. The government have him physically. So
Jafar, let me just interrupt you to just put this to you. Should Senator Abaribe be made accountable for Nnamdi Kanu jumping bail for reasons that he was a shorty, because the government essentially released Nnamdi Kanu to Abaribe's supervision, essentially. That is what a bail is. And Nnamdi Kanu jumped bail. So should he be made accountable? Should he be made accountable?
Yes. He should have been held accountable, because the same treatment that was given to Senator Ndume when he signed bail for the pension guy, the guy that stole money from Nigerian pension.
Maina.
The senator was arrested and jailed until Maina was produced. So this is nothing but double standard.
So Jafar, let me ask you.
Jafar, can I ask you a question?
Just a minute.
Yes, go ahead.
Do you know, that means you don't believe that Nnamdi Kanu was running for his life and they went to his
No,
home
that's
and
a separate matter.
That's a separate question.
matter.
I do.
That's a
Yeah, no,
separate
I know
matter.
it's a separate question. I just want
If
to
I
know
were
his own
Nnamdi
personal.
Kanu, I would have done the same. Only a
Yeah.
fool would stand and wait for his death. But that
So
is
you're
a matter that the
speaking
court
from a
needs to
legal
address.
perspective. I
Legally,
understand.
that's a matter for the courts to decide.
Yeah,
If there is ground.
Jafar, I want to throw this question. I want to throw this question to you. Are you aware that Senator Abaribe is in court in respect to this particular case?
Yes, I am aware. I am aware.
Oh, good. Can you tell the rest of us here now, because I don't have a clue, full detail of that. Can you tell us what really happened? What really transpired in that court? The very first day they went there. Yes.
He went to court and explained the reason why he cannot produce the person he stood shortly for. He gave his reason and the matter was adjourned.
Okay, so for how long now have the case been adjourned?
Of course, the case is dead because the principal in question is already on the preview of the court. He's on custody. He is no longer
before that time, before his arrest, before his rendition, that case has been there for so many months or even years.
Yeah,
it has been there for long.
Hold on, Vin. There's a land case that my father instituted in 1985. We're still in court on it now. So there's that's just the Nigerian system. Yeah. Forget all that. We have a court date. That's 1985. So forget.
But we're talking about a matter of national security here. They can expedite things quickly. Like
it's really a matter of administration, isn't it? Nnamdi Kanu has absconded, so they're just going to, and I don't think the shorty gets jail time in lieu.
I think he will forfeit.
He
will forfeit whatever it is that he put forward.
Technically, he cannot forfeit because Nnamdi Kanu is already in their custody.
No, as at then, not now. As at then is what we're talking about.
And
the idea that someone is trying to arrest him because Nnamdi Kanu jump bail doesn't arise.
What we are discussing, Jafar, is the president's statement, Malam Buhari's statement, that a sitting senator is known as a sponsor of terrorism, and then Femi Adesina has now put out a Facebook post to say that the person that stood shorty for somebody that absconded bail that wanted to dismember the country, the person should be in prison. So the two of them are lying, and they point at the wanting to arrest Abaribe. This is what we're looking at.
No, it does not. There is no connection to that. The post of Femi Adesina has nothing to do with the president's speech. He was reacting based on the interview 2 days ago granted by Abaribe on Channels Television.
Right.
Is that what you read on his Facebook post? Because he said, one man said he's on his Facebook post. So was he making that post in reaction to that interview by Shungu?
Yes, because they asked. Let me tell you the direct question that was asked to Senator Abaribe. They asked him about the uprising, the uprising in the southeast. Then in his response, he said the reason that the cases is getting out of control is because we have an administration that has not been able to manage our diversity. So that's the statement.
Is it lying?
I'm not going.
That's a separate thing. That's a separate thing.
I'm not getting into the merit. I don't want to get into the merit. We might have different opinion on that. I'm just giving you what happened. I'm just putting the context so that we should not impugn.
Let me take it from there.
The integrity of people.
All right, thank you, Jafar. Let me just add this on to what Jafar just said, and I'll come to you, Rational Mind. Femi Adesina was referring to the Buhari speech and not essentially Abaribe's interview. I will post the link to the to the article here, the 80% of the body of what he wrote on Facebook was to speak to Buhari's speech, and only about 20% captured the Abaribe narrative. So that is to tell you that that whole speech was in response to Buhari's Independence Day speech. So I'll post the link so anybody that wants
I
to
think
read
we're
it can
getting
go
too
read it.
context now to this whole thing of
yeah, carry on, a rational mind. Yeah.
So if it's yours or what he's saying, Jafar is saying, it's kind of like we need to put it in context for us to be able to talk in a more with more clarity as to, I mean, speak to this in more clarity as informed people. But for me, either way, what I just believe is that Abaribe is on a watch list. I'm sure they're watching that guy, and I know that they have some things on him. Perhaps maybe it's all cooked up, trumped up, kind of, because I know Nigerian government, there's a way they can frame things up, like they frame other people we've seen in the history of that country. But then what I'm just trying to say in this sense is that what Jafar is saying, because you see, one thing about Adesina is this: that guy does not know how to speak. He talks anyhow. Now, somebody that is, because I watched that interview of Abaribe from the beginning to the end when Shehu Akinbaloyi was interviewing him. You know, he spoke as a politician. This country, I mean, this administration is the most incompetent. These are the normal words that politicians, but that he says, oh, he's an idiotic president. He's this, he's foolish. He never says something like that. If anybody insult anybody,
that's not even his language. That's not how Abaribe speaks.
If anybody is insultive, I mean, outrightly insultive to any person, Femi Adesina is one of such people. That guy has no regard for the way he speaks. In fact, he insults our intelligence.
He's even insulted by Soyinka, Obasanjo. He's insulted
so what are we
everybody.
About? So look at someone. I mean, get to call him Port Black. So if anybody is, this is the guy. Let's not go into all those things. I don't even want to dignify him with any response or anything. But for me, I watched that Abaribe's interview. Abaribe spoke like a seasoned politician. He did not use words, insultive words. He only spoke in a way that is more like a general politician word, like, oh, this is the most incompetent governor. They did not mismanage our diversity. This is, I mean, is he speaking lies? Is he not correct by saying what he said? He was correct. But that he will insult people. Nigerians are not appreciative of their president. Nigerians
he even call us tissue papers.
You just imagine what kind of words you're speaking to people who taxpayers who are paying your president, your principal, and you in that country. And then you're insulting them to that like that. And then you're talking about somebody who did not really insult you, but who spoke to the generality of what we're experiencing in that country. And then you're, my goodness, Jafar, you need to go and sit down. Rewatch.
No.
Rational mind.
Hold on, Vin. Let's hear from Ife. Then we go back to rational mind. Yeah, thank you, Vin.
Yeah, I just want to buttress rational mind as point that he does not know how to talk. You remember during the herdsmen issue when they were talking about giving lands for herdsmen, and Adesina came and said, either we leave our lands or we die. We have to choose one. So it was like, how will somebody who is close to the seat of power be uttering statements like that people will choose either their land or their life?
Just imagine.
All right. Let me take you to a different space. Rational mind. Top APC chieftain identifies Malami to other cabinet members for the sack. So this is now a guy called Gololo or something. I've never heard of him, but apparently a top man, Garros Gololo. And he's now saying that elements that are not fit for purpose are Boss Mustafa, Babagana Mongonu, and especially Abubakar Malami, that Buhari should sack these people because they are making him look bad. But then, of course, if Buhari sacks these two people, and is only insistent on recruiting from his people, and he has already picked the best that he can find, who are these people that are not fit for purpose, then who does he replace them with? So to all of that...
that is just where the whole thing is with that administration of Buhari's administration. I don't know. But that Malami will go, I doubt it. That Mogono will go, I doubt it. Other people can go, but not those two people. I doubt it, because these are two people that have they have.
And Boss Mustafa too would never go, because Boss Mustafa is the
I think that
cousin
too.
of Babachea Lawan, who they were forced to sack because it was a grass cutting. So he put his cousin there. So so they're never going to sack any of them. Party government.
I will really be surprised if he lets the Attorney General, what's his name, Malami, go. I will really be surprised if he allow Mogunu go. I will really be surprised, because these are two people, especially these two people, that have some secret about Buhari and his administration. So I doubt if he wants to let them go and then start getting in trouble. And then if he ever lets them go, I tell you, if Malami goes, Malami will be picked up at some point. Because this is where I saw it.
So rational mind, if I may just interject for a minute, I'm not too sure about Mongono, but for Malami will go, whether sack or not, because he's preparing for his gubernatorial election.
I know.
He's running for governorship of Kebbi State.
Okay. Yeah.
So he's putting his structure in place. And this is the period when people that want to run for elective office will definitely quit government. I'm not sure if that's the only two people that will be leaving. I'm pretty sure by next year a lot of them will go.
Okay. So well, it's up to but what I'm thinking is this. What I'm saying is this. What I said is going to be picked up is this. Except maybe get some kind of immunity, which the only way you can get is for now is if he's still the Attorney General of the Federation. I think he can have a little bit of immunity in that sense. I know there's no immunity for Attorney General, but what I'm saying is, at least with this position, whatever case they have against him, he can quash it or whatever. Whatever. We all know how it's playing out with so many allegations of financial misappropriation and some other fraud that he did that they can't really prosecute it because he's the one sitting on this case. So we'll die them die, we'll kill them die. So what I'm trying to say is this: Malami needs, from now till whoever gets in there next administration, he needs some sort of immunity, and that is why he's running helter skelter to get it in any way. Because if this guy does not win if he does not win that governorship election or does not become a vice president, I tell you, Malami will be picked up in the next administration. I guarantee you.
Who will pick him up? The EFCC guy, Abdurrashid Bawa from Jega, Kebbi State.
Same place.
Abubakar Malami from Benin, Kebbi State. So he picked him and put him in on the seat. So who is going to pick him up?
That is what I'm saying. Woma, let me explain what I'm trying to say. This is what I'm trying to say. Right now, what is his name? The EFCC guy is from a state. They're both from Kebbi State. Agreed. Yes. They might not be able to pick him up right now, if at all, if they get him sacked and becomes an ordinary citizen like you and I. But then I'm telling you, if he ever loses that governorship election in Jigawa State or Kebbi State rather, and then a new administration comes in that are not pro Buhari and that really wants to investigate Buhari and all of those people that serve under him, I tell you, he will be picked up.
The only person that can pick him up is Atiku. If Tinubu comes in, he'll just wipe the slate clean and say, okay.
But that is, they can also do that too.
Rational man, I just have a quick
Bauer will be removed.
I just have a quick question. We all know how our politicians and leaders are. What if the next person or the next administration coming in, they too have their own dirty linen in the closet that was covered for them by Malami? Do you think they will still pick him up?
Well, that's what I'm saying.
They'll pick him up. They'll pick him up. Malami is not to be picked up.
It would be a case of everybody. That would be a good thing for Nigeria if everybody will expose everybody. Maybe we can move from there.
Malami will not expose anybody. He will take his punishment. You remember what happened to Sambo Dasuki? He will take his punishment and move on. That is what he will do. Because if he tries to expose anybody, they will take everything from him. You know how much Malami has stolen from Nigeria?
Well, so for me, in conclusion, what I just want to say is this. I believe this guy they need to go. Buhari he should have reshuffled his cabinet a long time ago. Because with this amount of money that is taken now from the World Bank or whatever is getting, IMF, whatever is getting it from, and then with this crop of people that are still there, I tell you, they will make nonsense of that budget. The 20-something trillion naira budget that they're trying to get. The same way all this money they've been getting and going down into their personal accounts and pockets, the same way it will go. And it will end up a failure. And the thing is that if he's reshuffling this cabinet, who is he bringing on board? Is it the same old people who have been in some, I mean, they've been in the administration in some ways, or part of administration in some ways, and then they're just waiting for their own turn to come and eat, you know. So that's the other thing we need to consider. But I know Malami and the rest of them, they need to have gone. But the thing is, if Malami should go, like I'm saying, it needs to be picked up.
All right. It must be picked up at some point if we ever say we want to go against corruption in Nigeria. But rational mind, let me run you through quickly the Buhari cabinet, and I just want you to give one-word answers to the names, fit for purpose or not, to be sacked or not. So let me run you through Buhari's cabinet, and then that tells you why we are in this situation that we are. So, Minister of Justice, and sorry, who is that echoing? So
it's Ife.
Ife, please mute yourself. Okay. Minister of Justice and Attorney General of the Federation, Abubakar Malami, fit for purpose or not?
If it's fit for purpose, is that what you're asking me?
Yeah, that is the question. Yes.
No, it's not. It's not fit for any purpose.
All right. Minister of Foreign Affairs, Godfrey Onyema, fit for purpose or not?
I was calling him B. Yeah.
Okay. Minister of Finance, Budget and National Planning, Zainab Ahmed.
No. That lady, no.
Okay. Minister of Defense, Bashir Salihi Magashi, fit for purpose or not? Minister of Defense, Magashi.
Well, it's a little bit, well, I would say no. Yeah, no.
Minister of Education, Adamu. No. Okay. Minister of Industry, Trade and Investment, Niyi Adebayo, fit for purpose or not?
That too is a little bit, I would say no. Yes. No, I would say no. For me, I would say no.
Okay. Minister of Labor and Employment, Chris Ngige, fit for purpose
or
not?
No.
Zero.
Hell no.
Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, Mohammed Musa Bello, fit for purpose or not?
No. I'm not in Abuja to know what is going on, but from what I'm seeing, from the images we're seeing from there, I would say no. But that guy, there's been a lot of allegation against him too, yeah.
Minister of
nepotism too.
Yes, that is the calling cards though of the Minister of Science and Technology, Ogbonaya Ono, fit for purpose or not?
Yeah. He's trying. That guy's trying. I know. I've seen some.
What do you mean? Yes. What have we invented? What have we?
Kilishi now. Have we forgotten Kilishi? We've invented Kilishi now. We now want to drive.
What is the technology, man?
Kilishi. That is Nigeria's.
One man.
They haven't even built one single science academy. All this while.
No research center. That is importing toothpick, and they have a science
minister.
One man, please.
Yeah, go on.
One man, please.
Yeah, go on.
If you ask me these questions, if you ask me all these questions, you know my answer to you.
F9 to all of them, Abi.
The government will not be where we are. They are not performing, my people.
No, this is where I was trying to get to with a rational mind, just to highlight why we are in that space.
Only two people so far have said yes to no. Only two people. So
yes,
this Onyema.
Yes.
Minister I said yes to, but the rest of the people you mentioned so far, I don't think I know.
Even Onyema, man. I see. I was trying to get. I'm trying to the Nigerian embassies, the kind of corruption that's going on, even to get visa to go to Nigeria now.
He met it there. As somebody who studied international.
Yeah, it's been there since when? 6 years. Nothing changed.
He's a diplomat. You know, listen, I'll tell you one thing I know because that's my area of study that I did in university. So what I'm trying to tell you is this: he's a seasoned diplomat, foreign affairs minister. But the thing is, he's working for an administration that is criminal, and so he has to launder their image. And he's doing
he's also a failure.
He's also a failure, man. He's not doing his job.
Yeah, he is. But you see,
the level of corruption in Nigerian embassies. Oh my God, man.
All right, let me rattle on through the list so I can go into So Minister of Science and Technology, Ogbonaya Ono, have we given a verdict on that?
Okay, well, let me just say no again because I'll just say no because with the skill issue and everything, I just remember somebody mentioned
Nigeria's contribution to science, skill issue.
Except space, they were talking about space. They want to relaunch some kind of what's it called, rocket into the space, so as to map the geospatial area of Nigeria and all of that, and also to share information. That is if they follow through with what I'm hearing.
Did we not launch a rocket under Goodluck Jonathan? Whatever happened to that?
But I don't know. They said that one maybe died or something. I know something.
Of course,
something.
that's just
that was for communication, I think.
No, it wasn't. No, it was for geo mapping. It was. Yeah. It was for geo mapping. I'll have to double check that, but I think it was for geo mapping. It was not a communication satellite. All right. Minister of Mines and Steel Development, Olami Lekan Adegbite, fit for okay. Minister of Interior, Rauf Aregbesola,
F9.
Minister of State for Budget and National Planning, Clement Agba.
He's a new guy. We have not seen much of this. He's a new guy there, but then I mean, so far I would say F9 because he has been churning out some kind of figures that I don't even know how they come about it. You know, the new GDP figure that they just said when he said the GDP. This is our GDP that the economy is booming because our GDP is. I was like, how did you get all of this? I mean, like we discussed on your platform some time ago. You know, I mean, how does this translate to the man in the streets? Are you guys getting this figure of this GDP that is higher than what we expected that it would have been would have been lower considering the economic situation in that country. So that made me to start suspecting that guy that maybe they brought him in. I know the other guy, I think he resigned. Maybe they brought him in to come and do their dirty job for them and then paint Nigeria good when we know that it's all bad in that country. So I would say F9 for that for now.
All right. Some of the names, Rational Mind, they've just recently been replaced. But I'll give you the name because the ones that replaced them, they're too new in the job to assess. But I will carry on. Minister of Works and Housing, Babatunde Fashola.
Fashola failed. He failed. Yeah, I would say he failed because I don't know what the guy is doing. I don't even understand what the guy is doing as an housing and whatever minister. I mean, they're talking about what was it called? Infrastructure. I don't know. I'm not saying infrastructure. Look at Lagos Ibadan Expressway there. Look at Benin Ore Expressway. Look at the one.
He's building them.
I believe that the question of one man should be given a diverse answer. Fit for purpose.
No, not diverse answer. Just for reasons of time. Just a snapshot.
Fit for purpose of doing the job.
F9.
Minister of Works and Housing is fit for purpose. Is he doing well? No.
Oh, is it fit for purpose? Is that what, okay? Yeah, I mean,
yes.
He's not fit for purpose.
Sorry,
yes.
hold on.
Well, no.
Yeah, expand on that, Ego. Expand on that thought.
Yeah, when you say fit for purpose, simply means is he capable of delivering his job? Yes, he's capable of delivering his job. But quite unfortunately, the administration, when you look at it, we don't know where the money is going. So he failed us, but he failed for purpose, and we believe he can deliver. But
okay.
But I think when you say fit for purpose, what do you mean?
Okay. Yeah,
thank you. What failed us in his
okay. Thank you, Ego. So now, Rational Mind, going forward, just add that addendum that Ego has added. So fit for purpose 1, delivering 2. So just a quick snapshot.
Let's understand this English very well. Maybe I'm not understanding English because of so many languages.
Are they qualified and are they delivering? So the first, that is what Ego is essentially saying. Are they qualified for the post?
Okay. Maybe you use qualified.
Are they qualified for the post and are they delivering on their brief? We use that going forward. So yeah, Fashola.
Okay. Fashola is qualified by going by his antecedent in Lagos State. I was in Lagos that time when he was there. I spent some of my time in Lagos. So I saw some of the infrastructural development he brought into Lagos, how he transformed some part of Lagos. I saw that. So I would say yes to that. But is it delivering? No.
Okay. Minister of Agriculture and Rural Development, Sabo Nanono. He has just recently been replaced, but to that space again. Fit for purpose 1, delivered 2.
I think, like you said, he's new. So I don't know.
He's not new. He has recently been replaced, but he had a good go. He had about 2 years there.
Okay, you mean the former Minister of Education? Is that what you're saying?
No. Minister of Agriculture and Rural Development, Sabo Nanono. If you don't know about them enough, just say I don't know about them enough.
Well, I must say I don't know much about them, but the thing is, I just need to understand Is he the new guy there you're talking about?
Come on, man. Rational mind.
I don't know that guy.
Okay, let's abandon that. Let me just go
let's
on
move
to
on then.
let's move on because it's not that complex a question. Just to the PDP space, the jostling for who becomes chairman and who gets the ticket. Just speak to that briefly, and then I'll go on to the next contributor.
Okay. So, the PDP. I think we had what's his name, Atiku, recently was talking about Nigeria president should not be a Nigerian president for the south or for the north. That would be for Nigeria. Yeah, that's a good thing to say, but we need to consider the context, the atmosphere in that country, the prevailing atmosphere in that country today. We're seeing agitation from the two major ethnic tribes in that country, all because of the nepotism and the one-sidedness of that, the one who seems to be saying I'm for all person and I'm for nobody, and speaking to be, not really acting in accord with what he said when he was being sworn in. Well, so that's being said, we can understand that it only makes sense to let it come down south. Because if he says that, PDP says that, okay, we're throwing it open to everybody, I tell you, Atiku will clinch that ticket. Mm-hmm. He will have that ticket. I'm sure he will. And if he is able to get somebody like, a person like, if Wike does not contest against him, vie for that ticket against him, then maybe if Wike is promised a VP slot, then I see what's his name? What's his name? Former vice president clinching that ticket. But then
Atiku,
yeah, that's what I'm saying. He will clinch that ticket. But then, it will be a real. I see that if depending on the kind of candidate that APC will have, will determine if they will win that election. Because with the chairmanship in the north and then the presidential ticket in the north, oh my goodness, that would be a big disaster to them.
But that is what they argue in rational mind, that restricting the candidacy to the southern region is too restricting and it narrows their chances. So they want to open up the field to all the 6 geopolitical spaces. That's the argument.
But the question is, who do they have in the south that could really fly that ticket for PDP?
They don't have anybody in the PDP. We've already tried to identify.
Is it Wike? If Wike goes, is he trying to make Tambuwa his vice president? Which even with that, I don't think that's even flying. That would not fly. Is it this recent man that we heard about that is also implicated in the Pandora documents?
Yeah, Peter Obi. Yeah,
Peter Obi, that we're thinking maybe he has a kind of a good pedigree. Now with all this allegation that we're hearing again, would that not be working against him? That's yet to be seen too. So
what about Abaribe?
The only shot they have is either they bring an Atiku or they bring Adesina and they peg him with somebody.
But Adesina, why do people keep putting Adesina forward? Adesina is not a politician. He's not. So
well, there are lobby. There are people working behind the scene to bring either him or Okonjo-Iweala. That's what I heard. That's what I heard from some sources, that they are trying to bring him, but Okonjo-Iweala will not fly, no matter how they try to slice.
Why? Why do you say that? Gender and region.
The only reason he can fly. The only reason he can fly is this: if Atiku is the presidential ticket and he picks her as the vice, that would be a very, very strong ticket with the PDP. But then that would depend on what the APC is able to provide. But then with Atiku, Okonjo-Iweala being the presidential ticket, that will not fly. But with Adesina,
well, she won't quit her job at the where she works. Is it World Bank? Or she won't leave that job for useless Nigerian.
Over there, that's what they said. They said they are frustrating the woman.
No, they're frustrating her.
Yeah, that's what we heard. They said, that's what the newspapers reported. They said he's having a lot of frustration from the same guy that was there before. He had the same similar frustration, and that was why he quit. He resigned. The same frustration is also going because this world trade thing. Everybody's trying to protect their own interests. America is protecting their own interests.
What you signed up for is probably the most difficult job in the world. So
yeah, trying to bring all these big economies together to to kind of make some concession to the smaller economies. That is where he's having problem. Now, coupled with this, with this COVID thing, this COVID, everybody's trying to protect their own economy. China would not. Well, let me not go into those things. So what I'm trying to say is that what he promised to do when he gets there, he's not able to achieve it. And it seems that these world powers, these economically strong powers, they are kind of frustrating her from getting really being able to achieve this whole thing that she's doing. So
I was surprised how they let somebody from a third world country to head such organizations. I was shocked. There's no way.
I was shocked as well, but that speaks to the pedigree of the woman that coming from where she is, she was
She's a
still
strong
able
woman.
to.
Woman, can I target?
She's a strong woman, but
No,
most of them are coming from third world. The one she replaces is also from a third world country. So the first world country will want to put someone they can manipulate.
Oh yes, and they won't want to give the advantage to a big economy. Yes, Ife.
I think for me, maybe the way I reason, there should be some sense of morality in the things we do. It's like you want to put me as the defense advisor at a UN General Assembly when my own house is on fire. What even if I have the qualification, the experience, the first thing I'll be thinking like, what image am I going to portray of myself? Does it not sound like insanity on my part advising another country whose security or economy is better than my own country? That's the way
her civic carries now. Her civic
she's not
carries,
there as representative for one country.
She's not there for Nigeria.
She's not there for Nigeria.
As Jafar said, they need somebody from the third world because, of course, if you have somebody from the first world, then a lot of people will just make the assumption that they prejudice in favor of their nationhood. Thank you,
Well, let me just conclude. Let me just conclude in conclusion. So, talking about the PDP, I'm just trying to throw it out there because what I see is that PDP is positioned. I mean, with the way things are, the current trajectory that the party is going, they manage it very well. I see an Atiku taking that ticket. So I don't see another person that can really fly that ticket for PDP.
Yes.
But another thing I'm looking at this, it just came to my mind is if they tag an Atiku and an Adesina together, that will alienate the Southeast, the South. So that might not really fly if that's what they're considering too. So
hold on. Nobody is putting. I don't think Adesina is really in that space. There are more senior and more current politicians in that space. So I'm not quite sure why people are trying to push Adesina's name. But who wanted to ask a question?
I want to ask Rational Mind a question.
Yeah, go on.
So, Rational, what do you think? Because I know the Constitution does not allow dual citizenship to run for certain public offices in Nigeria. Correct. Because of their other allegiance. How is Ngozi Iweala going to go around that? Because
that's a very good question.
I understand she took the American citizenship also, right?
Okay. Yeah.
But Buhari has dual citizenship, does he not?
No.
He does not.
No,
Buhari is from Niger Republic now.
Well, his parents are from there, maybe from Niger, but we don't know if he has a.
Hello, Rational Mind. I have a question for you.
Please.
Do you think that if Atiku is given the ticket from the PDP, that he can win the presidency come this 2023?
Do I think he can win the election if he gets the PDP ticket?
Yes.
Like I said, Igbo, let me also answer Jafar quickly because I know we need to move forward. So now, with what you just said, Atiku can win that election. This is the reason.
Never.
This is how I believe
Never.
he can win it. It will. It can. That will depend. Number one, it will depend on the kind of candidates that APC is going to put forward. That is one. Another thing is this: if I tell you this in earnest, if Atiku is able to get somebody like Okojo Iweala to come and be his deputy, he will definitely.
She won't accept it, man. She won't stood that low. So come on, be under after heading a World Trade Organization. She come on, be under Atiku. Come on now.
Well, no.
But she's able to effect more change in that position than she can in.
The problem of that country right now, besides the issue of political agitation, also is about economy. They need an economist to work alongside with them. Now look at this one we have present right now. We have a retired military man who said he wants to come and fight corruption and what's it called? And what's it called? Insecurity. Look at how he fared. And look at how they play. And we have a deputy as a professor, a renowned professor of law. Look at how they messed up. You get it? Now, what Nigeria needs now is
you guys need to understand something
of
about
that
deputy
economy.
vice presidents. His role really, he doesn't really have a role in called governance, to be honest.
Well,
So
we can say that, but
he had a role under the Obasanjo administration when
He did.
Atiku was deputy, and they sit on top of the economic council as well, the deputy, the vice president.
Even the one we
so
have
you're
there
telling
right
me
now,
that's where Osinbajo's role is right now?
Yes, that's part of
that's
his
the role.
brief.
Yeah, explain.
Yeah.
But the thing is that is it being heard? Did they follow? This is their policy somersault. He will do one thing, the president himself will do another thing. When you look at his policy, you want economy to prosper, and you can't tame this insecurity, these pockets of insecurity every year and then you can't even sit these agitators, sit them down and talk to them. That is how a leader should carry himself. But then, how do you expect to have?
But Osinbajo did that though. When it comes to trying to unite the people, he got to give him credit.
He cannot do much because his principle is not really working towards
the reason why you have to look back. The reason why we haven't had ethnic cleansing was because of Osinbajo. You have to remember. I remember when the northern youth gave the Easterners 3 months to bounce. There was no leader in Nigeria that interjected that really was able to control that situation. It was Osinbajo that came up to really call the northern leaders and the eastern leaders. He took that responsibility and nipped that situation in bud because that stuff would have gotten out of hand. And even the release of Kanu when it was released the first time. Remember, the reason it was released was because Buhari was in hospital in London. Osinbajo was in charge, and he was the one that made sure it was that got him released.
So
this the guys,
Yeah, this speaks to what we've been saying at the beginning when one man was asking me a question about how do I see, why is it that people are not pelting him with potato? They've seen him that this guy has some level of competency and he has some level of, a cool-headed man who is not really extreme like his principal that is there. Now, let's just put that aside. Let me just quickly go to Jafar's question. Jafar, the thing is this, you see, Nigeria is a country that does not mean we don't really do a background check on whoever rules us. For me, if you ask me sincerely, I would rule out an Atiku presidency because this is the reason. We've been hearing that Atiku himself has dual citizenship.
From Cameroon, Abi. Are you with that?
No, apart from Cameroon, we had he has citizenship from Dubai. That's what we had. I don't know how true it is. And if it is true, that should disqualify him. But then if that is, if that is not well investigated to find out if really this guy has dual citizenship, then that would be another total failure on the part of Nigerians. Because that's the same one, the idiot that is there today. Even though we know he's a Nigerian, but we should have done a lot of background check on him. But in Nigeria, they don't do background check on our leaders. They just let them because they just claim to be Nigerians. Look at that one.
Atiku will never be a president of Nigeria. Atiku will never be Nigerian president.
Well, I just hope he doesn't.
You can never say never. People say that about Buhari.
I hope he doesn't. I hope he
doesn't. Will never.
You said what?
The power is going to the south, whether they like it or not. Tinubu will win.
We'll see how it plays out.
Bring it back.
That half dead man. What's he going to do? Can't you see how this man is walking? I mean, what is wrong with we Nigerians?
No, Tinubu is gone, man. But according to Alexander, Tinubu has now landed.
Yeah, they say so. Yeah.
In Lagos, so the party now, the activities now really, so the fight.
But one man, I'll tell you guys what Tinubu will do. I'll tell you guys one good thing Tinubu will do. One mistake is not going to make it. This is based on governance in the past. Tinubu, well, let me say this. Tinubu will never appoint incompetent people in his cabinet. He's not going to do that. That's one thing I will tell you for sure. And that's one mistake Buhari made because Buhari was just, he was appointing people based on emotion.
Putting them there. The issue is not putting competent people there.
When Tinubu was governor of Lagos, you had to be highly qualified to hold any position in his cabinet. You understand? People that were under his cabinet, the Osinbajo, the Fasholas, those are people that were under his cabinet, highly educated people, highly qualified, competent people.
Yes.
So when he becomes president, he's not going to put one Bushman, put him in charge of education.
Neither will Atiku Abubakar. Mike, what we are seeing with this Buhari administration is an anomaly. The usual form in Nigeria is that broadly, even with political patronage and whatnot, broadly, it is usually competent people that get broadly appointed into positions. Under Obasanjo, that was certainly the case. Adua tried to maintain, and so did Goodluck Jonathan. So the only real anomaly that has just gone with semi-illiterate tribesmen is Buhari. He's the one
Buhari is
that is
an old man. He
appointing.
was
He's the
misled.
one. Hold on, Igo. He's the one that is appointing his tribesmen that are not fit for purpose. But thank you. Let me acknowledge this. Let me just reference. I'm not even acknowledging it, but I want to reference this. This comment by this character, and then I'll move on to the next contributor. It says, it is idiotic for anyone to make a case that there is nobody that is fit and competent enough to be picked as PDP presidential ticket except another semi-illiterate Fulani from the north. So this is just one of those lazy comments that we do make. I think that person was referencing Atiku Abubakar. Atiku Abubakar is many things. A semi-illiterate is not, and is certainly not a fool. You know, Ahmedu Bello University recently completed his master's in Oxford.
What do you mean it's not a fool?
Is not.
Not master, PhD.
There you are. So it's not an illiterate. So let's
PhD
not just
from where?
let us not lazily just throw those.
He has been stealing Nigeria from time now. What are we talking about in this place?
But
is it no former custom head who wrecked this country? What are we pushing in this country for these people? Buhari was misled by the bigots he puts around him. Buhari has done nothing. It was the people who normally advises him that has misled this president to pick incompetent people around him. People like the Malami.
All right.
One man. When somebody tell you that they have PhD, they have a degree from this university. Did you guys go and check the GPA? I don't know if you.
No, it wasn't actually him.
Did you go and check his the quality of school that he got that degree?
Hold on, Mike. It wasn't actually him that was saying that. It was an Oxford University publication that was writing an article on him. Sorry, thank you. Let me go on to Baba Akure, and then we'll just move on. Baba Akure, let me pick you up from the point that I left Rational Mind, and I was talking him through the Buhari cabinet to ask if the members of the cabinet are fit for purpose or not. So what we're looking at is just a short answer to two questions. Are they competent for the job, and have they delivered on the job? So that's just a straightforward question. Are they competent for the job, and have they delivered on the job? So Minister of Works and Housing, Babatunde Fashola, is he competent for the job, and has he delivered?
One man. I don't want us to waste time on this.
All right, go to where you want to speak to them.
About all of them, and I'm going to done with that. We are not going to really waste much time on them.
All right. Okay. All of them then.
Okay. Failed. Completely failed.
All right. Okay.
So they are not competent. They have not done anything to benefit anybody in Nigeria. So let's move on.
All right. Let's go then to Yemi Osinbajo. Yoruba groups disagree on planned protest ahead of Nigeria's vice president visit to London. So we were debating if this is tribalism, because of course, if Buhari was coming to London, from the airport, they'll be throwing stones at his car all the way through to Nigeria House, wherever it is in London. So what are you making then of this pass that they are looking to give Osinbajo?
Well, like I said earlier, whatever goal for the first person should also applicable to the second person. It doesn't really matter where you are from. They are in the same cabinet, so it doesn't really matter to me. Either he is from my village. Whatever goes to Buhari supposed to goes to him, because he is the part of the administration, and all kind of things that we're talking about, that he did this, he did that. That is just bullshit. That is just show off. So to me, they are all the same. In as much there is no way they have benefited. I mean, the citizens of Nigeria have benefited from them, rather than just stealing our money, put into their pocket, and buy houses all over the world, and they can go anywhere they want. It doesn't really matter to me. They should be treated the same. No buy house, no boat. Now, the issue of agitator, like we said earlier, we never can tell. It could be some other group that just formed themselves pro Osinbajo, You know, sometimes you have a sheep in the woven clothes, like Bible say. So some of them may also arrange themselves, claiming to be Yoruba Nation or IPOB member or whatever, and then they support. They came out to support Oshibanjo coming to London. So, and at the same time, if we look at it also, every single time we can be talking here every single day, like, oh, these people are not doing something. There will be some people, even among our family self, that will support them. That will be saying, oh, well, they are trying, they are doing this, they are doing that. Even though if they are not even benefiting anything from them, that they just have that spirit that, oh, I just like this person naturally. So if you look at when Buhari was sick also, and some group came to the Nigerian house protesting, Yoruba was among those who protesting against Buhari. Hausa was among them. Igbo was among them. At the same time, we have Yoruba, we have Igbo, we have Hausa that kneel down in their.
We've lost you a bit, Baba Akure.
What's that?
We lost you a bit. Carry on.
Oh, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can now.
Okay, what I'm saying is that when Buhari was sick, I don't know if you hear that part.
Yeah, carry on.
It was at Nigeria House. We saw some Yoruba, some Igbo, and some Hausas in front of the house protesting against bad government, that he should go back home. At the same time, we have Yoruba, we have Igbo, we have Hausa that even kneel down in their own kneel, praying that Buhari is the best president that we ever had in Nigeria. So, what I'm trying to say is that we may have group that trying to counter-attack those who are fighting for Yoruba nation. But for me, if it is true that it is genuine group that is saying that okay, well, they don't want, because it is our own son now, we should treat him with a soft glove. That is very barbaric, and I can tell you that is showing that we are not ready yet. If you want to get Yoruba nation, if you want to get Biafra nation, it means, if you participate in that, it means that they are not ready yet. That is my take for that.
All right, thank you. Let me take you then next to the east, Baba Akure, and Femi Adesina threatening to put Mamugari on the hands of Abaribe. Abaribe should be in prison, Femi Adesina insists. Do you concur?
Actually, I don't know what warrant Adesina to be said that. Though I heard some commentator here arguing about issue of Nnamdi Kanu jump bail and not jump bail and all kind of thing. In a country where the rule of law works, it doesn't really matter at this time. I know that people will be commenting anyway, but it doesn't really matter. In a standard country where rule of law works, when you stand a surety for a person, right, whatever you put down at that time is forfeited. It doesn't really matter. So the same thing applicable to Nigeria. If the law is working, I quote, if the law is working, if government maintain their own peace, not attacking anybody, when you put anything, you put down either house or money or whatever, is forfeited when somebody jump bail. That is for that. For Adesina to mention that, okay, Abaribe should go to jail and stuff like that. You see, sometimes I just laugh about that, my brother, right? But I assure you, right, 2 more years. Abati was just like that when he was the spokesperson for my partner, for my brother in Otuoke. Where is he now? He's Arise TV.
Ojinika, take charge. Ojinika.
It's now Ojinika. So time will tell also. Some people have been there before. Some people will be there again when Adesina leave. So time goes. I mean, one man, soldier goes, soldier come back will remain the same. Back will remain. So you can say whatever he wants, and we should not be surprised with what Adesina say, because that has been his method of just spill words without even cautioning himself. We heard him when they say before NSAS, and he said when the NSAS first started, said that is just a baby, 2-3 people gathered themselves and they said they are protesting, until when it got beyond what they expected. So it has been that has been his method of speaking, but he is not a lawyer. He is not the court that saying to somebody that somebody should, saying to a person that it should be in jail. Who is he? But we should not take his word seriously. That is how it, he has to defend his stomach. So,
all right, stomach infrastructure, according to
so he has to
Fayose.
defend his stomach. But I bet it with you, time will tell. He will soon get out of the place. You see when we see masquerade always cover his face, cover himself. But that masquerade will become human being when the time comes, just like him. He will soon get out of the place. But you never can tell. Maybe when he get out of that place now, maybe he will be right. Maybe he will be writing. Maybe he will be editor. He will be editor. Maybe he will be editor in chief.
But that's the thing, Baba Akuredo. When they come out, they always get soft landing. He'll probably end up on channels television still talking nonsense. This is what
exactly. But let's wait and see.
All right, Baba Akure. So what are you making then of this clamoring that is gaining further to remove Abubakar Malami Mongono and Boss Mustafa and a few others? So this is a voice from the north actually saying that these people are making the Buhari administration look bad, and to reposition his administration, he has to get rid of these non-performing dead woods. And that guy made sure to make particular mention of Malami, Mongono, and Boss Mustafa. What are you making of that, Baba?
All right, one man before I start with that. Who says that?
It's a guy, Gololo, his name is, a PDP chieftain. They describe him as Guros Gololo, Garus Gololo.
Okay, as all these people would be as all these people removed right now, or are they still there?
They're saying they are going to remove them before the end of the year. So? Well, this was speculated yesterday, and this guy reaffirms it today. Okay. And they are saying that Malami is scrambling furiously to retain that position just for the dollars that he's collecting.
It doesn't really matter, one man. Things has already gone beyond spoil in Nigeria. So even though if they fire them right now, if they fire them today, are they going to put those who are competent? Because that's the question we have to ask ourselves again. Are they going to put those who are really worthy to be in that position again? Removing them doesn't really make any sense. Because if they are going to put another person, it's still going to be those that even perform worse more than them. So, and it's not going to be spread across the ethnicity. It's still going to remain in the same pattern that we have been seeing for a very long time. So it makes no difference. That is my own opinion anyway.
All right. What are you making of this Oshakala Shokolo politics that is coming out of a PDP? They've zoned the chairmanship to the north. Now they have not. Now they have. Now they are not. They want to stick with Southern presidency, but not. So what exactly is going on in that just gibberish that is coming out of the PDP? Unravel that for us, Baba Akure.
To me, I think PDP is confused. That is because we'll be hearing today. We hear that well they soon their national chairman to south. They will say they move it to north. So it has been back and forth for many months now. So I think they confused, and if they continue like this, they will not find themselves worthy of competing with APC, because it seems they are not ready yet. They have not made up their mind of what they really want. So that is what I see in that.
Okay, and finally, Baba Kure, just our man, Kingsley Mogalu, shifting position to ADC. Now, what politics is he playing? And more importantly, do you think that he actually feels that he has any real chance of sitting in Aso Rock?
You said they moved to ADC.
He moved to ADC. Action Democratic something or the other, just so I'm not random nonsense.
Is it a new party that he Mimiko
No. This party has been going since 2005. African Democratic Congress, they are called. They've been going since 2005.
Okay. Anyway, if you read news yesterday or the day before yesterday, he Mimiko Atairujiga Olisa Agbakoba or whatever. These are the group now that they came out. They want to form a new party. Then today now we are hearing about ADC. Maybe he's trying to use that.
Baba Kure, are you talking of PRP? Because I know Atayiru Jiga is in PRP. Are you talking about PRP?
No, I'm not talking about PRP. I read it yesterday.
To form a new party?
Yes, they want to form. They want to form a new party. Atayiru Jiga, this Kingsley Mogalu, Mimiko, Olisa Agbakoba. They mentioned their name.
And Pat Utumi.
Exactly. Pat Utumi. Even Femi Falana himself. If Pat Utumi is there, Agbakoba, Femi Falana must be there, because these are the group.
No, Falana is not there. Falana is having his own side, his socialist, democratic socialist wing. So he's still recruiting. He's still recruiting progressive around the country. That's what he said.
He will still join them. Don't mind them. He will still join them. So you see.
He did not run for governor once and failed. Femi Falana. He should just give up on politics now. He's just embarrassing himself.
He's not even governor. I think he ran for presidency. I think not this dispensation anyway. It has been.
No, it was governor. It was governor in Ekiti State.
Oh, was he governor?
And he failed
woefully. Governor, and they beat him now. The crazy people that are dummy people that don't even know what they are doing, they vote for him, and they want to cry. They are suffering.
So now, do you think that these people really want to do anything for us? Like, to me, absolutely not. Nothing. I don't see anything. Any third party want to come out and they will even do worse. Everybody is just trying to see what they can get out of Nigeria. That is how I see all of them. So if you want to form a new party, you Atairu Jiga, if that is correct anyway, Olisa Agbakoba, those people should even remove themselves from my brother from Mondo. He is a typical politician that has been in the system, in the same corrupt system. If you want to do something, you look for fresh person that never even be governor of a state or be part of any political party. But in as much that you say, oh, you are a good people now, and you want to form a party, and you start recruiting previous politicians that mess up Nigeria to this stage. So it tells you automatically that there is nothing good is going to come out of it, because that person already corrupt. So you need fresh blood So my brother that jumped
Moghalu.
to ADC, I think maybe you want to use that as a stepping stone to really fully join Atauri Jigab party. So
I've always wondered about his politics. Kingsley Moghalu,
man, when I said to you that I don't trust any of them on this platform, you think I'm joking? I don't. It doesn't really matter. It doesn't really matter.
He's trying to claim that he's a Lagosian. This is what he puts it on the CV. Born in Lagos to Isaac Moghalu, a Nigerian Foreign Service officer, etc., etc. So I was trying to see where he comes from in the East, but I cannot immediately identify that. But what is in prominence is his Lagos association. So trying to rebrand himself is a bit like what's that what Desmond Elliott telling other that is from Lagos that is a he put a Yoruba man at his middle name. Desmond. The criminality in Nigerian politics is unbelievable.
That is part of what I want to tell you. We think that the same guy you're talking about, Desmond Elliott. We think that he's a youth, and we believe that he's going to do something. What did he do? Nothing. He was the first set of politicians that want to censor media platform in Nigeria. He was one of them in Lagos. He was one of them that want to make sure, and that was how he won his seat.
Yes, he was the first person to be speaking against social media, and he a social media candidate.
So that is youth. What of my friend in Kogi? So are they not youth? So before we can get it right, if Nigeria still remain one, it is not you that already mix with politicians.
Baba Kure.
Yeah.
Did you read the new story of that Kogi teacher that committed suicide because she could not feed
her children? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Very, very unfortunate.
I didn't even hear that, but I am aware that it is not even Kogi alone, but we in the Port Harcourt, Nweke state. There was a time, I think about 2 months ago, we saw maybe some teacher or some people gathered themselves and they said they never got paid since 9 years. So if you serve your government, then you're supposed to be enjoying your labor now that you sweat for. Then the money you cannot get your money. Meanwhile, these governors they are getting their money every single month. Even before the end of the month, they get paid, but they don't care about ordinary masses. And it's not Kogi alone. It's not River State alone. It's almost all of them. Almost all of them. Those people that those governors that you believe they are innocent, they are not innocent. Like that guy in Ogun State, or is it Ogun State or Osun State? This guy PDP or is it in Oyo State or Ogun State?
Baba Kure, can you pick one governor in this administration from 2015 till date that you would say has performed relatively from 2015 till date that has performed relatively or even excellently?
Those who live in Nigeria can really talk about their governors, but to me, I don't see anything different in Nigeria because we see a lot of hunger in the land. Even the road, there's nothing to write home about our road. Anywhere you go, I don't know about northern part of Nigeria, but when you're talking about southwest, especially, in fact, we don't have leaders. That is all what I can say. All what we have is those who want to get whatever they can get from Nigeria, not what they can give to Nigeria.
All right. Thank you, Baba Kure. Always a delight to be in your company. So now from Baba Kure, we're going to Jafar. And Jafar, let me start you off with where Baba Kure finished off. And to that question from 2015 till date, can you identify just one governor that has been relatively decent in performance. So are you able to identify that, Jafar?
Yes.
Okay.
I will. When you ask that question, the first governor that came to my mind is the governor of Borno State, Professor Zulu.
Okay.
In the midst of all the destruction caused by Boko Haram, this is a governor that has succeeded. One, not owing salaries. He pays salaries on time. He has succeeded in actually building a lot of structure, roads, housing. I was reading a newspaper yesterday. So he spent the night at Banking local government just close to Cameroon, where the village, if you remember 4 years ago, was deserted by Boko Haram. But the IDPs are already back in their new homes. So I was like thinking, yes, we are in the midst of financial mess. Where is he actually even getting this money? Because if other state governors are complaining they cannot pay salaries because they don't have money, how come he's paying salary? How come he's doing all those infrastructural development and building schools and universities? So to me, I was really, really, really impressed with his work so far.
Oh, all right, thank you. I think Abe David agrees with you. He says no governor in Nigeria except Borno has performed since 2015. So thank you for that. So now let me take you to the talking point now. Femi Adesina, following his master's voice, threatening to put Senator Abaribe in handcuffs. What are you making of that, Jafar?
So like I earlier said, I think you are taking him out of context. He was actually responding to a statement credited by the Senate Minority Leader on his interview at Channels Television. So I don't believe anybody will want to create any problem to Abaribe because Nnamdi Kalu actually jumped bail. Because right now, you can't say he jumped bail. He's already in custody. So the issue of bail is dead on arrival. He died a natural death. The moment you have him, there is no longer an issue of bail. So I don't see how anybody could hold the Senate Minority Leader responsible for it, because the court is not asking him to produce him because they already have him. They know where he is.
All right, but it says listen to this, Jafar. It says there is one funny senator who talks about the mismanagement of our diversity as a country, yet he daily uses foul language against those in leadership. He stood shorty for someone bent on the dismemberment of the country, and when that one vanished and he should have been cooling his feet in prison, the senator still spills rubbish. So if that is not calling for the arrest of Abaribe, I don't know what that is, because that is essentially sending a, they tell us that they govern the country via body language under the BUHARI administration. So that's body language right there. But let me take you from the body language of the Afonja in Aso Rock. Let me take you to London instead. Yoruba groups disagree on planned protest ahead of Nigeria's Vice President Osinbajo's visit to London. So now replace Osinbajo with Buhari and there will be no disagreement. From the airport, they'll be throwing stones at his car and they will follow him all the way to Nigeria House and be throwing stones at the building. So are they trying to then separate Osinbajo from the Buhari administration and exonerate him and excuse him? And is this tribalism in some form? Jafar? Jafar? We can't hear you, Jafar. Are you there? Can anyone hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. We can hear you here.
Oh, okay. Jafar.
Maybe he lost his connection.
I think he lost his connection.
Maybe he went to
I
pray.
think one. No, I'm here. I think it's one man that lost his connection.
No. I am here. So, but did you hear the question?
Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can now. So, did you hear the question? And then, if you can, then address it. We've lost you again. We've lost you again, Jafar.
Yeah, it's Debbie in and out.
Yes. Jafaru. Megida. Kajiko. Megida.
Lavia Lao.
Lavia Lao. Alaji. Nagode.
Alaji Babangida.
Megida. Megida, you are not there. All right. As we wait for Jafar to sort out the gremlins, are you there, Jafar? All right. As we wait for Jafar to sort out the gremlins, let's go on then to Ajanle Koko. So Ajanle Koko, to that space that I was asking Jafar to address, if you heard the question, address it.
You see, Jafar back. Jafar back. Did you mute yourself?
Jafar, you are not new to the platform.
Why don't you just move on? I mean, I think it's muted.
No, we're with Ajanle Koko now. So Ajanle Koko address it. Then when Jafar comes back, I'll loop him round again. Yeah. So to you, Ajanle Koko.
You see, OSINBAJO is hold a very strong position in this administration. So there's no reason to separate him from the action or any policy or whatsoever that this administration carries out. Government is a team. It's not a one-man show. And it's the number second. It's holding number second position in that team. So there's no way we can separate him from BUHARI. Every action taken by BUHARI so far, whether good or bad, is part of it.
So it's part of the summary execution of the extrajudicial killing. So OSINBAJO really support extrajudicial killing. That's what you're saying. Like,
he is number second in the administration. They voted for them together. It's a joint ticket, and whatever responsibility that we can't excuse him from any action taken by this administration. Extrajudicial killing, anything whatsoever, he is part of it.
Yeah, I can't say it's part of it.
Stop it. Are you, because you are a Yoruba man?
No, that's no. Even if,
what do you mean?
No. What I'm making, I'm trying to be practical. Listen, you have to be pragmatic.
Which pragmatic? What are you talking, Mike?
Okay, everybody, listen. Our constitution give everybody their own power. You understand their role. Vice president has his role. President has his role. Senate president. Everybody have their role. You understand? Every individual carry out their role. When the other one doesn't have power over what you do, you cannot hold the other one responsible. You understand? The vice president has no power to command the president or tell him what not to command what he can do or what he cannot do. So the president choose to carry out extrajudicial killing. There's nothing the vice president can do about it.
Okay. Do you agree that they are running that administration as a team?
No, I don't think so. Unless they come out and actually profess themselves.
Mike,
wait, maybe walking.
When you talk like this, you're talking like a baby. I mean,
They don't make every decision as a team. You can't tell me they sit down in a room. You can't say they sit down in a room and agree to carry extrajudicial killing as a team.
Government is a group of people administering the state. He is a member of that group, isn't it? Hello?
Everyone in the government is part of it. Okay, I agree with you. But decision making is the key argument here. Decision making.
He is part of decision making.
Okay, so are you telling me it is part of the decision to carry out extrajudicial killing? He actually sat down and agreed.
When they are talking about the executive arms of government, he is part of executive arms of government. When they are holding the security meeting of the state or Federal Executive Council, is part of it.
No,
security.
No.
Hold on. Security. What is the name they call them? This security. Something of the state. He is part of it.
No, Ajale Koko, let me tell you something. The primary position of a vice president is to sit down and wait in case something happens to the president. You take over. That's it. That's his role. That's his job. Just sit down. If something happens to the president, you take over. That's it. Vice president has no power. During Jonathan's regime, I didn't see you guys come out to thank Sambo for everything that was going on.
That is just one of his responsibility, or what is there for. That is just one of the reasons why he's there in that position. But when it comes to the Federal Executive Committee meeting, Federal Executive taking a decision on the state, that man is part of it.
No.
Mike, stop this for God's sake. Are you saying when they are holding Federal Executive meeting, it's not there? It's not often there?
It can be there, but he has no power to make decisions. That's the point I'm making.
Look,
the decision maker is the key person. Who was the vice president during Babangida's time? Who was the vice president during Abacha's time?
When I say gentlemen, do you know that includes you to Mike, even though you might well not think
Since when you regard me as a gentleman? I didn't know you told me I wasn't a gentleman. That's why I didn't respond.
Okay. So gentlemen, including Mike, hold on. Let me just interject with this. Functions of the Vice President of Nigeria. The executive functions of the Nigerian Vice President include participation in all cabinet meetings and, by statute, membership of the National Security Council, the National Defense Council, the Federal Executive Council, and chairman of the National Economic Council. So I just wanted to interject that.
Federal Security Council.
No. He said
meeting.
Attend meeting.
What is wrong with you, man?
It doesn't head. Decision making, no.
What is wrong? Federal Security Council. When Federal Security Council made a decision.
Listen, the role is to attend the meeting. That's what he said.
No, just forget about this shit. Just let me move on, man.
Okay, move on. He cannot make decisions. The vice president cannot command the military. The vice president cannot even command the EIG. Cannot command.
Just let me move on. You want to defend this bullshit about yourself, about your tribal man, and that's the fucking.
It's not about being tribal. That's not the point. It's just about stating facts, man. That's what I'm saying.
It is not fact. You are not factual, and you are not.
Wait. Can the vice president command the military?
Look, yes, one man is, the president is the commander-in-chief of the armed forces. But what I'm telling you that the government, it is not only the president that solely run the government. Government is run by a group of people. And OSINBAJO is one of those group of people that run that government. And it's number second in command.
Okay, let me make it simple. Very, very simple. Very simple. Ajale Koko, you are in a position of OSINBAJO. You sit on that seat right now. What would you have done? What would you do if you're in that seat right now? What would you do?
what I will do, let me tell you what I will do if I think this president is not acting in the direction that we both agree that we're going to run the state, I will quit.
Okay. So that's the most you can. So that's the most you can do. So you're telling me you don't have power to make any other action besides quit, right? Besides
what
quitting.
Do you say? What do you say?
No. Besides quitting, what other action can you actually do besides quitting? Because you were telling me that he has power.
We are not talking about. Look.
So the only power you're telling me that he has is to quit.
Do you know that in law? Do you know that in law, silence means acceptance? Do you believe that?
Not necessarily.
When he remained in that position and he kept mute with all this atrocity being committed against the people of that state,
he's an accomplice.
He's complicit. It's complicit.
Ajali Koko, can I ask you a question, please?
Every other Nigerian that are silenced, they are all accomplished too. Every Nigerians that are silenced, including you and I. Most Nigerians are silenced.
Don't blame Nigerians. Blame OSINBAJO first.
No, we are all one. No. We are all one.
You want to dribble around.
The bottom line is
all this criminal. You want to dribble around, be defending them because it's a Yoruba man.
No. That's not the point. That's not the point. Even during Jonathan's regime, I didn't criticize Sambo for the wrong things Jonathan was doing because I knew that he's the vice president. He can't. There's nothing he can do. If Jonathan wants to do anything, he can't tell Jonathan what not to do or what to do. He can't command him. He can only advise him. Now, as a vice president, it will be a political suicide to come in public and start criticizing your president or start talking against your president. You are destroying your party.
I said, look, as a honorable person,
you quit.
You have an honorable person have a responsibility to the people of the state. You sworn by the holy book, and you sworn to the constitution of the country that you will abide by the constitution of the country to the letter.
And that's what he's doing.
Hold on, man. And you are working with a president that is not acting in line with the constitution of the country. And you don't want to quit in that team. That means you are part of it. You support what he's doing.
Ajale, when you take a hold for your own action, not somebody else's action. When you take a hold, when you're taking a hold of office, you are saying, "Hi, OSINBAJO, I will not commit extrajudicial killing." Now, if Buhari is to carry out extrajudicial killing, that's not OSINBAJO didn't take a hold saying, "Hi, OSINBAJO will make sure Buhari does not commit extrajudicial." No, he was taking a hold for himself.
When he's taking the oath of office, he is taking the oath of office to the constitution of Nigeria, isn't it?
Who? OSINBAJO, all of everybody. On behalf of yourself, okay.
All right. And now he is in the government that is not following the constitution, that is carrying out extrajudicial killing of the people. You remain there. You don't speak up against it. Let's agree that you want to be the number one responsibility to be loyal to the president. But when you don't speak up and you don't want to resign, what does that mean?
It means you're a politician, you're minding your own business.
Oh, okay. That is fine.
As a politician, you can't commit political suicide now. You understand? This is what politics is all about. You have to play the politics. You have to play the game. As long as you keep your own hands clean, that's what that matters. Every man for himself. Every man has my own papa.
Mike and Ajale Koko, I think Jafar has been trying to put in a position. So ask your question, Jafar, and then
Ajale Koko, I have a quick question for you. We know the president and the vice president were both elected by the Nigerian people. So have you considered the constitutional crisis that might arise if the vice president resigns before the end of the mandate? How are we going to solve such a constitutional crisis? Are we going to organize another election for a vice president, or the president is empowered by law to appoint a vice president, which I know is not the case? So that's the question.
Well, under the constitution, if we don't have the vice president and the president died, the Senate president will automatically become the president of the country. That's Nigerian constitution.
Yeah, we're
That
not
was
talking of
Nigerian.
that now. I'm just asking a situation where the president is there. So is it okay for
Where
the
the, no,
government?
no, no. Where the president what?
When the president is alive, then the vice president resign. So
Uh-huh.
how are we going to get a replacement of the vice president without going through a constitutional crisis?
How do you go through a constitutional crisis when the president is there? The vice president absence does not stop the president from performing his job. So what
No,
constitutional crisis
the
are we going to run
constitution
into?
says there is a president and the vice president. That's the constitution.
Yeah,
So
Obasanjo fire
if
Atiku.
we
Obasanjo fire Atiku. What constitutional crisis did they run into?
did Obasanjo ever fire Atiku as vice president?
That's what I'm saying. I say Obasanjo fired Atiku.
I'm asking. He did not.
What constitutional crisis did we run
He
into?
didn't fire him. Ajali Kuku. He had disagreement with him, but he never fired him.
He never fired him.
They did
Atiku
complete.
was never-
They did.
Yeah, he completed the tenure.
He didn't complete the tenure.
No, he completed it to Ajale Koko.
It did not complete the tenure. What happened
So who
was
took
that
his place?
Atiku, nobody took his place. It was vacant by
He
the
was
time
the vice
Obasanjo was
president
leaving.
then.
Eh?
So we didn't have vice president for a while. That's what you're saying.
We didn't have vice president for a while. Because there was wrangling among them, and he went to join CPC, or what do they call this party of Tinubu? And Baba fired him.
Ajale Koko, he did not fire him. They did not fire him. They had listen.
Okay.
Atiku wanted to pick up the ticket. But
Yeah.
Obasanjo, hold on. Atiku wanted to pick up the ticket of PDP. Obasanjo frustrated him. And so when he frustrated him, I think there was a kind of he never resigned. He never stopped being a vice president. But at some point they were not in the same party. He had to go to another party. What was that? Was it AC then, or was it that?
He went to maybe, I don't know, this Tinubu's party. You know, he picked up a ticket and he went. It was towards the end of their second term.
Atiku was not as loyal as OSINBAJO today now. Atiku a loyal vice.
All right, gentlemen, let me just quickly bring you this. Ajale Koko, this for you. Atiku sent letters to officials, including Ken Namadi, the Senate president. Sorry, if you can mute yourself. Atiku sent letters to officials, including Ken Namadi, the Senate president, Aminu Bello Masari, the Speaker of the House of Representatives, Salihu Modibo Belgore, the Chief Justice of the Federation. The letter said, "It has come to my attention that President Olusegun Obasanjo has declared my office vacant and has also announced the withdrawal of my rights and privileges as the Vice President of Nigeria. The President claimed to have based his unconstitutional action on my emergence as the presidential candidate of the Action Congress." The letter also said that the president was not entitled to remove his deputy, who was elected with him by the Nigerian people. He said, "The only choice available to the president is to report me to the National Assembly or to seek clarification from a competent court of law. I urge you, therefore, to disregard my purported removal from office and ensure the sanctity of our constitution." So that is essentially what played out there.
He can only be impeached. He cannot be removed. It needs National Assembly to impeach him. That was the same thing this guy did.
Let me tell you what Atiku did.
In Lagos.
Hold on, rational mind. Atiku already fired himself right there by joining another party while in office, because he had.
No. Look at what
Hold on. Let me make my.
But it was still in office.
Hold on. Let me make my clarification. Then you will say yours. They had a joint ticket. They were both voted for by people people voted for PDP, both of them on PDP ballot. All right. They got to power, wrangling between them. Atiku moved to another party. That is where Atiku technically defeated himself. He cannot hold that position on the ticket of another party since he has abandoned PDP. It was on that basis that Obasanjo fired him. That you are no more PDP. People voted you on the platform of PDP, so you are gone. So that was how Obasanjo fired him.
You are talking about technicalities here. We're talking about
technicalities, and he didn't come back to that office after then. He didn't complete the term with Obasanjo.
Well, I won't say that. You won't say that because he remains a vice president as long as he was not impeached or he resigned by himself. So as long as he did not do those two things, then he's still a vice president, no matter what the president did, because
he was denied. You can hear from his letter that he wrote. He was denied entry into the premises of the vice president.
But
he was kicked out by Obasanjo.
Fine, but constitutionally, he still remains the vice president because he was not
exactly.
impeached. He was not. He never tendered his resignation. So for that reason, you cannot say.
What I was just saying here.
Shenanigans during this time.
Fine. What we are saying here, to the question asked by Jafar, that position was empty for a while, and Obasanjo carried on the function of his presidency. So it didn't disturb Obasanjo from carrying on. So Oshibajo could do the same thing too. That would not stop. What do you call it? That will not stop Buhari to still function effectively as a president. So, but look, government is run by a group of people, and the group of people that are running the present administration in Nigeria today, Oshibajo is part of that team, and whatever they're doing, right or wrong, he share the blame. So on this basis, I think people that are clamoring for Oshibajo not to be demonstrated against in London, they could either be a group that is has a kind of political affiliation with APC, not Yoruba social cultural group or any, a group agitating for Yoruba nation. No, we don't know their name. Where are they from? So that group, I believe, they have some kind of political affiliation with APC, and Oshibajo being their man, they are calling on people, not to Yoruba people particularly, not to demonstrate against him. So, but for me, I think I see Oshibajo as a member of this administration, second in command of Buhari, and I blame him for every atrocity that this administration has committed. That's my take on that, one man.
All right, thank you, Ajale Koko. Let me acknowledge some super chats, Ajale Koko, before I move you on to the next talking point. Some of them actually address you. It says, what is Ajale Koko talking about? Buhari reversed all decisions Oshibajo made in his absence. For punishment, he replaced his personal aides. So that is, I'm not quite sure what that reference is. It says, it carries on AI efficiency. It says, put in the right context, Silence doesn't always mean acceptance. Refusal to resign may make Oshibajo the most believable witness in the future. So
See?
thank you for that AI efficiency.
Exactly.
I'm not quite sure. I'm not quite sure
Ajani
that
Koko
I'm
wasn't
clear or
seeing
not.
beyond, beyond just the surface. You gotta understand, intelligent people.
You'll
Sometimes
be
silence doesn't mean you accept. Silence means more than just.
in law. I'm telling you, in law, silence
Well,
means
in
acceptance. In law,
this in law, but
by
that's
the
in the case of.
time they are putting them, on trial at International Criminal Court of Justice, yes,
No,
we
no,
all see
International
them.
Criminal
All
Court
the
cannot
team,
indict the vice
the
president.
team.
The only
Okay,
time,
you
listen,
see,
in the case, no, the only way, no, listen, the only situation where International Criminal Court can indict the entire cabinet is in the case of in a situation of war. You understand? Maybe a war between two nations. But we are talking about situation of a head of state breaking the law, carrying out atrocity, things like that. You cannot indict the vice president.
because
Charles
it's the
Taylor's vice
head.
president was not indicted.
Because he's the head of a fear, that is why
Only the
name.
decision maker can be indicted.
Look, decision making go through a process. You understand what I'm saying? This is democracy. It go through some process, some kind. So Oshibajo,
When Trump was indicted, was his vice president indicted along with him? When Clinton was facing trial, was his vice president being called defendants?
You know what
So
you
have to understand the way this system works.
What you are referencing to has no correlation with what
It's the same thing, man. If Buhari breaks the law today, they're not going to indict OSINBAJO. That's if Buhari breaks the law, if he violates the constitution today.
Clinton sexually abused somebody, and you want God to be blamed for his misconduct, or what are you
What's the
talking
difference?
about?
Misconduct is misconduct. So what you are doing here is blaming
when you sexually
for Buhari's
abuse
misconduct, sexual or extrajudicial or murder.
Is sexual a government activity? Is it a group? I mean, sexual abuse. Is it committed by a group of people or by Clinton or alone?
Wait. So the extrajudicial killing, was it committed by a group?
Yeah, was it committed? Was it sexual abuse that Clinton did then? Was it committed by a group of people or by Clinton alone?
order the Buhari carried that allegedly claimed illegal? Was it committed by a group?
What are you saying?
The illegal order that you allegedly accuse Buhari of carrying out, was it committed by a group? If Buhari is giving direct order to the security forces to do something bad.
They had a national security meeting where they decided, okay, this is what we are going to do, and the president is the only person, after being agreed with others, is the one that
there's no proof that you agree with others. There's no proof. You can prove that and we'll agree with you, but there's no proof.
There's no proof. Yeah, you will say there's no
proof. The president makes final
decision
whether the others agree or disagree with him. He makes final decisions. It's his decision to make.
Keep defending your tribal man.
It's not about being tribal man. That's the problem in Nigeria. You can't speak without being accused of being tribalistic.
Because it's a Yoruba like you. You don't want anything. And the same thing, those Yoruba people calling others not to demonstrate against him. That's the same stupidity.
No, one thing, see, that part I disagree. One thing I'll never do is not start telling people that, hey, don't go and demonstrate against this man because he's a Yoruba. That part, I disagree with those people, because if you're going to demonstrate against the whole government, demonstrate against everyone as part of the government. You understand? I agree with that. My own argument here with you is just that.
So you're talking about saying, a case of... Okay, hold on. What you are saying essentially now, so if Buhari ordered the Inspector General go and kill the IPOB or go and kill those what do you call those guys, the toll gate? What was the name of that? Hensars. So we don't have to hold the Inspector General responsible because he got order from the president. Is that what you are saying?
The Inspector General carried an unlawful order. He carried out an unlawful order given to him. So he should be held accountable. Okay.
Unlawful order.
Okay.
Unlawful order.
Mm-hmm.
The president asked him go and dislodge those people at End SARS movement. Clear up that place. I don't care the way you want to do. Just go and do it. And he went and cleared it up. He killed as many as he could. And he brought peace to that place, right? And you only want to hold the president responsible.
Yes,
but hold on.
No, wait. Let me
hold on. That is number one. That is number one. But when the president and the vice president with a group of other people sat down and make decision that.
But there's no proof that they sat down and make a decision now.
So you don't want to blame the vice president.
Once they prove that they sat down and made the decision, Ajanle Koko, that's the thing. If you can show me video or evidence where OSINBAJO and Buhari sat down together and said, let's go and kill these people, then I will.
Did you listen when one man was reading the function of his office to you? Did you listen?
But that's not the evidence that they sat down and agreed, man.
Oh, okay. Come on.
And let me explain that direct order. Let me explain that.
Just hold on one moment, Mike. I was obeying orders is no longer tenable as a defense. That went out with the Second World War. But
exactly, and that's what I was going to explain.
So just to reconfirm, the executive functions of the Nigerian Vice President include participation in all cabinet meetings and by statute, which means the Constitution, membership of the National Security Council, the National Defense Council, Federal Executive Council, and chairman of the National Economic Council. So his responsibilities are clearly laid down in the Constitution. And let me just acknowledge our AI efficiencies super chat before I come to you, Mike. It says, no such thing as silence means acceptance in law. At Ajanle Koko, you are not a lawyer. So presumably AI efficiency is speaking from knowledge of the law. But thank you for the super chat AI efficiency. But yes, to you, Mike.
Efficiency.
Yeah, also if silence means acceptance, then the entire government should be indicted. Now let me explain the way orders work, right? If a superior person, maybe a president or a general or anybody gives you an unlawful order, meaning go and give an unlawful order to a inspector general of police, like go and do this, that's against the law, against the Constitution.
Are you speaking as an American or Nigerian?
Unfortunately, Nigeria, we don't. I'm just going by
what generally obtains.
Exactly what things supposed to be. Or of course, Nigeria will do everything backwards. So now, if the president give you an order, an unlawful order means something illegal to act. You have a right to go against that order. Now, if you go ahead and carry out that order, you carry out the unlawful order, illegal act, you and both the president can be indicted. You understand? That's the way it works. So when you ask me that should the IG be indicted? Absolutely, because he carried an unlawful order given to him by his superior. The law doesn't require you to carry an unlawful order. If someone asks you to go and murder somebody else, no matter you have the right to oppose that order. You understand? That's how it works in both military.
So the vice president haven't seen Buhari carrying out unlawful order several times.
Mm-hmm.
It's good to sit there and support him or remain in government, seeing that the president is carrying out unlawful order, unconstitutional order all the time. So it's good.
There's no proof. There's no proof that he's supporting. Now, if you're telling me that
what I'm telling you, what I'm saying,
him sitting there doesn't mean he's supporting.
Hold on. So he didn't know. You want to say that he didn't know that?
He may know, but that's not his prerogative. That's not his responsibility. He's not the president to order the president.
Continue. So it's good for him to continue like that.
Ajanle Koko, if your boss is doing something wrong, it's not your responsibility to control your boss or tell your boss what to do. Now listen, OSINBAJO is there for his own political.
If the boss is acting illegally,
it's not the responsibility of the vice president to arrest indict Buhari. It's the responsibility of the in fact, it's even the other two arms of government are supposed to check the president. You understand? That's why we have 3 branches of government to for check and balances. You understand? If Buhari is kind of a legal act, is the responsibility of the Senate and the House to call him, to indict him. You understand? Not the vice president. So it's not the job of the vice president to
now today, for the failure of this administration for the failure of this administration in the management of the economy of this country, who do we blame?
The president.
The president, right?
Yes.
Alone.
Listen, the vice president has no political career.
No.
The president has no political career.
Hold on.
No, not alone. The failure is everybody, all Nigerians.
Hold on, Mike. Is it the president alone?
No, not the president alone. Everybody, including you and I, all Nigerians, everybody. We all
not all Nigerians. All Nigerians are not the ones making the decision.
No, we're all making a decision when it comes to economic state.
No, forget all that. If this administration is to be held to account, who will we hold to account, Mike?
Yeah.
The head of states.
Okay.
The president.
Yes.
President?
Yes, whoever's in charge.
Mr. One Man,
whoever makes final decisions is in charge.
Mr. One Man, can you read the responsibility of the vice president to him on the management of the economy of the country?
Well, you are going to make me do work. I don't have that.
So you're telling me the vice president is solely
he had the economic council. He had the economic council.
Let's solve this.
Hold on, Ola. Let me read out what Janle Koko just I think I may well have a piece. 5 roles of the Nigerian vice president you should know. So let me just skip through the preambles just to land on the roles. 1, exercise the power of the president in the capacity as an acting president. So that's 1. 2, exercise any other power delegated to him by the president. 3, participate in all cabinet meetings and chair it in the absence of the president. 4, he is a member of the National Security Council. And 5, he chairs the National Economic Council. So what that tells you, Mike, essentially is that there is no key decision that takes place in that administration that Osinbajo is not party to. He sits on the Economic Council as the chair. He sits in the defense briefings. He sits in all the important meetings. So he cannot be exonerated.
He sits doesn't mean he makes a decision.
Making a decision.
You call a meeting to it's a united front now. What are you talking about?
No, it's not always united front. If they disagree in that meeting, the president will still make a final decision.
All my meeting off.
All right. Let me. Sorry, hold on.
He chaired the Economic Council meeting. So
He
this is the
council
council that
he
is
chairs the meeting.
responsible.
He doesn't. He chairs the meeting. Not in charge of the economy.
This is the problem with our people, man. This is the problem with us. We don't want to be factual. We just want to defend indefensible.
When you are chairing the meeting,
that's what we know.
Thank you, Ola and Mike. Let me quickly acknowledge AI Efficiency's super chat, and then we hear from Ola. AI Efficiency says no such thing as silence means acceptance in law. Ajanle Koko, you are not alone. No, I think he posted another one just after that. So this is what it says. It says the general rule is that silence does not constitute acceptance. See Mark Glone versus Lacey. So this person is now quoting law at you, Ajanle Koko, but Ola is quoting precedents. It's got to bring out the books.
That's why they tell you have the right to remain silence. Anything you say can be used against you in the court of law.
There you go.
Ajanle Koko.
Yeah.
See, what you are presenting is not tenable and not supported by the Constitution. See, now, this guy can share the Security Council meeting in the absence of the president. And the president of Nigeria is the commander-in-chief of armed forces. And Osinbajo can never command the armed forces to take any action except by the express approval by the president. So, see, some of these things is what we know. Because if you are going by the logic, of what we are saying, we say, okay, we have constitution, the constitution is there. Yeah, let's follow the constitution by the letter. Since we've been Nigerians, how many times has the real letter of the constitution that we talk about be followed according to the detail of the constitution? So see, what the vice president as this day, if he likes letting command from now till tomorrow, nobody will listen to him. At the end of the day, the whole box still come back to the president. We were in Nigeria when this guy went away, that and I even called his boy that, okay, what can I do? He said, go and take decision. In the absence, they fired the DSS of the DSS, the DG of the DSS. There's one guy again that the guy removed. When this guy returned to Nigeria, we can still feel what OSINBAJO suffered from the hand of the president. And when he was being punished for all those actions, the president was just sitting down, was just looking. So what will the guy do? Are you saying the prime president of the country will deploy soldiers to go and go and carry out genocide when it's not the commander in chief? See, so as AA efficiency was doing its thing, so I was even researching them because of you, Ajale Gogo. I have to come back to say, Baba, just resign from this argument because there's no way. We are all Nigerians. There's no way the argument will fly.
Thank you, Ajale Ola. But subjective view, Ajale Koko stands by his position, but then of course,
I know,
other people
I'm just retaliating.
A difference of opinion.
Yeah, you can. So everything now we have to blame Buhari in entirety and his team. We have to exonerate them.
I've never heard of such a thing.
That's why Nigeria is structured. That's why we are fighting that we should change our constitution. Unfortunately, that's the reality in Nigeria. That's the problem. That's
even in coup plotting, Janle Koko, even in coup plotting in Nigeria, when they plot a coup, they will line up the head of the government and along with everybody in his cabinet, and they will take them to Bar Beach and do the necessary. You know, that is how they do it. They don't just take the president and leave other people. Not just in Nigeria, all over.
It's not all cool. Most schools they just take out the head and take over. Or they take this way cool work. They take over people that are above all the higher ranking people. So that way they can be the next in rank to take over the country. That's the way cool works. They don't kill everyone.
Anyway, I see it as a teamwork. So this administration, OSINBAJO is part of it. And as much as we blame Buhari, we have to blame him as well. That's my stand on him.
No, you can judge his moral.
No, thank you, Mike. I want to move on from that space because we spent a lot of time on that space.
There's no morality in politics anyway. Sorry about that.
Sorry, Mike. Yeah. So let me move on from that space, Ajale Koko, and take you to this Femi Adesina now, wanting to put Mamugari in the hands of Abaribe. So Abaribe in handcuffs, according to Femi Adesina. Do you follow the logic of his argument, or is there even logic to it, Ajale Koko?
What Adesina is saying here is the position of the presidency. The president came out on the 1st of October and said it on the national television that one of the National Assembly member has been identified as a financier. I want you to take that note. A financier. A financier of a terrorist group is as well a terrorist. That is what the president played that day. A very dangerous accusation. Now his spokesman, speaking in the same vein, tell us that they really mean business. They are pointing at Abaribe and they are not playing. But what they don't realize is that for every word, every statement, and every speech made by the president. It means a lot. It carries a lot of weight. It sends signals around the world of who we are and what we are as a nation. They don't take that into cognizance. And it's so unfortunate that the chief of staff of the president, who is a diplomat of international repute, who I believe had read that speech before the president read it to the nation on national TV. I thought he would have advised the president, don't say this. You have not taken action on anything. You have not made arrest. You have not presented any case. There is no, court process going on this. And you want to say it and accuse somebody of being a financier of terrorists. You want to say it on the TV while that person still walk free. I mean, that tell the world that we don't really know what we're doing. It tell the world that this administration is an administration, it's a very dangerous administration. That's what it tells the world. So for Adesina speaking in the same vein, it tells me that this Adesina man is speaking the voice of the president and is very, very dangerous. Abaribe is still a free man. Abaribe is still walking around. A financier, the person that they are accusing now, putting accusing visa, is still walking around. So it's so dangerous because what Adesina is saying is not in line with the Constitution. Abaribe has the constitutional right to bail anybody out. The court of law granted him that bail. The court of law admitted him to bail out what do you call Nnamdi Kanu. The court of law admitted him. He stood at the court of law, and the court of law was following the Constitution. Every person in Nigeria, except he is not granted bail by the court. If the court denied the bail, that is a different thing. But the court allow, the bail. You cannot speak for the court. What Adesina is saying, they're trying to, speak against the court decision, and that is unconstitutional. You cannot tell the court that the court is not doing their job right. He should have been in jail. So it is they are sending a very bad signal.
Ajale Koko, do you think Malam Buhari would go as far as to order the shooting of Abaribe? You know what the Meidumbu...
Yamutu.
Can you see him doing that, Malam Buhari, or asking DSS to, take care of him?
Well, that would be... that is going to set the nation on fire. The Biafran quarters, Igbo leaders in entirety will stand up, and that could trigger, more violence in Igbo land. And I want to tell them, Yoruba people will stand with them. Yoruba leaders will stand. Yoruba leaders will stand with
Oh
Igbo
boy,
people.
I gotta go. Man, I'm minding our own
Just
business.
stop it, Mike, man. Stop this.
I think we need to mind our business.
Which business
Listen,
do you have?
if the North and the East wants to go to war, we should mind our business. I'm not interested in this rubbish you keep doing. We keep involving
This
ourselves.
is not war.
We made that same mistake in the
standing up
60s.
for.
Today, they are blaming us for everything that happened.
This is not war. This is not a matter of war. We are
I think you Yorubas, you need to start minding your business. I'm sorry. Like, it's you, Showore, Bayegu, you guys should mind your business because you need to learn lesson from
we are talking
Victor
about
Banjo's
humanity
mistake.
right here, and we are talking about justice for all. We
Learn from history, mind your business. Nigeria, why is this Yorubas have to fight for everybody's justice? You see, job people going there to fight or cover anybody else.
That is where you are getting it wrong. That is where you are
that's the
getting
mistake Victor Banjo made in the 60s. He went to go and fight for justice, go and join Biafra. Today they are blaming him and Yoruba people for their failure. You people should mind your business. Let them deal themselves.
Why are you still tribalistic?
It's not about being tribalistic. It's about learning lessons from history.
Hey,
you people should leave. If the North and the East want to fight each other, let them give their problems. Focus on Yoruba nation. Focus on our own freedom. Leave them alone.
This nation you live in, if some people don't fight against racism, you won't be able to live in America you are living in today.
So the one Banjo was fighting for today, are they not blaming Banjo for their failure?
What are you talking about? Why are you too tribalistic?
No, I'm telling you, you're calling it tribalism. I'm telling you fact or something. You're saying I'm being tribalistic.
We are talking of the right of the people.
But and sometimes you have to learn from your mistake.
Which mistakes have you made?
Who are Igbos blaming for losing Biafra? Is it not Yoruba people?
Forget that.
If Banjo didn't mind his own business, if he had mind his own business,
we've gone past Biafra war. Don't bring back the past, man.
You have to learn from the past. You have to learn from your mistake. They will blame you for their failure. Mind your business. The reason they are not blaming Calabar people for their failure, anybody, is because those people mind their own business. Yoruba people keep putting our nose in other people's business, and at the end of the day, they blame us for everything.
You are talking about, Mike. You don't know what you are talking about.
What do you mean? I don't know what I'm talking about.
What
am I saying?
We always stand for justice for all, and that is what we are talking about here. It doesn't matter whether it is Igbo man or
you also have to learn from your mistakes.
Anybody. This is Abaribe is a human being like every other. Forget about the fucking tribe you are talking about because it's an Igbo man, so he does not deserve to be treated like a human being.
But he's not to him. Can he fight for himself?
His fundamental human right should be violated, and we just leave him because he's an Igbo man.
So you are the one that will go and fight for him. He can't fight for himself.
What
so
do
the
you mean
Igbos are not strong enough to fight for themselves?
What do you look?
Let them fight for themselves. That's what I'm telling you. Because
Yorùbá máa sọ wípé ìpàṣọ tó bá fi nà ìyá lélẹ̀ ni wọ́n á fi nà ìyàwó lọ́la.
Learn lesson from what happened in the past. You have to learn from your mistakes.
What is the nonsense past you are talking about? Which past are you?
We were doing Omoluabi in the 60s. Today we are being blamed for what happened to them. They say we are the one that sold them. We are the one that betrayed them because we didn't mind our business. And you want to make the same mistake?
Which mistake are you talking about?
We were trying to stand for justice in the 60s, but today they say we are the one that betrayed them. And they were
some dumb, domestic Igbo people.
But I have to learn from mistake of the past, so you can't tell me.
No. That past.
What mistake are you learning from in the past?
It's not all.
When Victor Banjo went and trying to fight for them, saying he's fighting for them, and then they say he's the one that sold them. That it was Yoruba people that sold them.
No.
You guys don't learn from that mistake and mind your business and let them deal with them and the North. They will never get along. So let them deal with each other.
No, if we sit on the fence and they did anything wrong to Biafra, they will later still come back to Yoruba. So the thing is this: we have to going out together and share those people that want to eliminate us away. I agree with Ajalego.
Who's trying to eliminate us?
Oh, so when these people were coming to your Igongon area, they were massacring our people there. It's not.
But those are criminals coming now. Let's fight criminals. But you can't see I'm trying to convince me that the North is coming to kill everybody in the South. I don't believe that.
Let me put a question to you. So if you see a Yoruba man, you see a Yoruba man that is trying to assault an Igbo man or Hausa man, you will support that Yoruba man?
No, I won't. You are talking
You
about
won't.
individual situation.
Okay.
Isolated incident. But we are talking about no. This
You see
situation.
the way you are contradicting
No,
yourself.
I'm not contradicting myself. These two different scenarios.
So
If you are
because
talking about two common men on the
Abaribe
street
now, so if Buhari order a killer squad to go and kill Abaribe, so you will keep quiet. You won't speak out against that extrajudicial killing, right?
No. The point I'm making is you are saying, I didn't argue against that one. I will speak up, say that's wrong. But the one I'm arguing against is when you say that when the East turned fire and it became a violence between the North and the East, that we Yorubas, we join, we put our head in it. And I'm telling you that no, when it gets to that point, no, we're not putting our head in it. Because we made that mistake in the past, where some of us were putting our head in it. And when everything failed, they started saying, oh, it was us that betrayed them, we sold them. They start making up stories that, because I know Easterners, they don't like to take responsibility for their failure. They'll find somebody to blame. So I'm learning from that history that mind your business. You understand?
Mike, you're not putting this history you're referring to in context, because you're saying that we were complicit in what happened during the Biafran War. So the question is, how are we complicit? How are the Yorubas complicit in it?
Go to the East. Their narrative is that the Yorubas betrayed them. That we claim that we're supposed to side with them, and then we betray them. That's why they've lost. That's what they tell their children.
You are saying now that we just stand aside and just look. Both of them
Listen,
themselves. Is that what you're saying?
In the 60s, there are many other tribes in Nigeria that just mind their own business. For example, the Midwest, all those guys, they just mind their business. Today, Igbos are not blaming them for the loss, but because Yorubas were chucking their head in it, we put their head in it. We are doing Omoluabi. Omoluabi don't bite you for yansh. Today, you are blamed for all the failure.
When you see United States of America telling money everywhere where they are doing nuclear weapon, for example, they can sit tight and say they want to build defense and they defend themselves against any external aggression. But they don't see that because they know whatever they are doing far away distance, it can escalate and get back to at them. So they will go to that route and kill that thing before the thing even germinate. This issue of saying we should Yoruba should sit on the fence with all this thing, it's not good.
No.
By the time it's going back to consume Yoruba, it will be too late for even Yoruba to wake up. So it is better for Yoruba and Igbo to join out together now and face the enemy
and fight. Who's the enemy? Who's the enemy? The Nigerian government.
Okay, who are the people that refuse to declare the terrorist S-men their right proper name? But in the East, the next thing is that
you are missing the point. The point I'm making here is the fact of the matter of this case is that everybody in Nigeria know that the Northerners and the Igbos will never get along. They just will never get along. They will always have their conflict. You understand? It's very difficult. Now, what I'm saying is, in the situation where they keep bumping each other head and fighting each other, if in that contest where is disagreement between them and they are fighting each other, we should stay out of it. But if you are telling me that a whole different contest where maybe somebody is invading the whole South, come and Islamize us, and then we can say, hey, we have common. No. Listen, let me tell you where I agree with you. Where I agree with you is if we have a situation, which I don't believe is reality, people put out there are some Fulani jihad is coming to the South, which I don't believe. But if that's a real case, a real scenario where some forces is coming to conquer the whole South, I can say, okay, Igbo, let's get together and defend ourselves against this force they're trying to conquer both of us. But the context we are talking here is Igbo people and the North disagreeing, which they always do. They just can't figure a way to empathize with one another, understand each other. And you are telling Yorubas to keep putting our head in that stuff. And at the end of the day, when one of them failed, they will say it was Yoruba that betrayed them. That's what happened.
What was the cause of disagreement between the North and the eastern part of the country?
Their culture is different, and they don't want to understand that when you have two different cultures, there's no way you have the same ideology. And they don't want to tolerate each other. That's the root of their disagreement. They can't tolerate each other. Yorubas are more tolerant. That's why we're able to get along with everybody. We tolerate everybody's culture, religion.
What led to Aburi Accord? What was the reason for negotiating and reach an accord in Aburi? What's the purpose? Someone is trying to dominate you. You said, I don't want you to dominate me. I want to self-determine how I live. You said you must impose yourself on those people That's the reason. And it's the escalation of that fight today that Igbo will never agree with Hausa because they don't want to subject themselves to rulership of someone.
If you are saying the root of Igbo and not disagreements are brewed, then you are mistaken. That's not the root of their disagreements. You are talking about Biafra war. That's a whole different scenario. And that was
Biafra war. What led to Biafra war? All those things is still associated with
what led to Biafra war now? How agreed, man. Everybody want conquer. Everyone it's about Hoy, man. Biafra war is about Hoy. Everybody, so the both sides wants to control the Hoy. That's it. Forget all the other story they are telling.
You see, this thing happened after the military took over.
Listen, Biafran war, let me tell you, the root of Biafran war was who's going to conquer the oil in Niger Delta. That's what it is.
Took over everything, and this guy said,
Gowon wants to control the oil, Ojukwu wants to control the oil, and they want to war for it, you know. So
no, it's not a matter of oil. I say I want self-examination, you said no. Whether it is oil. Now you have listened and let the country go into referendum. You said no. Okay, this is
who said no? Who said no? Who said no?
The federal government said no.
No to what?
They said no to secession.
No. Nobody. No. They didn't say no to. First of all, let me get one thing straight. What you guys misunderstanding? There was no secession discourse in Aburi.
Yes, now we said self-determination, and when the federal government now track back, when Gowon track back and said, okay, we were not going into that Aburi Accord, and this guy said, okay, we are going.
No, Gowon did not say we're not going. Let me explain something to you. Gowon did not say we're not going into Aburi Accord. I mean, disobeying Aburi Accord. And let me explain something to you guys. I heard Ajali Koko and Rational Mind the other time blaming Gowon for when the South people disagree with the Aburi Accord. Gowon did not call Ojukwu to tell him that, okay, I'm going to go against the disagreement. You guys forgot something. When the South people came to Gowon and told him that, hey, we don't agree with this Aburi Accord, we have issue with it. Gowon first the nation told them that, oh, he already made the agreement. However, they can discuss their differences with Ojukwu, meet with Ojukwu and discuss their differences. Now, what Gowon trying to do was mediate. Now he set up a meeting between the South people and the Ojukwu's cabinet in Benin to meet up in Benin. Now, on the day the South people showed up at Benin, Ojukwu refused to show up. He even refused to send anybody there. And they will reach out to Ojukwu like, hey, why don't you want to meet? Ojukwu said, in Aburi I stand. I'm not changing what happened in Aburi. And then Ojukwu said, the unity, the Eastern region is not negotiable, which was the same statement Ironsi made a few months earlier. They said Nigeria is not negotiable, which is the same. The way we listen, it's the same statement Buhari is making today, saying Nigeria is not negotiable. The same statement Kanu is making today, saying when some people say we are not Biafra, he say Biafra is not negotiable. So they are all saying the same thing. They don't want to agree that everybody's being self-centered. So what I'm telling you is they are. Go and look it up now. The meeting they invited it's on YouTube right now. I can look it up. Where they invite Ojukwu to Benin to come and meet up with the South people to discuss their differences in the East. He didn't show up. He said no. In Aburi I stand. I'm not changing it. And Gowon is in a situation where, okay, these South people want something. I'm inviting you to come and talk with them, and you don't show up. Well, and you don't want to even talk to me. So I have to honor these people's request. So he honored their request at the meeting to create state for them. Then he gave them their states. He gave the rivers their state. He gave Ojukwu declared Biafra. He declared war against the whole country.
You don't know the politics behind. You are saying Southside people this and that. The politics behind that decision that Gowon made. You don't understand it. That's why you are talking like this.
Ojukwu refused to show up in Benin to meet up with the
Nigerian state. Every step that Nigerian state took prior to the war was an action in preparation for war. Every step
both sides were preparing for war.
Took was an action. Every step they took, every action that Nigerian nation took before the war was in preparation for war. You don't understand the politics, and the politics behind you are just go and call the come and they say Aburi.
I was answering a question and you're accusing me of saying every.
Yeah, I'm just telling you, man. What you don't know, you don't know, because Nigerian state
what don't I know? What do you know that? What do you know that I don't know?
Nigerian state thought that they will fight that war, they will conquer these useless people within a week or 2 weeks, at most 2 weeks. that they don't have nothing. We will crush them.
Well, I'm not arguing
But
against
until when
that.
they
I
run
mean, I
into
don't
the wall
know what they were
and they start
thinking
seeing and they
as far as who
they
was super
started
and who was
seeing
not.
surprise, they started seeing a lot. They said, what is this? They were not prepared for long war like that for 2.5 years. Or they
But
thought
actually,
it's something
you're
they
not,
will
when you make
overrun them
statement
for
like
2
this, you're
years.
not being fair. You're not being fair. Because
Mike,
Ojukwu was hiding in the
Mike,
bunker the whole time when
what
all these young
Biafra
boys were
are
fighting.
fighting
But you're here
for,
talking as if the guy was a hero, fighting. The guy didn't shoot a single bullet. He was hiding in the bunker the whole time while his people were dying. And you see here
Mike, wait,
talking
no,
about
Mike, that's
you
exciting.
go
What
stop talking
Biafra
like
are
that.
fighting for is the same thing that Yoruba are fighting for. The
No,
approach
we are
is
not
what
fighting
is
for the same
different.
thing. No, we are not fighting for the same thing. Sorry. You guys should stop saying
Self-determination
that.
is what Yoruba and Igbo are fighting for. It's self-determination. The thing is,
No. We are not. It's not. Igbos are not. Listen, we are not fighting for the same thing. Stop saying that, man. Please.
Okay.
I see the same thing. Yorubas are fighting for Yoruba nation. The Igbos are not fighting for Igbo nation. You're telling me it's the same thing. I see that's the
So
same thing.
What are they fighting for?
They are fighting for. They want to conquer the South, and they are fighting for conquest. You are telling me it's the same thing. Who are Yorubas fighting to conquer? Are we fighting to conquer anybody? They are fighting for Biafra. The Biafra is to conquer Ijo, conquer Calabar, conquer everybody. That's what they are fighting for. So don't say we are fighting for the same thing, man.
So when they are calling for Biafra, that means that they want to conquer
It's a
the
call
whole of
to
the
conquer.
South, everything. That is where so that's the territory of Igbo land. So they want to control that. Is that what they said? Come on, Igbo.
They show the map of Biafra.
Mike, stop saying this. The
Where
name
is
Biafra they
that
adopted
from? Is
does
that
not mean
from
that.
South?
Mike, let me ask you a
Asai
question.
Dokubo says a Biafra, for example. Is it not from South?
The Asai Dokubo definition of Biafra, different from the Igbo people definition of Biafra. Because Asai Dokubo say Igbos are not Biafrans. He say that one is a criminal, so he's not. He's a whole different story. So let me
saying that. Asai Dokubo say Biafra is more than Igbo. That's what he's telling you.
Why are they not agitating each other? No, they should go and agitate for Biafra.
He's telling you that Biafra is not about Igbo alone, it's Igbo and others. That's what
Asai Dokubo is standing by himself. Do you see any? You see job people behind him? The guy Asai Dokubo na anywhere belle face. Now money they find. Forget that one.
Mike, you hold on. Let me say something to you. You are accusing the Biafrans, the Igbos, IPOP of wanting to like claim land that doesn't belong to them. Invariably, do you know that the Yoruba nation, if eventually it is realized, you also claim those people that are not even non-Yorubas.
Who?
In Lagos, let me give an example. In Lagos State, we have
to go to that one.
Hold on. Now you are the one you are making allusion that to the fact that because IPOP said they are making Biafra, they're trying to, they're getting into land grabbing. That's your narrative. That's what you're saying. Then it's similar in a sense to Yorubas too, even though we're claiming a Yoruba nation. But the point is this, that at the end of the day, if they realize it too, they're also going to claim the Igbiras, claim some of those people from
Igbiras? No, Igbira land is not part of the
nation. They will go.
Igbira is in Kogi now.
You say what?
Igbira, they are in Kogi, and they.
Oh, look at what this man is saying.
Igbira people are in Kogi now.
So is Kaba.
He just in Ondo State, we have to go with them.
No.
It is possible we go with them too.
No, if they choose to, but we are not claiming them right now. If they want to, but we are not claiming them as part of our agitation. Our agitation, listen, our agitation simply says Yoruba nation.
Yoruba the territory of Yoruba nation. You say you are not claiming.
They are not in the territory of Yoruba nation. No, you just are not in the territory of Yoruba nation.
You need to when you are arguing, you need to put your argument, put it in context. So let's not argue so facely. I mean, we don't have any direction. We just argue here and there. It makes no sense. I mean, for me, that's how I see it. I understand what you're saying. That it makes sense what you're saying by what you said. We should not put ourselves in meddling into Biafran people's struggles. It's their own struggle. We know. But when it comes to matter of justice, whereby other people are being trampled on, their right is being infringed on, we should also stand for them. Because if one day it might also be our own turn, like Ajale Koko said.
Okay, let me ask you a question, rational mind. Let me put it this way. Let's say one day I'm walking on the street, right, and then a police officer slapped me, right, and then you, as a good man, you jump in and say, police officer, come on, why are you slapping this guy now? And then later on, I started writing story that you came in and you were the one that slapped me. You were supporting the police officer, right? I changed story on you. And you were just being a good guy. Now in the future, you see me again, you see a police officer slapping me again. Will you want to put your business in it the second time? You have to learn from the first mistake that this guy here that I try to help. He went and started writing fake story about me, saying that I went to try to help you, when you were being abused, and then you went and started telling people that I was supporting the police against you, when in fact that's not the case. In the future, when you see me again, it was another police. Would you want to make the same mistake to go and put your business in? Next time you mind your business, because you know that guy like the moral.
You need to consider historical context. The historical context you're using here is different from the analogy you're trying to use here.
It's the same thing. It's the same thing. Yorubas put their nose in the business in the 60s, and they are being blamed for the situation. And you are telling me we should do the same thing again. No, now if you are telling me that it's a different tribe, that something bad is happening to
Mike, let me say this.
It was Nigerian army because Awolowo was member of the cabinet. Does that mean it's Yoruba? There's a difference between. So that's okay. If Oshibajo draw something now, does that mean it's Yoruba? That is part of the government that it belongs to. So because Awolowo gave an advice, does that mean Yoruba gave an advice? And you don't fall for political.
But Awolowo should have mind his business and not join that cabinet too. You see that because even today, see my children born in America, when they go to school, Igbo children are attacking them. Because
Mike,
because their parents told them that Yorubas are their enemy. They told them during the Afghan war. We are still paying the price today. Even me, I wasn't born during the war, and my children are paying the price.
Yeah, but did you radicalize them though, Mike? Do they go and talk like you in schools? Yeah,
no. My own children coming home telling me that Igbo children
like we have Charles coming here.
We all have
for something that happened in the 60s. Mistake some Yorubas made in the 60s, and you are telling me I should encourage us making the same mistake again? Go and put our nose in. What's no concern us? When they fail again, they will say, "I will sell them." One might know what 20 years from now. Listen. Let me say this: 20 years from now, don't be surprised when Igbo people start saying it was Shore that sold Nnamdi Kanu to Fulani. They will say it was the one that called DSS to him in Kenya. They will change the story. They will start saying it was Shore and Yoruba people that sold Kanu to Fulani.
Political manipulation, it happens everywhere. It happens
everywhere. You guys don't mind. Shore, don't mind your business. Keep running around doing Omoluabi with Nnamdi Kanu. Don't mind them for their problem.
Political machinery will find something to talk against you. Leave that story. We understand what is happening. You can't blame average Igbo man on the street, even including those that they be manipulating.
I'm not saying blame average Igbo man. I'm saying when it comes to ethnic politics in Nigeria, Yorubas should mind their business.
What would you say about that? End-start protest. Someone says I'm attempt to overthrow Buhari, and people believe. So what were you saying?
You end up like Victor Banjo.
All right. So this final question to Mike, because of course a lot of people are speculating as to why you have these issues with the Igbo, and this guy speculates. He says, "Mike, it is like an Igbo guy snatched your girlfriend." So is this what we're talking about? Is this what this is about? The Igbo guy should give you back your girlfriend, and then we can all have peace.
If a guy snatch my girlfriend, do me a favor. Let's edit. I won't have to worry about breaking up. I'll go. So I'm not that kind of guy that cry about girlfriend leaving me or something, because if you come here and leave, there's a lot of women. I mean, like, we all races. You find them Brazilian. They are more women than men here, and they worship black men here. So forget that one.
And so what does your white friend say? Your white friend, what did they say about it?
Who?
Your white man friend.
White.
You always come here and tell us about your white man. The white friend said this, say that.
No, these people that they stay where they stay now. Okay. If they take your girlfriend for you, go cry.
You're looking for trouble. Don't start.
All right. Thank you, Mike. It looks as though Becca Ortiz has your back. But let's go on with Ajanle Koko. I'm moving on to that space now where Malami, the vultures are.
So let me conclude my thought there. See, what do you call? What's the name of that president's word? Adesina. So the statement of Adesina is a very dangerous statement. He's telling us that the presidency does not respect the law. Presidency does not respect the judiciary for their conduct or for their whatever judiciary carries out. because it was judiciary that acted in line with the law and admitted Abaribe to stand for the IPOB leader, and granted him bail. So why should he be speaking against the decision of the judiciary, decision that was in line with the constitution of the land? Why must he speak against that decision, saying that he should have been in jail? The judiciary did not put him in jail because the law of the land allowed that. You see, this is very, their statement, their conduct, their action speak about them that they are very dangerous, and they are dangerous for human existence. They don't follow the law. They don't respect human right, and they will do things in every action that they will take will negate the international law. International law is supersede the law of every nation. Even this referendum that we are calling for, even though that is not in the Constitution of Nigeria, the law, international law, recognizes referendum, and referendum is nothing illegal. It's not illegal in international law. So, fighting for standing up for what do you call it?
Determination.
For self-determination. It's not illegal. It's not illegal. We saw what happened against Kanu. They wanted to kill him. That guy ran away. Who would have stopped? Who would have waited for the killer to come and kill him? Nobody. Nobody. He ran away. So because of that, because Abaribe stood for him, so Abaribe should be killed. That is what Adesina is saying. So these people in charge of that administration, they are very dangerous. They send a bad signal to the world. That is not going to encourage international investors to come to that country. That's going to, every nation in the world hears, they listen to every sensitive information like this around the world. They get it immediately, and their home office will take action immediately if they need to, in response to the speech, the statement that is coming out from the presidency of every nation. And that is why Ghana took that action to detain Nigerian senator that went for a birthday of his friend in Ghana. They kept him, detained him for about 4 hours, checking whatever they need to check about him to be sure that it's not a terrorist financier. It's dangerous. What these people, the way they run in that country, it's too dangerous for humanity.
All right, thank you. Just quickly on this, for reasons of time, no amount of lobbying should stop Buhari from sacking Malami. So this is a senior APC Northern politician saying this, and he lists Boss Mustafa and Munguno along the list of just the people that are not fit for purpose. So we did this yesterday. It's recorded again today. So they clamor now for the sacking of Malami. What do you think underpins that, Ajale Koko?
Well, we have to wait and see if there is any actual plan to sack some members of his cabinet. But one thing that we all know is that Malami has failed completely. He failed completely as the Attorney General of the Federation. He has, I cannot, I don't know, he might be, but for every lawsuit against the federal government, every notable lawsuit against the federal government has lost. They lost against Sowore. The recent one, they lost against Igbowo. So they've been losing. So that tells us that this guy does not fit for that purpose that for the purpose of being the Attorney General of the Federation. Attorney General of the Federation is a very strong position. Very, very strong position. As a matter of fact, it's the only position that is recognized by the Constitution of Nigeria. It's in the Constitution of Nigeria. Whereas other federal position or federal appointed position is not recognized. But the position of Attorney General is just that the president is the commander-in-chief of armed forces. But in a situation where democracy runs well, the Attorney General of the state is more powerful even than the president. He can put the president on trial if the president violates the Constitution. He can put the president on his toes and he will present case against the president for violating the Constitution. And then the Senate will act and impeach the president. Or the Congress, rather, will act and impeach the president. But we have a nation where it is party government. So that is why we don't know that that position is a very, very strong position. Very strong. So, but Malami, if the president wants to sack him, he is the one that appointed him. He's party. He has been doing the job by, using the law illegally to terrorize the people of that have people of voice of dissent against the administration, people that are agitating for Yoruba nation, for Biafra nation, another nation. So if they want to terminate him, terminate his appointment, fire him, it doesn't matter. What is it? What difference is it going to make for we the people? Nothing. And who is he bringing? Is he going to will he bring another person to replace him that will follow the Constitution? Because the president himself is not a person that respects the Constitution in the first place. He said it. We listened to his interview with Arise News, and you can, from every language that man speaks, is a language of force. We teach them in the language that we understand. We will go into the archive and make sure that we have grazing land across the country. He's not a man of peace. He doesn't like the use of force and force of his will on the nation is his priority. So what is he going to do different? Yes, sir.
I don't think Malami is the one tutoring him, because this guy knows nothing about the law. I mean, you talk about a certain gazette like you're talking about. So is it not Malami? I mind you, Malami said that before. Even the president. You remember that he said he granted Arise. Granted him an interview. And he mentioned about something. Well, that was where he compared the spare part thing with the.
Yes.
Can I interject, please?
Yeah, go on,
please. Yeah. Jafar said Malami had a son 10 years before now. I want to believe that Malami is just playing a game with Buhari, knowing Buhari's antecedents. In terms of, I know this man is a fool. Let me just play the fool game. let me get my money in his administration, then I get enough money, go and run for my own governorship aspiration. That's the way I see Malami.
Just to what the Gololo was saying is to what our rational mind was saying as well, that essentially this guy is misdirecting Buhari, because, like you said, Buhari often goes with what this guy has often said in the public space in some interview or the other. A few days down the line, it suddenly becomes like a government position. So this Gololo is suggesting that this guy is either for reasons of incompetence or self-interest, as if I just described, is misdirecting the Buhari administration and making him look bad, and they have to let him go and let him go now. So I think that is what that Gololo was saying, Ajanle Koko.
I don't want to believe that in totality that he misdirected them. Buhari has his own style as well. 2 days ago or 3 days ago or maybe last week, they usually write a statement from the presidency that they are supporting the herdsmen against the southern governor, isn't it?
Yes,
that did not come from the office of Malami. That's from the presidency. So that's to tell you that Buhari himself has an agenda, and Malami is just a person that he trusts that can help him fulfill that agenda, because they have been coming a long way since from the first party that Buhari contested. They have been coming a long way. So he's not a man that Buhari just picked from anywhere. No, they've been coming a long way. So Buhari knows what he stands for. So Buhari appointed him in that position. This is a person I trust. This is a person I know that can help me in achieving my agenda. I'm not saying that we cannot blame Malami, but Buhari himself, he has been in government for a long time. He knows how government is run. He knows the integrity of government. He knows everything about government. He has been in the show for a long time. So he just got himself surrounded with people that can help him in pursuing that agenda. And that's my own opinion. I mean, that's the way I see it. So, because, look, I want you guys to look at it this way. Buhari has a constitutional lawyer, a professor as his vice president. That guy should have been his best advisor when it comes to legal issue. Because under normal circumstances, before taking a very critical decision for the state, OSINBAJO should be the last man in the office with him before taking decision. The way it is practiced in a democratic society around the world. When the president wants to take a very critical decision for the country, the last man that will be in the office in the same room with him, the last man must be his vice president. So Buhari has an agenda on his own. OSINBAJO is a constitutional professor. He knows that. It's not that he doesn't know. He knows that. It should have helped him. It should have used him well, in carrying out his function legally, seeking for his advice. Let us do the work. But somebody that has his own agenda and he got some people around him, is tribal man, they can do it together. If he decided to, he doesn't mind OSINBAJO or stuff like that. So don't let us see Buhari as being misled. I don't want to believe that. Yeah, they could mislead him some kind of way, but I don't think it's in totality. He
No,
has to
Ajahn
be people.
All right.
I
Thank you,
think you
Ajan
got me wrong. I'm saying that they knew Buhari is a hard person to deal with. So instead of going against him, since he would either fire me or do away with me, I play along with his game, achieve my own goals, and set up
Okay.
myself.
Okay.
That's the way
Yeah,
I'm seeing him.
you're right. Yeah, you're right. You're right. But just like said here earlier, him and that guy, they've been coming a long way. Him and Attorney General, they've been
Malami.
together in Malami. They've been together in the same party since day one. And every party that Buhari, move into Malami follows him. They are close. They are close pally. Malami is his boy. He have been together from APP, maybe to CPP. I don't know the party, from all the three parties that Buhari have been jumping, pursuing his presidential ambition. Malami has been with him every step of the way. So they they are not stranger to each other. So they share the same ideology. They share the same political view and ideology on every issue. So he prefer him better. But let's see if he's going to be fired. We don't lose anything if he's fired or not. So Buhari has his own agenda. 2 years to go. What difference is he going to make? Nothing.
Yes, that's the thing. If he was going to fire him, then he should have fired him 2 years ago, or not even appointed him at all. But like you said, it serves no purpose firing him now or retaining him now. Nothing changes. The damage has been done. But thank you, Ajanle Koko. Let's go from Ajanle Koko to Nsibidi, who hopefully is still with us. Nsibidi, you've been quiet, which is unlike you, so I'm suspecting you may well have left.
Nsibidi went to bed.
Look at that, Nsibidi. All right, thank you, Nsibidi. Let's go from Nsibidi then to Mike, who hopefully is still with us. Mike, are you there?
Yeah, I did. I'm here.
All right, thank you, Mike. So a lot you've already covered, but to that PDP space, the jostling now, nobody knows anything. We're none the wiser, even though they're never out of the news. So what exactly is going on with the PDP? We're not clear on who the chairman will be and where he will come from. Never mind the presidential candidates. PDP, Mike.
I think PDP right now, they are not talking because I think, if you notice, like recently, a lot of their members just, out of the blue, just switching to APC. So right now, it's like there's a degree of mistrust going on within the party, So I think they're still trying to sort some things out among. They're trying to figure out who to trust, who not to trust. So that party has been kind of disorganized for a while, to be honest. And I would say the root problem of PDP is just that people that the most of the people that are really occupy that party, they are majority of that for their own selfish interests. They're not there for the party's sake. You understand? It's not like APC where that was recently created, and those that created APC, they're still the one kind of in charge of APC. Like there's a saying that if you don't create something, you don't really value it or you don't really care too much about it. Because PDP, the founders of PDP were the Obasanjos and the Alex Kwemens. They're no longer there. So the people that occupy the space right now were people that just came in to ride along, enjoy the ride. So they don't really have that ownership of that party. So they're not there. They're not loyal to the party. You understand? So
do you think the problem they're contending with in the PDP is trying to strike the balance between Atiku's ambition, which is not giving up, and the position of the southern governors, which are
exactly because Atiku, for example, he sees himself as the oldest member of that party. You understand? If you think about it, if you think about the big names in the party, you think about Wike. To me, that's the biggest name. And Atiku, and who else can I say? That people that I can regard as a loyal member. Because I can't picture Wike just switching to APC. You understand? He's more like one of the, big member of that, like lawyer member. I would say lawyer, but I won't say real, like fully lawyer like that. But Atiku see that party as he sees himself as the main guy because he's been there the longest. He's been there since Obasanjo's time, And the other ones, I feel like they don't regard him like that, and also they don't, when they look at his politics, and I think the other ones they I don't think they want to agree with him because they feel like the power should come to the south. And Atiku, he has no ambition. He wants, of course, he wants to be president by all costs. Even though it doesn't make sense. Think about it. The last Buhari is the Fulani, you are Fulani, so you want to come in for another 8 years, so 16 years of Fulani. I mean, it's just. I think Atiku should give it up, and right now I think Atiku is the one dividing the party.
Who do you think ultimately will get that ticket in the PDP? Who do you think they'll put forward?
Man, who is even there? Sir? Who hasn't left? Because right now, every day we are waking up to hearing someone bouncing, people leaving. So whoever is left, what do we have there? Right? Wike. If Wike decide to run, I think he will be the one. He'll be the best guy, to be honest. But I think he's still a governor, so I don't know if his tenure, his timing, his governor tenure will be over by then. I don't know. But to me, if they're smart, I think the best person. In fact, if Wike runs, I would support Wike over even the APC guy or over anybody else. In that party, what I think, I mean, the most relevant is still Atiku among them because he's the one that has,
Wike is another despot. Another despot.
I think that guy rule Nigeria well, to be honest, man.
I think so.
He's a dictator. He's dictatorial,
Yeah, but you need only a strong man can run Nigeria.
That's fine for the
because we saw Goodluck Jonathan, how they were just slapping him around.
Exactly. We don't. If anybody's going to come from that outside, we need someone. No, we don't have that Goodluck that is scared to help his people. He's trying to please the North, trying to please somebody. Please, Wike is not that kind of guy that wants to please anybody, man. This guy will do the right thing, and I think if Wike become president, he will help Niger Delta. He will save that place.
Well, he will do what he thinks is right.
Yeah, and which is right. The right thing any president can do is to develop that Niger Delta because that place is too rich.
It's not the president that is obtaining some illegal kind of court injunction. That guy is very good at obtaining some kind of illegal kind of court injunction that we will now whitewash it to look like it's legal. That's the problem of the Wike.
Well, all the politicians are criminals. There's no question about that one, But what we are seeing is that his performance in Rivers State.
16 years of somebody who is just despotic.
A lot of the River State people, they applaud him that as a doer.
The guy's a doer, man. He's a doer. And look at his actions, the way he stands up for his people. Look at the way he's challenging the VAT. I mean, that's the kind of leader you need in Nigeria.
What's the point of being a doer when you don't respect the rule of law? You don't do things legally.
Well, every one of them haven't been doing anything
legally in Nigeria.
No one. That part we just have to accept that the chance of getting someone that will do everything legally is very slim, unless we go for maybe one of these newer, younger guys. But among all these older guys, what we have available, I can look at him and say this guy here will go in and stand for the Nigerian people. He's not going to be, based on his performance, the way he acts as a River State governor. We see that this guy is so devoted to his state and his people.
And he's very sharp as well.
Yeah, very sharp, and direct. And one thing we've been lacking in Nigeria, in leadership in Nigeria, is that disconnect between the government and the people. There's no communication. There's no that connection. It's kind of like a colonial era where the colonial masters are staying in one area and they isolate themselves from the population, the general population. You're not allowed to come near them. They don't even speak on your interests. They think they know what you need and they just do whatever they like on your behalf rather than articulating what you need and talk to you about what you need and then carry out the performance according to what the people demand, But that's not what all these leaders have been doing. Even Buhari is not doing that. Buhari is not engaging the people to ask them what they need and do. He's just doing things. We don't even know what he's doing. Doesn't talk to us. Say, this is what I'm doing. And in fact...
Mike, sorry. Yeah. Wike is on another... this guy, Kaduna State Governor, that we have in the South.
El Rufai.
El Rufai is another El Rufai in the South. You know that? You know that? He will break your house, he will break everything, and then he will wait for you to go and bring your law and everything. You just need to put things in. We know he has some charisma of leadership. He does whatever he wants to do, but Nigeria needs, where Nigeria is right now, we need somebody that will respect rule of law, that will do things right. Because
now, who is that person? Hold on. Who is that person that will respect the rule of law?
We need a new set of people. I think Mogalu, if you can give Mogalu a try.
Come on, man. Mogalu is not going to be president, and we all know that. He's not going to be president, is he?
Well, let's see how things plays out.
Well, no.
Unless he runs under either PDP or APC.
Even if he runs under Republican. He's not going to be. We all know that. So what do you mean? Let us see.
Well, like I said,
Moghalu is not going to be the president of Nigeria in 2023 or maybe even ever. So we all know that.
one man, I
So,
won't agree with you.
so
He doesn't have the money for
okay.
the campaign. So.
What circumstances will lead to such?
Well, the thing is this. This is it. If APC has their candidates, PDP has their own candidates. If he joins the third force or whatever third force that comes up, if he's able to clinch tickets for that, I tell you, people will rally around around him.
But he ran it last time now, didn't he, Ron?
Anyway.
Well, okay. Well, let's not go. Maybe as time goes on, we'll talk about more about this. Let me not.
All right. Back to you, Mike.
Yeah. So, I agree with Rational Mind that the best thing for Nigeria is a new set of people, and that's why these young youths, these Nigerian youths, Ovi and them. That's why I have problem with them. Right now, instead of them to be all this soap opera right now, they're already getting together among themselves to pick who they will use, right? But look at the Nigerian youth. Instead of them to right now start rallying, connecting with themselves, the NSAS youth, the IPOP youth, the Northern youth, all of them to start coming together.
Magalu are joined ADC already.
Ovie, you and your generation. Now they talk about now.
I'm aware.
You say Magalu join who?
I joined ADC already as of today.
APC.
He joined ADC today.
ADC.
No, that's one of the talking.
Is it today or yesterday?
Hold on. No, maybe you are just new to.
Yesterday, I think yesterday or today. Yes.
No, if you are not APC or PDP, you can't win.
Ovie, that's one of the talking points.
I think
Maybe you came later, but that's one of the stories we read out.
I think it's today.
Ovie, that is one of the stories we read out. It's one of the talking points.
Yeah, I just don't think any party outside of APC or PDP.
Okay.
Well, anyway.
Okay.
Or you meet yourself, man. But anyway, I just don't think the system will allow anybody that's not running under APC or PDP to win the election. They will find way to those two parties. I think they've hijacked the country. But so to me, I personally think the best thing, like Rational Mind says, is a whole new generation, new set of people, and I blame these Nigerian youth right now. Right, instead of them right now to be reaching out to each other, because 90% of Nigerian population is the Nigerian youth. Why this old generation are less than 10% of the population? They are getting together, already picking their fellow old man like Tinubu and them. These Nigerian youth, they are busy doing watching BB Nigeria right now, Manchester United, Chelsea and all that rubbish. That's what they are doing.
Man,
you know,
don't go
that's what Nigerian youth are doing now. They are not. They claim they are far more educated than they are Nigerian youth. They are very advanced. They are so educated, but unfortunately, they just I don't get it. Like, look how advanced we are. Technology. We live in a technology age, information age. We have gone far. Why can't they start reaching each other and start discussing how they can take their country from this old man? Because the next old man that will take over is another 8 years of old man that doesn't know, that's not current with the state of the world we live in today. You understand? So that's where my problem is with Nigeria.
You say, Mike, that's one of the tragedies of the Nigerian space. What you just said now is the real tragedy of the Nigerian space. There's no young presence in politics in Nigeria. And they are saying Moghalu, etc. But these are not really, these are just people playing just to
even the Moghalus themselves. Why the Moghalus of those? Why they not coming together right now? You understand?
Remember, Madam Obi tried to bring them together, but their ego bigger than
their ego and their tribalistic.
Obi and some other people are floating on that party too. Are you guys aware of that?
Who?
Obi Ezekwelisi.
Yes, and I'm aware that she's joined all those left of center people. It's just some kumbaya nonsense, isn't it? But
the problem of Nigerian youth, I think our culture kind of messes us up in a sense where no matter how smart we are, no matter how educated you are, you still listen to what your father tell you. You understand? You will see a Nigerian guy that went to Harvard, that has all the education, very intelligent. His father, one village man, he didn't go to school. We still tell him what to do.
Well, Mike, can you allow me to interject there?
Oh, go ahead. Yeah.
You see, I've studied Nigerian curriculum. It's really affecting our thought process. We don't do something they do in this Western world, reflective thinking in terms of, look at the way we write our English WAEC. they will give you a comprehension passage. Ade was in Bagada. He lived in a house close to Bariga. So the comprehension passage will now be, where is Ade living? As long as you can do write and read, you'll be able to write Ade is living in Bagada, right? But here, that same question, they will not ask you that way. They will ask you in terms of, can you give us a picture of where Ade is living from the passage you've read?
That's true.
thinking.
Our education is based on memorizing in Nigeria, but here anywhere it's more of critical thinking.
So because of that, you know, see that the way we are, even the way we are doing our things is more like copy and paste. We don't have a thought process of, why is this thing like this? Why is it not like this? Why should it be like this? So you now find a whole society that does not question.
We don't question, they don't teach you to ask questions, no philosophical mind.
Everything goes. So that's just what I want to
do you know that when you go to Murtala Mohammed International Airport, they are still doing the process in the same way they were doing it when the British left? They are still using biro and pen and paper to jot down information. Like, they're still doing everything the same manner it was being done 50 years ago. Nothing is
that's
changing.
a country now. What are you talking about?
Can I say something? You see one thing, Mike, is this idea of youth. This idea of
you better don't talk about against this country.
I've always had my own stake about this youth or no youth. See, this thing has nothing to do with youth or old people. That's just the reality. I was reading one guy. The name of the guy is on Facebook. He said Ademola Adigun. So, and I quite agree with what the guy was saying, that the middle class in Nigeria, they are the most. When you are saying those people that normally feel the impact, it will be the middle class, because it's either you are poor before the Obasanjo restored middle class. It was either we were poor or you were extremely rich, upper class. And when you will look at our political leaders in the, let's say, Second Republic, for example, you will find most of them came from the middle class background. But today, we've seen that those things to those people that maybe they were already be convicted of one crime overseas, or maybe some kind of a drug peddlers or this thing. We've ceded the country to them. So now, when these people now find themselves in the position of power, all they do is that they carry the mentality of the criminality into governance. Now, whether youth or not, because the youth of today we are talking about, they don't even know where they are going. But the middle class, that they are experienced people, they are the one that set themselves aside. They are, okay, it doesn't concern me. As far as I can raise money to send my kids to Oxford or to Harvard, everybody just sit on the fence. That's not the problem. If you give this to those youth, like I said there before, the make you call it a youth. What's this Toronto guy? This Toronto certificate guy in the when they did this thing, Salisu BUHARI, youth. This guy that put dollar in his filler, Farouk, youth. So even this Adesina and all these guys that Gabashim that are talking all this kind of thing, they got join politics yesterday, for example. What's the age of youth? I think youth, you can still find someone up to 50 years.
But all of those youth you just described were appointed. You understand? They were appointed, but their fathers were connected to the government, and their fathers were corrupt.
So the country is not about youth alone, because youth brought the country down to where we are today. Those people that government that destroy the public.
Allah, when I say youth, I'm not saying in context that youths are just naturally better than someone that's older. The point I'm saying is the age we live in, the age of technology, the age of the way things technology is advancing. You understand? Hold that mind, I know. Keep pace with it. You understand?
It depends on other mind, Mike. It depends on other mind. Look at the age of technology. Even a person like Obasanjo just got PhD at the age of 70.
Forget PhD. That's not the point we are saying. For example, it's not about degree. That's not the point.
No. When I say PhD, I'm not just saying the paper. At least you must be a researcher, right? So how are you dynamic? Learning is dynamic. You understand? You learn every day, not about this thing. As the youth can learn about technology, so the older people can learn about technology. Learning technology.
You put old people in front of the current this thing today. Even you yourself, I guarantee you, your 10-year-old son will start showing you how to you
It's
are
a matter
in
of
front of
desire. There are some you that do not
in front
even
of a
desire
house.
what we are talking
But
about.
I'm listen.
all right.
The point I make is not that the youth are just smarter than the older one. What I'm saying is the world we are living, the way the world is going, the pace more of real like hard technology, all those things. For example, there's no way a younger person, a younger guy would be a president of Nigeria. And in Nigeria, Murtala Mohammed Airport, they are still using biro and pen and paper to be taking information because you are too advanced now. You know that. Come on, today we have iPad. We have a youthful mind is current with the technology. But these older people, they are not current. Trust me, especially those rich ones, because they have money. They don't believe in it. With their world, they don't have time to be learning about the new stuff. They just let their children do it for them. You understand? So what I'm saying is, this age we are living in, we have to have young minds, people that are current with the world to take charge of Nigeria. You know.
So then
all
take
right.
age out of it.
Hold on, Ola. An interesting data to conjure with Mike. 43.49% of Nigeria's total population aged 0 to 14. So an extremely young country. This is 2020 data. 43.49% of Nigeria's total population aged 0 to 14. So that then tells you that the weight overwhelmingly is in favor of the youth.
Thank you.
But like you said, if they don't calibrate, then they can just continue with what
Exactly.
brother Nigeria.
And one man who will be the best person to be able to relate to their need or their interest. It'll be someone closer to their age range now. You understand?
No.
Just look at that Kazim Mike. 43% age 0 to 14. The president are 80 years old.
There's
So
no way
an
can relate.
80-year-old is charting the future for 50% almost are under 14 population. How is that even a thing?
Why are we still stuck with 1960 politics? It's because the people that are ruling us are from that generation. They are method, they are thinking. Look at Buhari. Buhari can't even relate with the Eastern youth because the way he's connected with them is from the mind frame of the coup of 1966. When this generation, they're not even their papa, some of their parents were not even born in that time. So that's why when he's engaging the youth of the Eastern region, he's thinking, looking at them as, these people that are fought against. So the connection is just not there. But with someone like Shore, for example, or someone even younger, when he wants to relate with the Eastern people, he's not going to be thinking of what happened during Civil War. He's not thinking like that. He's going to go there and look at the environment, look at the Aba market, what they're doing there in Aba, or how you can connect with their way of doing things and then how to develop. Because that's the way it's going to think.
Okay, Mike. What age are you thinking? What age do you classify as youth? If I may ask you a question.
To me, anybody right now, maybe at most 50 and below. Anybody over 50, sorry, don't be pressured.
I was going to roll a data. Roll a data. You see, average age of entrepreneurs, for example.
Oh no, let's not. Oh God.
No, I'm not talking too long. Woman, just give me like a minute.
Yeah.
You see, one thing is this: you find them at the early 50s, and some of them maybe in their late 40s. But when you find the average age, you find it at 45. What is that telling you? And entrepreneurs means that you have to be innovative. You must have agenda of meeting your current market because all of them, they want to sustain themselves and prepare for their retirement. That is why some people go into entrepreneurship. Now, what am I saying is this, you understand? The fact that you find some old cargo that benefited from the government or those criminals that find themselves in the position of this come there doesn't mean that the older people cannot do this thing. Because as we find Yahoo boys with the younger, so we find criminals with the older people. What I'm saying is that Nigeria with the right brain, the people.
But the Yahoo crime compared to the kind of crime these old ones are doing, it's two different kind of crime. Look at us copy. I'd rather have us copy as my president and have Ganjude as my president. You understand? Because his
so can I interject 1 minute?
All right, interject, Ajanle Koko, and then after your interjection, I'll move Mike on to a different topic. Ajanle Koko.
You see, the participation of youth in Nigerian politics is going to be very, very difficult when you don't have a functioning university education, when you don't have your university education uninterrupted. You see, when you have a university education uninterrupted for like 20 years, you see those people in the university, we have students, faculty of politics, faculty of this. When they function, they are the one that transition to the society. They are the one that fight for the right of people, fight for their own right, fight for the right of people because they are young, they are students, they you know, the university equip them with that educational skill to take over the mantle of leadership. But you don't have it. You don't have it in Nigeria. The second one is that
do you know that this age
has been weaponized in Nigeria. Huh?
Do you know that this age, most information that people acquire are not from universities?
I'm telling you,
we live in information age.
Hold on, it's from
majority of
university.
knowledge people acquire today.
It's from
not
university. It's from mostly from university. You see, all this Falano you are talking about, Showore you are talking about, Ganifa Emi you are talking about, Ebenezer Babatope doing their things. They are groomed from university. Even this Baba Adebanjo is from your university. That they started this struggle, all these things. All the leaders you see today, like Baba Adebanjo, all of them started it from university. So, but when you don't have a functioning university, there's no way you can build a better future. The youth can participate. There's no way because you don't have a functioning university. You have interrupted the university education. So the children are they have been sent into a state of confusion, and where poverty is weaponized. Everybody is just struggling here, and so that country is a big mess. The future is a big mess.
All right, thank you, Jan Lekoko. Let me just move Mike on to the next talking point, just for reasons of time. So you've been chiming in quite a lot on this one, Mike, but now you get a fuller expression of your thoughts. Yoruba groups disagree on planned protest ahead of Nigeria's Vice President Oshibajo's visit to London. So Yoruba groups disagree if they should protest against Oshibajo or not, but nobody has ever disagreed as to protesting against Buhari. They stone him from the airport all the way to Nigeria House, and then they stone him from Nigeria House back to the airport anytime he visits the United Kingdom. A joint ticket they came in under twice, Oshibajo, Buhari. This is what we heard. So why is now Oshibajo being given a special pass, Mike?
If that same group was stoning Buhari when it comes to visits, and then they are calling now to say don't touch OSINBAJO when it comes to visit, that's a very tribalistic move, man. That's just tribalism at its highest point. You understand? Because if you, and now I'm not saying OSINBAJO is responsible for Buhari's failure, but if you're going to be attacking a person, whoever is his close associate, you also have to, you can't, even if you don't want to attack him, don't go and announce and say nobody should touch him. That's a very tribalistic move. If they decide not to touch him, it's fine with me. But for you to now come out and announce like don't touch him or don't touch that one, no. But then you announce to touch his partner, his boss, or I mean, someone is working with, someone his associate. That to me, that's a very tribalistic move, because I personally don't believe that if OSINBAJO was not a Yoruba man, they would have made the announcement that don't go and touch him. They wouldn't have done that. If OSINBAJO was somebody from another tribe, there's no way they will find out that OSINBAJO is coming, and they after they have announced that okay, when Buhari was coming attacking, then they find out that OSINBAJO is coming. If it wasn't a Yoruba man, then they'll go and announce that hey, don't go and touch him. To me, that's a very tribalistic move. To me, that's tribalism. I'll be honest with you. That Yoruba group, to me, I think it's tribalism. However, it doesn't mean I agree with Ajale Koko that OSINBAJO is responsible for whatever crime Buhari commits. I don't agree with that.
You are shooting yourself in the foot. You are
I'm not shooting
myself in your mouth, Mike. Look at what you are just saying now. So you want those people to demonstrate against OSINBAJO.
I didn't say I want. I didn't say I want. I didn't say I want them. What I'm saying is, whatever they choose to do, individual. What I'm saying is, I'm against somebody announcing that they shouldn't go and attack. If they would have kept quiet and not attack, I don't have a problem. But for someone to come out and announce that don't go and touch him, that's what I'm against. That's tribalistic move, man. You understand?
I agree it's tribalistic, though. I agree it's tribalistic, but we should not pretend as if Nigeria is one, right? Are we one?
Well, that's the reality of Nigeria. It's not peculiar to Yoruba people. That move is not. Everyone does. The other tribes do it too. Just like in Yoruba people, when Ibori commit crime, they say you can't touch him because our man he committed crime. So that's the problem of Nigeria. Tribalism, big problem.
Mike, let me understand you. You said if those people are demonstrated against Buhari, right?
Mm-hmm.
And if they chooses not to demonstrate against OSINBAJO, that is tribalistic, right?
If
that is
no. If they choose not to, if let's say no one announced that don't do, no one tell them what to do. Like for example, everybody wake up in the morning and choose to do whatever they want to do, right? Let's say when Buhari came, some people went on their own. No one told them to do it and go and demonstrate against him. And then OSINBAJO came, they didn't go and demonstrate against him. I won't know whether it's tribalism or not. I won't necessarily say it's tribalistic. I mean, the subjective about it, like maybe they see OSINBAJO as someone that that's not making those bad decisions. That's why they didn't go out. But if somebody come out and say, don't go and demonstrate against him, don't go and touch him, that to me, that's tribalism. That's tribalism right there, you know?
Okay. Yeah,
Mike, let me bring you what they said, just so you are clear on what you're talking to. It reads, the Yoruba Leaders Forum view with disdain the call by a section of the self-determination groups to stage a protest against the Vice President of Nigeria, Professor Femi OSINBAJO, on his visit to speak at the Imperial College, London, on the 8th of October 2021. We call on our members and groups not to heed the call to embarrass the Vice President on the day and instead honor and identify with him. So this is what they are calling for, to honor and identify with Buhari's assistant. This is what the Yorubas are saying.
And the same group that will call for protest against Buhari. That's tribalism at the highest point, man. I'm a Yoruba man, but I'm not a biased person. When my people do something wrong, I will say they do it wrong. You know, I'm not going to see and be defending people because they are Yoruba people. If they are wrong, they are wrong. That's tribalism. That's irritating. That's very annoying. You don't do that, man.
Hold on. On what? Forget about tribalism. On what basis do you think, other than tribalism, on what basis do you think it should not be? I mean, they should demonstrate against him.
You mean they should or they should not?
They should. On what basis do you think they should demonstrate against him? Because you vehemently oppose that reason of not demonstrating against him. You see it as tribalism. What other reason do you think, yes, it's wrong? Why? Why do you think it is wrong not to demonstrate against him?
Well, to me, I'll leave that to individual.
No. I'm asking you a question, Mike.
I believe it. I personally cannot say. Okay, listen. The way I see it is, everyone approach things differently. You understand? You know what I'm saying? Like for example, you are
choosing tribalistic now. So one reason. Which other reason do you think is? I mean, why you are not supporting that call by those people? What's the other reason?
Why I'm not supporting the call by the person that announced? You say what reason am I not supporting the call?
Yes.
For telling people not to go and protest.
Yes.
That's what I tell you, because it's very tribalistic now. The same group that's saying to go and protest against Buhari. Now you are literally controlling. You are deliberately trying to control minds of people, to direct the minds of people. So you're directing their minds to carry out. You should allow people to make their free will. If people choose to want to protest against him, don't say they shouldn't do it simply because the man they want to protest against the Yoruba man. That's tribalism, man.
No, I agree with them.
We are aware.
I have time to explain.
But if you're asking me, I notice that
Mike,
right, yeah.
Mike, my question is that so you will want people to still demonstrate against Oshibajo?
It's not a matter of what I want.
So you think it is fair to still demonstrate against him, right?
It depends what the reason is. If it depends what the reason is. Listen, it will be fair. Listen. Okay.
Yeah.
Let me tell you why I would say it may be fair.
What would you have done if you are in this position, to demonstrate or not demonstrate? What would you have done?
So it depends what I'm demonstrating for. Let me give you an example. If I'm going to demonstrate to send a message just to the Nigerian government, I will go ahead and demonstrate just to send a message, general message that hey, we are not happy with the government, we are not happy with the situation of the country, just to put out a message that hey, we are not happy. But if you are saying we are going out to demonstrate against him as an individual for a particular reason, like maybe Buhari order extrajudicial killing, and I want to go and demonstrate personally as a personal attack to him as an individual, then I won't participate because I'm indicting him for something he didn't have power over. You understand? That's different.
No,
because I'm going out to do it just to no,
demonstration is against their government. It's against their government. It's not solely
generally
against his personality. It's against their it's against their government.
I agree.
All right. Sorry, Mike. Ola wanted to just add something. Ola, you wanted to say?
Yeah, I was just going to add that. See, before you can protest against Buhari, against Oshibajo, you must be able to identify what's the problem with Oshibajo. Is the Oshibajo the main problem or Buhari? Then, if you are protesting against Oshibajo, then you are not protesting against the problem. That's the issue now. I remember maybe one of the Afenifere elders when I thought, I'm not too sure again that even maybe Oshibajo was even thinking of resigning once, that I think someone said no, he should not resign, that he should stay there, that they would rather want many people like Oshibajo to start flooding the place rather than for them to allow crooks to frustrate people like Oshibajo to leave that place. So what I'm saying is that it simply means that people are not seeing Oshibajo as the problem, but his boss. Now, if you are now protesting against Oshibajo this time around, it simply means that you are saying he's the problem. And that's what I think these people do.
Not necessarily
pass across. That's just what I interpret from what I.
But Allah, I can also look at it this way. You can also look at it this way. If they put the heat on him, if they protest against him, make him feel the heat, maybe he can now transfer the message to Buhari, like, listen, these people here, the way they throw something at me, man, please, you need to do better, you understand? Maybe they can do that as a way to push him to really go and advise his boss to do better, you understand? So I won't necessarily say that as attack directly at OSINBAJO, you understand? It's kind of like
that all these Afenifere and Co people, they've never trusted Buhari for once. Buhari have his own precedents. For example, this is a person that will carry Shagari, put him under house arrest, but you take Ekweme maximum prison, you jail him there. You took Ambrose Ali, I thought he lost his vision right from where he jailed the guy, even when at the end of the day the guy didn't steal anything. Adekunle Ajasin that didn't see one penny. He put him in jail, but Shagari was under house arrest. So these guys, all these people that are advising this thing, they've had a very long run battle with Buhari. So they understand exactly what they are saying. They are fighting Buhari, not Oshibajo. So if you say protest against Oshibajo, then it's out of the vision. That's exactly, they identify Buhari as the problem. That's what they've always done. And that's exactly what they say. Okay, if you are going to protest against a problem, protest against Buhari, but this Oshibajo is not the problem. Please leave him. I think that's what they are doing. That's my interpretation of their actions.
I think where we are getting it wrong is that we don't want to recognize the fact that the action taken by Buhari is an action taken on behalf of Nigerian state. And where Oshibajo was going in London, he was going there on behalf of Nigerian state. So saying that they shouldn't demonstrate against him is very unfair
It's unreasonable.
It's
It's an
unreasonable.
Yeah,
unreasonable
that's
It's an
true.
position.
unreasonable argument. He was
It's a
acting
joint
on
ticket
behalf
now.
of Nigeria State.
Did Buhari campaign alone to be president? He campaigned Buhari or Oshibanjo twice.
OSINBAJO, they are
And
joint
if they are
tickets,
claiming people
and they were
voted for him,
acting
they
on
voted
behalf
for
of
both of them.
Nigeria State.
I agree
Everything they are
totally.
doing, they are doing it on behalf of Nigerian State. So we should demonstrate
keep
against
saying-
them.
we
We
keep
should
saying
blame
all
both
of
of
this.
them together.
But we keep saying all of this. But the question is, who are the people saying this? Who are the people saying people should not protest against them?
No, we're just going on the basis of it. We're not, we know there's that side argument that it may well be a sponsored group, but we're going on face value just for the purposes of. Thank you.
See, let me put it this way, one man. Ajale Koko, let me tell you, I agree with you. Ajale Koko, listen. This one, see, I play sports. In a sport, they will say there's no I in a team. You understand? In a team, we win together, we lose together. You get it? So I agree with you that hey, if a failure of a government, right, a particular government, yeah, every member of the government, when we run into them, we can always tell them like, listen, the government you're part of fail. We can accuse them, do that. But where I'm arguing against is that maybe I'm part of a football team, right? Now, if a member of that team now commit a red card offense, you understand, or commit a crime, that's a whole different story. You understand? You can't give the whole team red card now. Is what I want for that particular action that individual takes that's against the law. Is that individual that you have to punish. So what I'm saying is the failure of the government. Yeah, we can blame the old government, but when we're talking about crime that Buhari may commit, like ordering of extrajudicial killing, I'm not going to hold everybody in the government responsible for that.
Mike. Oh, hold on. Sorry, hold on, Ola. Mike, you heard when we read out the responsibilities of what constitutionally Oshibanjo's role is. So you cannot say that Buhari single-handedly makes decisions outside of whatever. He makes decisions in consultation. And the consultation, we have already found out that Oshibanjo, by constitution, has to be a key component of that.
I get it.
Yes.
But
What's the premise of your
okay? This is the premise. This is the premise. Your point here is that they get together, right, to discuss before they make decisions. So you're saying on that basis, everybody that was part of that meeting is responsible. But what I'm trying to tell you is, until you can present to me the context of that meeting, did they all agree in that meeting when they got together to make that security decision to maybe send Python dance? If you can show me the video where in that meeting,
a video, look at this,
or a recording that OSINBAJO say, I agree with you, let's send Python dance there. Because in meetings sometimes, in meetings sometimes, the vice president may tell the president, you know what, I don't agree that we should do this. We should send the Python dance there or the execution. But the president may say, you know, I will still do it anyway. So if we don't have that proof, that
example now.
So the point I'm making is because they said that the vice president has to be a member of the meeting doesn't mean that when he was in the meeting he agreed with the decision. So that's the point I'm making. Until I have that evidence,
if it doesn't,
the president can still carry out the decision
for
anyway.
a video of security meetings.
If it doesn't, it is
immaterial. It is immaterial.
No, it's important.
If you are part of a decision-making body, you cannot then at the 11th hour then say that you disagreed. But
okay, I have a question for you. I have a
question.
Okay, go on, Ola.
Obasanjo once said something that even those people that you see, they can only advise, right? Now that it's now left to him to take decision. When Edwin Clark was even narrating his experience with OBJ then, when they were trying to play some people that even if you blame, Obasanjo was told him that this guy, you just read big law and that's what they call common sense, that you can only advise. It is now left to him to take to that advice. Now, OSINBAJO showed clearly one time when people were saying, look at the example of Ruga. Everybody was saying that's what they agree with, all those kind of things. Everybody blame everybody. OSINBAJO didn't talk until he was afforded the opportunity to defend himself. When they asked him that question, he said clearly that we never agreed. We never agreed to Ruga. What we agreed to was livestock transformation. And the whole story of Ruga then died out. So this thing sometimes is that we can't just assume that just because Oshibajo was part of that thing that we agree. People like Edwin Clark may not understand that.
No, I don't think you fully understood what Oshibajo was doing there. There was a lot of controversy around that Ruga space, and all he did was to rebrand the naming just to peter out the narrative. Nothing changed, that was what they agreed, and it was a tag name of Ruga that people gave to it. So I'm not sure that he said anything different from what was going on. He just rebranded it and took the narrative out of the ethnic coloration that he had. So Oshibajo cannot be exonerated from the Buhari administration. I cannot see how that can be, but then that is just my own personal opinion.
Okay, let's move on.
All right, so to you, Mike. Let me take you to Abubakar Malami, who they are now clamoring to be removed from his situation. What are you making then of that space, Mike?
Abubakar Malami, as Attorney General, hasn't won a single case. Even the guy got to. I mean, he should be charged now. It's time. You know what I think? I think it's time for the people that he's been charging to now do a counter suit against him, counter criminal charge against him. Because the guy's charged how many people for what? One of the highest form of crimes, treason, terrorism, and he hasn't won a single case. He charged for terrorism or treason, whatever, crazy charge, He hasn't won a case yet. He charged and he put them in prison. In the process, they won't kill people self. Charged Kano and them and killed a bunch of young boys in the process of the whole case. What's his name? They went to his house, killed people, planted guns and trying to charge him. I mean, this guy, he's committed some crimes, man, as being Attorney General. And then illegally jailing, putting people in prison, violating court orders, all those things. I mean, I think he's not competent, man. Sorry. I mean, the guy hasn't performed well, man. He hasn't successfully prosecuted a single case as an Attorney General, a single.
But do you think it's too late in the hour now to be calling for his removal? Now 6 years into 8 year term.
I don't even care, man.
What difference does it make?
What difference does it make? It's been there that long. What's whoever
the damage already done?
Yeah, damage is done, man. 6 years. I mean, let's just wait for them to move on, and the next people, we just pray that the next people put it right. Whoever comes in next, just put the right person. The right person that's more qualified. Because I mean, Malami can't be the best. I mean, he shouldn't have been there, man. It's very obvious when you look at appointments. The people that are there, you be like, I've been around Nigerians, man. This is the best. I mean, the best they can find. Come on now. I mean, look at all these lawyers, look at all the SAN, look at the people like Falano, Keyamo, so many of them, so intelligent. And to pick an Attorney General, I pick Malami. I mean, I'm not saying the guy is dumb or anything. I mean, the guy is intelligent, but he's clearly not the best. Well, I mean, he's educated, but he's clearly he's far from the best that we know.
In a country like Nigeria, the two spaces that you will struggle to outdo or outnumber Nigerians are lawyers and accountants. So out of just the huge volumes that we have on offer by spoiled for choice, the person that heads it is Abubakar Malami. So
yeah, that's all. Even you guys are talking about Femi Adesina and his advisors or whatever. What's his rules? Femi Adesina's rules. What? Spokesman. Out of all the intelligent Nigerians, they're so eloquent and philosophical minds. The best Nigerian. Look at who he chose to be speaking on behalf of the. This guy when he talks, I'm like, come on, man, this guy. This guy is spokesperson. When you look at other countries, Trump's or American president spokesperson, these people when they're handling questions,
sharp, they are ready.
They're sharp, they are ready. But by the time,
alert, and then you have this docile guy.
I'm talking about by the time you want to you cook a lie against the president, by the time they respond, you that cook that lie, they'll make you look foolish. Like, oh god damn, how could you? The way they will flip it on you, you understand? Yeah, we have so many Nigerians like that have gone to Ivy League schools that are very sharp. They are ready. So if he had the right people, he won't have to be going after Kanu for calling him Jubril or calling him a dead man and all this propaganda that most Igbo youths believe. Because it's a good spokesperson, smart guy, sharp guy, would have exposed Kano's propaganda. You understand? Would have had an interview and present evidence, present, just the president won't have to talk. Like by the time we, handle the everything as president has been accused of, even the one I did, by the time we flip it, people would love the president, like, God damn, this president is good, though. But these guys are not talking. When they come to talk, they even make the president look worse. They come to speak even more arrogant and say things that I'm like, okay, what did you just, debunk the lie you are hearing and even make it more believable? Because they're presenting a political.
What happened?
I think Mike dropped out. Mike, are you back?
Oh my goodness.
Are you back? Are you back, Mike?
President chose.
All right, thank you, Mike. Okay, thank you, Mike. Let's come to Ife, who has been with us all the way through. Ife, are you still there? Oh, we don't seem to have Ife. So we'll go to Ola as we seek to round off. So Ola, to that space that Mike was just talking to Abubakar Malami and the clamor for his removal, are your thoughts?
Well, just to back up what Mike has been saying, when we want to talk of the Attorney General with capacity, is what we've not seen in this man. And I don't see so much difference between Anduaka and Malami as far as I'm concerned, because the basis of all the litigation, or the basis of why the 5 people are not built on proper justice, because what they've been chasing, because when the premises of what you are chasing is wrong in the first instance, there's no way you are going to get positive logic at the end of the day. Because when you talk of something like Sunday Igboho, for example, what battle exactly are you fighting? You went to invade someone's place and you even killed people, extrajudicial killings, all those stuff. So there's no way you are going to win such. And when you even look at this issue of when this fraudulent ruling against Nigeria, where Nigeria is supposed to use about 9 billion of its external reserve to pay an individual, you find the hand of Malami there, and so many other things. And I don't know, but don't quote me on this. And all this other granting that Malami too is looking at 2023. All those things may be sending the wrong signal within the camp that may want whosoever the power that be want to get him out. So when we talk of competence, I think that there's no way we can remember Malami Atiku Abubakar as someone that is a fit for that position that is holding today. So if they are removing him, I don't think it's going to move Nigeria. It's not going to affect anything. If it's going to affect anything, Nigeria can always move forward. That's the only thing I see.
All right, thank you. Moghalu joins ADC to pursue presidential ambition 2 years after leaving YPP. So now, what exactly is Moghalu after? I am just clear in my mind that there's no possibility of this guy ever being president of Nigeria, even though rational mind says never say never. But what politics are you thinking then that Moghalu is playing too?
You see this ambition that everybody wants to become the president of Nigeria is maybe they are being naive in the way they handle things. Because the question is this: how are you going to capture the presidency when you are not even able to capture the grassroots? You can't. They can't find your presence in the local government that where people can even use you as a reference. So nobody knows you, but you just want to jump from the beginning to the to the topmost position in the country. When we were telling Ajale Koko and God that the likes of Showore were just wasting their time, they will never want to agree with us, because see, policy is this thing. Presidency is not all about motivational speaking and all those kind of beautiful grammar and all those stuff. It doesn't work. What can you tell all those village women? How can you capture their mind All these politicians, they've mastered this, they've mastered the tactics, the strategy of capturing these people to make these people buy into their idea, even though they know they are just going to give them money and still be poor for the next 4 years and come back. But the thing is this: they've been able to move to all those local people and capture their mind, sell their idea, and let them have interest in them. So, but when you look at people like Mogalu, you understand they don't even have a political structure. They are jumping from this to that. Now, if ask them now, how many local government are they planning to capture? How many seats are they going to capture in the state assembly? How many seats are they going to capture in the federal? So by the time you are saying this guy, they don't really have plan other than just trying to me, whatever Mo Aluin is doing is all activities. When people were saying youth were not contributing the other time or all those things, is that see, whether youth, when you are saying youth, it's not as if youth are not part of the politics. They are part of the policy, but where do they belong to? Is that you see them following Tinubu. They are the one lying down for Tinubu to say, Baba, let us lie down and march us past. When you see those people that on Facebook, using Facebook to praise politicians, go and carry out the survey, they are youth. Even most of them, they are under 50. They are the one even telling that now Tinubu go do and all those stuff. So these are the people that we are saying that not getting involved, they are not involved in the policy. They are involved, but the way they channel the energy is totally different. They channel the energy to support even the older people that have been in the politics for a very long time. Because the youth themselves, they don't even believe themselves. They don't, because one thing we are not, like Mike was talking of technology. See, the issue of country is not about technology. Technology is just like a tool to a strategy. When you have your strategy in place and you now deploy your tactics, that's when you start talking about technology, all those stuff. And never underrate any older people. It depends on what you want to know. Old people can manage internet as well as the younger people. It depends on whether you have that inspiration or whether you have the right idea. So what we have in the country is someone with the right strategy and the right tactics. Will I say Mo Alu is among them? No. What Mo Alu is doing is they are just playing to the gallery. The only thing they can do is this: if they have multiple of those parties, for some people that want to capture the local government, those that want to capture the state and want to capture the National Assembly, then I will start taking them seriously. But at this now, honestly, they are just Nollywood things. So,
all right, thank you. A briefcase politician. Also, to the PDP space, we've been hearing a lot in the news from PDP, but really we have not really heard anything essentially that we can hold on to. They tell us that they are zoning the chairmanship to the north, and then we permutate that the presidential ticket will come to the south. Now they're telling us that that is up for grabs. The South is agitating for power transit, but they are saying they are opening up the space to the 6th geopolitical zone. I'm of the thought that they're trying to facilitate for Atiku Abubakar. But what is your reading of the politics that is going on in the PDP? Is as clear as mud.
Yeah, I think by the time they start picking the chairman of the party from the north, is telling us something that they may be looking at bringing out a southerner. See, in as much as I love Atiku, because to me, I separate corruption from competence. I'm not saying Atiku is an angel, but you can have some corrupt people that will still be, competent. So I don't even expect an angel to run Nigeria. I believe someone with the right process and someone with the right link, all those stuff. But the way I see now is this: if PDP will not be stupid enough to go for Fulani man now, even with whatever is happening now, the damages that Buhari has created for people, even those people from that ethnic group, will never realize it now. It will take them several years to realize. So the best they can do now is to try to sustain themselves in power, even though I've been hearing something like Totan, which I know that is one of those jokes. But anyway, so the way I see it is, it could be a permutation of different things. For example, maybe, I don't know, I'm just saying maybe, if the northern people in the APC say, okay, they want the ticket to stay with the north at all costs, maybe they'll be looking at pulling people like Tinubu, people like OSINBAJO, and those people they know that it's going to be heavyweight that can command followership, and use those people to replace to replace the like of Atiku. But do I think PDP want to move Atiku forward? To me, I think it's going to be stupid on their part. Even though, as I speak to you, I don't believe in 2023 without resolving the constitutional issue. But let's just assume, let's pretend that there will be 2023. I think PDP will be so naive to commit political suicide by featuring Atiku. To me, even though I love Atiku, but I don't think it's going to get that crowd. So that's my own view.
All right, thank you. And to the Abaribe space and what Femi Adesina was saying, that Abaribe should really be in custody for reasons of standing shorty for somebody that has absconded bail. So Abaribe in Kirikiri, what says you?
Well, there is a difference between when we are talking of the position of the law and the moral side of it. Yeah, if Nigeria is where we actually respect the rules of law, maybe I would say Femi Adesina was correct in his statement, but this is the same person that can hardly separate criminality from reality and cannot even match those things with his own moral standing. For example, you will expect the same person, you will not expect the same person that will tell you either your land or your life, for example. Now, you won't say that the commander-in-chief of armed forces should deploy enough forces to eliminate Boko Haram, the criminal herdsmen, for example. But all of it, so because you don't see that one as crime, right? These are the people that there's no type of barbaric crime that you want to allocate to these people that they've never committed. Now, but you turn blind eye to that, the one that is directly under your nose. You now look at the one that is at the far away distance, and you are now quoting the law. You are now trying to be the one that know the thing to do. Yeah, if it is the country where the rule of law reigns, then I understand. He has a point. But Femi Adesina in his position that is being used as an attack dog against the Southerners, but when it is the Northerners, this guy will never talk. At least Meetiala, nothing. Funke Arakuni and all those, you won't hear anything about those things. But someone that John bail, is very quick to say, okay, you should be here. Well, legally, he may be right, but morally, I think it's wrong. That's just the way it's wrong.
All right, thank you. So finally, to the OSINBAJO space and the double standards or not being applied by the Yorubas, asking them that Omowani Ejeolo. What are you making of that? OSINBAJO in London.
To me, I agree totally, because it depends on what you are pursuing. Like I said, we can't take the issue of tribalism away from this thing. Don't let us. I won't. But when you are using tribalism to gain advantage in the public position or to put someone at a disadvantaged position, then there's a problem. But as human, even within the animal kingdom, we are territorial. So it is a normal thing. But we try to silence our tribalism so that we maintain a very a well-balanced society. So especially when we have common goals that is not supposed to be based on ethnicity. Now, the issue here is this, like I said before, the people that are fighting that you should not touch OSINBAJO, they've been sworn enemy of Buhari from the beginning. They've identified Buhari as the enemy. For example, look at this thing, for example. APC to the old agenda, the old program of Afenifere, they put it in their manifestos that, okay, we are going to, they call it devolution of power, restructuring everything. They said we're going to look at the report. They are going to look at the report of conferences or conduct another conferences and devolve power as this thing. Immediately Buhari got to that place. What did the man say? He said, I've locked it up in an archive. That's what's wrong with Nigeria. This thing. So this man betrayed his whole party. His political party cannot even control him. Talk less of OSINBAJO, for example. We are talking that OSINBAJO should resign. No, I don't support that, because For example, those days people will be saying, "What's pastor doing in politics?" All those things. When we say what are pastor doing in the politics, for example, and you have criminals now reigning now, and we are not complaining that criminals are there ruining us. So we need more of OSINBAJO to be there, because they can calculate it to say, okay, let's frustrate this man out of power. And if they start frustrating people out of power, you don't even know those people that are going to replace these guys, for example. So we don't want that situation. I would even prefer a 300 or 1,000 of OSINBAJO in power, because the little time this guy was given the opportunity to show himself, he performed. Look at how the justice administration system in Lagos State. Look at what this guy did when Buhari was away. But when Buhari came back, what did he do? He started, everything that OSINBAJO put right. Buhari just came and dabaru everything. You understand? So this guy, clearly the presidency have already, those people there, they've shown us that this guy is just like just a member, that he has no power. He's just an occupant of that particular place. So when I see, with a person like me or Afeni Ferry, if we see that type of problem, that okay, this guy performed when Buhari was away, but when Buhari came, Buhari just faced him and attacked him. So what the guy should have done, the best he could have done is to resign. But this guy is saying, no, the guy should not resign. Stay there. Stay there. We want you to leave, but you two stay there. Nothing will happen to you. Who will stay there? So because they've identified Buhari as the problem, and they are not seeing OSINBAJO as the problem, then whatever they are calling for is right. Based on that, based on their perspective, I think it's right. If I protest against Buhari, OSINBAJO, for example, what will OSINBAJO do when they get to that place? The worst he can do is to go and resign. OSINBAJO will not go and tell Buhari that, okay, you have to do this. The best he can do, maybe he work out and we see change nothing. So what are we talking about? Let's just tackle the problem and leave OSINBAJO. OSINBAJO is not the problem. He is the main man there. That is his problem.
All right. Thank you, Ola. Jafar, good to have you back. Are you with us now, Jafar? Jafar? Okay, we don't appear to have Jafar. So I just do the rounds on the people that have not spoken yet. Ife, are you with us? Okay, we don't appear to have...
Ife said he wants to keep low-key today.
Yeah, no. So we don't appear to have Ife.
Yes, many people went to bed already.
Yes, that's the thing. People get fed up of waiting, and they just they just go off and do other things. In CBD, are you there?
And CBD gone to bed.
I think we don't appear to have in CBD either. Mike, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here, man.
All right. Thank you, Mike. Let me just try Jafar one more time because I wanted to put this last. Hold on. I wanted to put this last thing to Jafar. Jafar, are you there? All right. Jafar, good of you to come back, but I think that connection thing again. So, Mike, I'm going to put then what I wanted to put to Jafar to you, but it's going to be a rapid fire thing. So I just want you to just address it in a rapid fire manner. Is what I was with Rational Mind about. So the question is these individuals, are they fit for purpose one, which means are they qualified for the position that they occupy? So that's one. And then the follow on is, have they delivered in the position that they occupy? Do you understand?
Yeah, are they fit or are they deliver? So I have to give you two answers for one question.
Yes. So and this is the Buhari regime, of course, that we're speaking to. So we start from the very top. President Buhari, fit for purpose or not, delivered or not?
Not fit for purpose. And delivered, he hasn't delivered much. He hasn't delivered. No.
Has he delivered anything?
Some of his ministers, they've done some few things,
Okay, so he gets the credit for that because it's his administration. Yemi Osinbajo, Vice President, fit for purpose, delivered or not?
Fit for purpose, but not delivered. Well, what's he going to deliver anyway? I mean, he doesn't have anything to deliver. I mean, he's not in a position to deliver, so I won't say he delivers. He hasn't delivered because, he couldn't find a way to convince Buhari to deliver, so he has to take the blame too. So I'll say no, he didn't deliver.
Okay, your main man, Minister of Justice, Attorney General Abubakar Malami, fit for purpose, delivered or not?
Not fit for purpose, and deliver. This guy hasn't successfully prosecuted anybody, man. He's even losing lawsuits. Now they are suing the government for 30 billion. You go on the case against him. I mean, this guy is not fit for you. No. Zero for both, man. Come on.
Okay, Minister of Foreign Affairs, Godfrey Oyema, fit for purpose, delivered or not?
The way he speaks, it sounds like someone that's fit for purpose, but delivery-wise, based on my experience with the embassies, like, it's so much corruption. Like he didn't fix anything. The only what can I say deliver in terms of foreign connection?
COVID-19 against Chinese when he was fighting.
I would say there's his delivery part almost 50-50 in a sense, because he has engaged the
you can use percentage if it helps you or not, but just use it only when you have to. So
I'll give it to him. I'll give it to him. I'll say it's fit for purpose. He also his delivery is like I'll say
what percentage would
I'll say about 50%.
Okay, that's a pass mark. Minister of Finance, Budget and National Planning, Zainab Ahmed, fit for purpose, delivered or not?
Honestly, I don't know too much about her, so I don't know.
Catastrophe.
Okay.
I mean, if that sector is failing, I'll say no. I'll say I don't know if she's fit for purpose. I don't know too much about her, but delivery wise, I will say no. If it's a failure, I'll say no.
All right. Minister of Defense, Bashir Magashi, fit for purpose, delivered or not?
Now foolish guy, I say we should go and defend ourselves. Right? We should stop running for. Man, that would zero, man. No.
How about Godwin Emefiele?
The Minister of Defense, I say we should go and fight. We should stop running from bandits. We should go and fight them with your. That's another Juku, man. You should go and fight bandits with sticks. We should go and face the AK-47 with machetes.
You just can't help yourself, can you? Anyway, you already know that the Igbos are after you on the platform, so I'm not telling you anything you don't already know. But we carry on with the list. Let me just put Prof on mute. So we carry on with the list. Minister of Education, Adamu, fit for purpose, delivered or not? Minister of Education, Adamu.
No, not fit, not fit, and not hasn't delivered shit until someone comes in and realizes that curriculum has to be changed. In America here, they change the curriculum every 10 years to catch up with the age. You know, just evolution. You know, human society evolve every decade. That's why they tell you this generation is this millennial, this generation is this generation X, and they adjust the curriculum. But Nigeria hasn't changed that curriculum since colonial time. We see doing colonial education, colonial curriculum till today, Mongo Park. So forget how those ministers have been coming in. They haven't figured that out. So he failed, man. Failed. Incompetence and failed.
Okay, bear with me. I think I'm just about to lose power. Let me just make sure that I'm plugged in. Hold on just 1 second. There we are. Am I in? Oh, good. Oh.
What's happening now, man? Internet, please cooperate to make internet no go do what Mark Zuckerberg did on Wednesday or on Thursday. Rational Mind was talking about Emefiele.
Yeah, Emefiele is that guy is a real total failure.
That guy has never been a fit for that position. So how will you go and pull a competitor and you want the person that any bank should be investigated and not all many banks? Like I said, like what Sanusi did that time, there's no bank in Nigeria that didn't do what all those what do you call them? All those Hakim Bola and Hebrew, what they did. But when he decided to be selective, that was where the problem started. So Emefiele, catastrophe. You see someone that went to Jamaica to celebrate birthdays, spend our dollars, with his private jet escort, all those stuff. And as a midfielder, whether he has children in Nigeria that are schooling, and you spend our dollars on all those things, and the next thing you are accusing
Ola,
one
how
person.
many times you got to mention this Jamaica trip from this guy? Every time you mention it.
Everybody think they vex me, because the question is this: they are the ones spending our dollars.
Money go Jamaica.
No, that's the part of it. That they are the ones spending our dollars, and now they are now concentrating on the money that you and I send to Nigeria and that one analytics side, like what's the name of this on this analytics side that post this thing? I will be accusing them about FX. Whereas those are our money. It's not the one causing problem, but the money with the central bank.
You see, the problem in Nigeria is the people, when they are appointing people, they are appointing friends, and there's a saying that show me your friend, I'll tell you who you are. So if criminals are appointing their friends, so their friends are likely to be criminals too. So that's why the whole system is for deal with criminals. You know,
so true.
All right. Sorry about that. That thing didn't give me sufficient enough money wanting to plug myself in. But back to our list, Mike. Thank you for standing in the breach, Ola. But back to our list, Mike. So Adamada Mono Fit for Purpose, Minister of Industry, Trade and Investment, Niyi Adebayo, fit for purpose, delivered or not?
I didn't deliver, man. I mean, industry we haven't started industrializing in Nigeria. Where's the step towards industrialization? None. So, I mean, these guys, the fundamental things that the name of their ministry is that the fundamental thing of is not even there. They're not even starting. You know, Nigeria needs to industrialize. We haven't even taken the first step. So fail. Yeah.
Yes.
All right. Minister of Labor and Employment, Chris Ngige, fit for purpose, delivered or not?
Ngige that has no emotional intelligence. He goes there, he starts insulting him, they're asking him questions. He says the negotiation, I'm economy. First of all, that tells me that it's not fit for purpose. Now, for delivery, is exporting is chasing our doctors to Saudi Arabia. Brain training. That's a complete failure, man. See, someone like that come on, man. Unfortunately, Nigeria, man. No, man, that guy, no.
Do you remember when he was fighting Tinubu, saying that they are equals, that he is an equal measure to Tinubu, and Tinubu was the one that made this guy, you will remember, Chris Ngige.
Yeah, it's that kind of proud, I mean, this is someone you're putting in a respectable position. He has that kind of mentality, that kind of attitude. I mean, he's obviously not competent, man. He has no business, and he has no integrity, or I mean, just doesn't have the quality to be in a position like that, man.
All right. Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, Mohammed Musa Bello, fit for purpose, delivered or not?
Whatever they are doing in Abuja, man, it's easy. All the money goes to Abuja, so whatever is Minister of Abuja, well, I don't know what's going on in Abuja, man. So.
Okay. Minister of Science and Technology, Ogbonnaya Onu, fit for purpose, delivered or not?
Come on, man. I don't even toothpick. You haven't even figured out how to do that.
He did how to dry Kilishi now. Why Kilishi?
No, a single research program. No, science technology is about research. Nigeria hasn't gone into research for anything. Research, nothing, no research program, nothing. What are these things? They should just shut down the ministry. We are at least not going to do,
we're having
do anything.
A lot of fintechs that are springing up in Nigeria now. So
we have a lot of what?
Fintechs.
That has to do with the Minister of
Science.
People we are getting some of our people are becoming more computer savvy and all of that, and you know,
people are on their own, going to overseas on their own with their own money. It's not they didn't get it from.
I think Innocent is there. Innocent is building.
We wait to know if this guy is working. If you see
is the minister partnering with these people that you're talking about?
What is it?
Is he even partnering with them?
People are seeing importing people from Republic of Benin to do the ties, to do the POP, all those stuff. So if it's really performing, our technical school should be developing, but nothing.
A minister of science and technology, the first thing you should do is to go to partner with every university and set up a research program there. You understand? Research. That's
You
how
know,
these countries advance.
Mike, that's one of the things that really grates at me, that really wears me down, depresses me about that Nigerian space. They make no investment in knowledge, especially science. There is no reason why we shouldn't have just a lot of money pumped into,
Pumping
let's
to the
say,
research. That's America. That's
just
these countries.
identify one topic, maybe mathematics or computing,
Something.
and say we'll have especially they
The whole money is going to government.
they bring a minister in front of Senate and is saying
He's
they know how to dry
bad. Now,
kilishi.
Paddy now his friend. He just prove his friend. They don't understand what science is all about. In America, that's how these countries advance. They're going to research. Soon as COVID came, they send a group of people going to research to go and figure out to come out with vaccine. Within months, they came out with vaccine. That's what they do. That's how these countries advance.
Look at all the botanical wealth that we have in Nigeria. Plants and forages and whatnot that is not known anywhere else in the world. If this was in England, they would have
set a research program.
They would have built a whole human being off the back of it. Just go and find out what properties those things have that are unique. Why are we not able to do this just basic things?
Even something as basic as soccer academy. Just so, which is what in all these other countries, why they advance, they are kicking everybody's ass in football. Look at France. Look at the entire national team. They are black, and all those boys, they all came from one small suburb in Paris, one few neighborhood. Black men are naturally, we are the best athletes in the world, and because Nigeria does not have a simple academy, put money into the academy, we can't win World Cup. We can't produce superstars. We can't produce the best black players in the world. They are not from Africa. They're all from Europe or Brazil. And what are those countries doing? They just have football academy. They have academy. So Nigeria, we don't have a soccer academy. And we have Minister of Sports.
No, that
and we wait for one guy to pop up in one small team in England. We call him home to come and play for Nigeria. That's how we produce our players.
I wish Ovie will be here when we hit on that Minister of Sports, but we are coming to him.
Now, almost all our players in Super Eagles, they all grew up in England Academy.
Yes, they all speak with South London accent.
Yeah.
But
and Nigeria have 200 million people. We can't produce a player like
there's nobody that should be winning the African Nations Cup other than Nigeria.
We have the money, we have everything. We have the drive. Our children want to do it. We have children, they are hungry to make it out of poverty. They are dead and they have talent. They are willing. That's in all these countries, in America and in Brazil, most of those superstars, they all come from the poorest communities because they know their parents, they see that, okay, the only way you can make it life through sport too. I remember growing up in Lagos, we play football all day. We all have dreams to be superstar, but we have no connection to Ministry of Sports or Minister of the government, no connection. So any of us that had that.
What is happening to Pepsi Academy? What is happening, sir?
I don't know.
That is obvious department. Let me press you on Mike, Minister of Mines and Steel Development. Olamilekan Adegbite. I've never even heard of that name, but I'm sure you have. So assessing Mike, fit for purpose, delivered or not. Minister of Mines and Steel Development.
Not fit for purpose and not. First of all, we discovered minerals way before Buhari came, right? And they haven't even mined. They haven't even started mining. They have this Ajakuta steel plants. It's still there. This one lady that has been crying to the Senate for how long? That listen, let's
that lawyer from
that lawyer. Let's bring these Russians back to come and help us develop. The Russians are even begging to come back and come and
they try to develop
our steel industry.
They tried to kill her.
Yeah.
Who?
That lawyer.
Who tried to kill her?
That mixed race lawyer. During that election, she tried to show in politics.
Are you talking about Natasha? Is it?
And Natasha.
Natasha.
They started to shoot at her and whatnot.
Wow. See, that country, we need to. There are some deliberate forces out there. They are trying to make sure that we just remain in that level, man.
Who do you think those forces are?
Well, the people in charge of the country are colluding with. You see that they're the forces, or they are colluding with whatever the forces are. That's what I believe. There are definitely forces out there that wants to make sure that. The African countries just don't advance because
I somewhat believe that I believe there's a grand conspiracy.
There's a grand, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, it makes sense anyway because if you think about it, like the resources that fuel industries across the world.
Grand conspiracy to do what?
Let me expand on that, Ajanle Koko. There's a belief that there's a grand conspiracy to keep the African section, especially Black Africa, continuously in the state of chaos. And that conspiracy predicates on the fact that it's the most resource-rich space. So if the Black African space starts to come together in some cohesive manner, then they will be they will then start to demand for value for their resources. And if they start to demand for value for, like for instance, the energy sector in the electricity sector in France, a good 60% of what powers it, I think, comes from some African country, which they just take free of charge. So if that African country is able to charge, uranium. So if that African country is able to charge a rate for it, then electricity spikes up in France by 200-300%. The price of bread goes up. So all that luxury living that they live in the West is predicated upon being able to continuously exploit Africa. And
even Nigerian oil.
Nigerian oil that they take free of charge, virtually. So I think that is where the conspiracy is. They need necessarily for their own survival to keep
England is the number one exporter of oil in the world. And England has no oil.
Flux,
so Nigerian oil makes England the number one exporter of oil in the world.
So that's just my own theory, and I think Mike might well be along those.
Yeah, they do it, and unfortunately, we Africans there's only few Africans that are conscious of that. The masses don't get it, because if we all are conscious of it, there's no way we'll be doing tribalism and all these stupid regional politics that we talk all the time. It's my turn, my tribe, that. If we really know the big picture of what's really against the continent.
And Nigeria is a good example, Mike, because Nigeria has all of the mix to be a great country. We have some of the best brains.
The Nigerian oil that we are all greedy fighting over, that oil, if we have full control, if we have full control of that oil, the Nigerian, let's say we're kicking that out. No, Nigeria have full control. No foreign country have control of that oil. That oil is enough to develop the whole West Africa, the wealth.
Yes,
just one crude.
The gas in Nigeria will power easily the whole of West Africa.
The one barrel of oil alone that they are giving us $40 from. That one barrel, when they take it to England and all these countries, when they turn it to petroleum products, it's in the thousands. We are getting $40 for something that worth thousands.
And why is Nigeria even a member of OPEC? Having people tell us what we can. And
what we can. And who's representing Nigeria? That's it. It's not even Nigeria.
Adamu, isn't it? So yes, definitely.
It's greed and corruption that is killing. It is not totally foreign influence. No, it's not totally foreign influence. It's greed and corruption. You see, pursuit of
greed and corruption is the reason we are not have full control of our own petroleum, our oil field.
Anybody that attempts to control that petroleum, they will remove him.
They remove him. Muritala tried to take full control, and they took him out, man.
Wait.
Hello, let me interject here.
Yeah, sorry, come in, Prof.
Ajelu Koko, you should know that grand conspiracy exists. Now, let me give you an example. I studied metallurgical and materials engineering. I don't know the engineering, was engineer J, I think JM, the guy that comes to this platform. Do you know that each country that has advanced technologically has got that step from iron and steel? Are you aware?
That's correct.
Yes. Now, due to my course study, we were told that Ajakuta industry, there has been a lot of international influence to ensure it does not progress. Are you aware of that?
I disagree anyway.
No, you may not know. No, see, I'm not going to argue with you because this is what I know, and I know. And there's something else I will say here which may shock you. Do you know why Nigeria's coal, we have coal, and it's not usable in the Ajakuta industry? Do you know?
I don't know.
Okay.
So why?
It's because there's something they call coking coal. Nigeria's cooking coal. Nigeria's coal is not cooking. We need what they call coking coal to produce steel. Now, the problem now is bring about research in that area. That's a problem. This is why I'm going to stop. That's my course I study. I study metallurgical materials engineering. So I have
Professor Datao, this is what I want to say. See, it is easier for us to accuse external influence, right? Now, for example, it's not the external influence that say we should be using 100% of our revenue for consumption while we keep borrowing from China. So now, the same external influence, for example, like someone mentioned OPEC the other time. OPEC is not necessarily controlling Nigerian oil. What OPEC is doing is they are controlling the quota of the oil for the economic benefit of the OPEC member. That's what they are doing. So all those Western power, for example, they've tried to break down OPEC for nowhere because Saudi and United Arab Emirates and Qatar, they hold that aspect very well. If it had been the likes of Nigeria and Co, they would have broken that over time.
I agree. But
I will see fine country like Canada, they are never OPEC member.
Allah, you know who's sitting on OPEC on behalf of Nigeria? The oil company, the foreign oil companies. So
No. Mike.
England.
There was a time oil in Canada when per barrel went as far as less than $10, for example, whereas that of OPEC was selling for 30 something. So the thing is this: it's our greed. Why is these people that are sitting on us that don't want us to develop? Why are they not doing it to Saudi?
No. Let me tell you, the thing there is that oil case is a different case. Go and check the history of all the countries that advanced technologically, Japan, USA, England. They got their step from iron and steel. If engineer was here, I asked him when he's undergraduate, if he did a course they call engineer in the society.
Professor Datao.
Now, what I'm saying is, I'm not ruling out the aspect of corruption. I agree, the corruption is there.
If you're building to an architect in Nigeria today, please just a minute. In Nigeria today, you see what some engineers do in Nigeria today that they will not allow you to complete your building. Many architects and civil engineers to building engineers today, as they are building the houses, they are building theirs. For example, at the end of the day, if you cannot complete your house, what external influence is manipulating?
No, with no corruption.
We are not saying we don't have problems.
That's a side issue. We're talking about the greater point. But
doing a straw man argument here.
Yes, let's go to Ajale Koko and then I'll
come back to you can continue. I'm just chipping in.
Yes. We always delight in hearing from you, Prof. But Ajale Koko, you wanted to add on to what was being said.
Yes, I was saying that is greed and corruption and pursuit of wealth. We want to amass wealth more than what we can hold. That is our problem. And you see, a nation that does not have a stable educational system, a nation is built right from the secondary school. Secondary school prepared you for university education. And university education prepare you for the nation at large. We don't have it in Nigeria. Look, in America here, right from the secondary school, the children are prepared, right from the high school, they are prepared for what they want to go and do in the college, for the course they want to go and study in the college. And by the time they get to college, they're not going to be scrambling because they are already well prepared. Look, the way they organize their own secondary education here, every secondary school have a peculiar field of specialization. Although it's secondary school that admit everybody, but they have a peculiar areas of specialization, maybe in nursing, So whoever that want to be a nurse, a nurse, a professional nurse, we get that sense of professionalism right from that school. The same with so many other schools that for engineering school, there are some high school that are for their areas of specialization is diplomat. So, but it's left for you as a parent to know what your children want to become in the future, and you let your child go to that school so that they can get prepared for college that is going.
All right.
So, but we don't have that system in Nigeria. A nation that does not have that system is not a nation preparing for growth, for development, for industrialization. You don't have it.
All right. Thank you, Ajale Koko.
And then you have corrupt leadership that the money that they're supposed to invest on education, everything is looted. You can't get nowhere.
All right. Thank you, Ajale Koko. Let's get back to Mike and rattle through the list as we look to round off. So, Mike, are you still there?
Yeah.
Minister of Interior, Rauf Aregbesola, Ogbeni Rauf Aregbesola, fit for purpose, delivered or not?
I think Rauf is fit for purpose because I visited Osun State and that guy really did well there, But his performance, what's the role of his
Minister of Interior is the one that is, I think, responsible for the shortage of passports that we're all experiencing now.
Passports and all these things.
Yes.
So that's still connected to all these bureaucracy.
You can't blame him. You can't blame him for passport shortage. Even though he's one in charge of it, but it's the immigration what's it called? Controller General of Immigration that is really responsible for
it. The buck stops at his desk.
Well, what will they do if he tells them to go ahead and then they don't want to comply? So, I mean,
the guy did a great job, and the guy. I know one thing I respect about the guy. When the guy was the governor of Osun State, you know what? He declared the traditional practice a special holiday. You know how we have special holidays for?
Yes, I think Ife was talking about that just
for Christian and Muslim, but in Osun State, there's a holiday for the traditional festivals and all that stuff. So he did that in Osun State, and of course, Osun is where Ife is, where Osogbo is. So, and the tourism system put in Osogbo. Man, the guy did, and the road system. If you visit Osogbo City, man, it's one of the best cities in Southwest. I'm telling you, the guy did a fantastic job there, man. So I know it's fit for purpose, but as far as the delivery of that interior ministry, I don't know what's going on there, so I can't really tell you.
All right. Minister of State for Budget and National Planning, Clement Agba, fit for purpose, delivered or not?
I don't know his resume if it's fit for purpose, but delivery, national planning, he hasn't presented the plan. He hasn't shown us the direction of where we are going. So obviously, if I don't know if you can't show the people direction, national planning, where goes Nigerians plan? I don't even know. So there's no delivery to me. Trust me. I'm sorry.
All right. Minister of Works and Housing, Babatunde Fashola, fit for purpose, delivered or not?
Fit for purpose, but delivery, I don't think so. And also, he was he's part of in charge of electricity as well, right?
No, he was, but not anymore.
Not anymore. Okay. I don't see much. I won't say he delivered, man, because I don't see much housing plan program that's going on. But I know he's the guy he did a good job in Lagos, Lagos State governor. But as far as as a minister, I don't know. I can't really rate him. So I don't know if I can't rate him. I can't tell. I have to go and inspect what he has done. As far as that kind of one, you got to visit Nigeria to go and see his work. So to know, so I don't know.
All right. Minister of Agriculture and Rural Development, Sabo Nanono, fit for purpose, delivered or not?
I don't know if it's fit for purpose, but I haven't seen his resume. But agriculture, Nigeria having so much arable land. I mean, right now, there shouldn't be poverty in that land anymore after 6 years, man. If you make me the Minister of Agriculture, the first thing is, I mean, by now, Nigeria, no one will be hungry in Nigeria. We're exporting food because we have so much arable land. I mean, for agriculture, that we can feed ourselves. But right now, I mean, I don't see progress there. So I'll say it didn't deliver, man.
Okay, Minister of Transportation Rotimi Amechi, fit for purpose, delivered or not?
I think Amechi is delivering because we're seeing a lot of the project of those train. I mean, I mean, we are seeing trains being built. That's the only area I see Buhari's government progressing. So I think Amechi is doing his job. I mean, I think he's delivering, but I don't know if he's fit for purpose. Because Amechi somehow, when he talks, I'm like, this guy sometimes, man, he doesn't make too much sense. He doesn't sound like he's a guy that's fully qualified, but I think he's delivering, to be honest.
All right. Minister of Power, Saleh Maman, that's electricity. Minister of
Power.
Power, Saleh Maman,
There's
fit
no
for
power, man.
purpose, delivered or not?
No delivery. I don't see power, man. That power area. Sorry. Where's the power now? You don't need to ask me that question. There's no power. There's no delivery, man. He's not. He's not delivering. So I don't know if it's fit for purpose. Obviously, I don't think it's fit for purpose because he has no clue how to deliver power and he's not delivering power. So and he's not articulating why he's not delivering. At least Babatunde Fashola, he told us that hey, this is what he can do. He can do nuclear plants, nuclear power. You know what? I'm not going to blame this guy because the same reason why I didn't want to blame Fashola because Fashola said, listen, we need nuclear power plants. And Fashola was reaching out to foreign nuclear company scientists like, and then when he reached out to the Russians, they were willing to come in and build a nuclear power plants. But then the Americans called the Americans and the Europeans, British, they called Buhari and told him that it's not safe. You shouldn't do it. And, they shout on him and he said yes sir, and then he abandoned it. So that's why I blame Buhari for that power situation, man. So
okay, Minister of Health, Osage Ehenare. Minister of Health, Osage Ehenare.
Health with these doctors that are complaining and no. Health. The health sector in Nigeria is terrible, man. It's bad. 6 years you've been there, nothing. Yeah, no, you fail, man. Fail.
Minister of Women Affairs, Pauline Talen. Minister of Women Affairs, Pauline Talen.
If you are a minister of women affairs, by now we should be seeing women at least in politics and in involvement in things, but we are not seeing that. So that's a failure. If you make me a minister of women affairs right now, trust me, a woman.
How would they make you Minister of Women Affairs?
No. What I'm saying is Nigerian women are so gifted. They are even more talented than
Mike want to
men.
go for Igbo lady.
Look at
no,
that.
What I'm saying is like
that is
there's no empowerment for Nigerian women.
Talk. Is that?
Listen, if you empower Nigerian women, look at what this guy doing. You guys don't understand secret. That's what I'm saying. Like you Christians and Muslims should not be one ruling Africa because you don't understand the laws of nature. You don't understand the laws of nature. In the Yoruba, in our spiritual, they say, nothing will work if you don't put the women first, the interest of the women first. Nothing else will work.
Oh yeah, you know the yas they are talking about is the Oshorunga.
Yes. You have to take care of them. You have to take care of the Yam Oshorunga before anything can work in society, and that's why Nigeria is suffering too because they are behind your problem.
Listen,
you have to take care of them before.
Why do we have it working here in America without the Yaucheruga?
Look at
the
that.
America take care of the women. Listen, let me tell you the secret of the brand in Europe and America. They put the interest of the women first. The only African leader that figured that. Listen, woman. The only African leader that figured that out is Paul Kagame of Rwanda. The moment he made 50% of the government women, Rwanda today is advancing and is going far ahead of everybody else. You have to understand that. That's where we got it wrong. In the Asian days when we used to advance, in Yoruba land, Asian African kingdom, the women were fully involved. But when you come and teach us this new system that a woman is a second class, a woman, a man, no. In a year, in your marriage, you can make your woman second class. But in societal function, women have to be fully involved. Nigerian parliament.
China no give woman power, and China is rising is the second most powerful in the world now. What are you talking about?
Who tells China don't involve their women? Their women are heavily involved in everything.
All right. Rapidly through the rest, Mike, Minister of Niger Delta, Godswill Akpabio, fit for purpose.
Criminal. That guy, You saw it now. He had to exonerate himself from criminal accusation because yes, he said he exposed his fellow criminals. I mean, the guy's a criminal, man. He's not fit for anything, man. He's a bloody criminal.
Minister of Information and Culture, Lai Mohammed, fit for purpose, delivered or not?
The guy's a liar, man, for one. And two, Nigeria with potential of tourism, he hasn't done anything, man. Nothing. He just comes to lie for us. He's even playing. Yeah, he should be the one doing Femi Adesina's role. At least he knows how to lie. You know, he's not fit, man. The guy failed us, man. He failed us.
All right. Minister of Water Resources, Suleiman Adamu.
I don't see water project going on in Nigeria, so the guy failed, man. Yeah.
Okay. Minister of Sports, Sunday Dare.
As I explained to you earlier, there's no single football. Our even number one sport, soccer. We don't get no academy going on, no program. If you make me minister of sport for 6 years, Nigeria win World Cup. I'm telling you. That's how simple it is. That's the simplest job. That minister of sport is the simplest job. It's easiest, but we can't produce. Our problem in Nigeria, I think, is a curse. That's a curse, man. Nothing works. Sorry.
All right. Minister for Aviation, Sirika Hadi, Minister of Aviation.
Why do you even have a Minister of Aviation, sir? I mean, what is their own there? We don't produce airplanes, so I mean, that ministry, I don't know what's going on there, man. You see, what is their role, sir? I mean, that one, I think they just there to chop money, man. There's no aviation industry in Nigeria, so I don't know.
Okay. Minister of Communications is Pantami.
I haven't read down communication. Well, as a minister, first thing you want to do is you want to create make a Nigeria India. You know, like they have the IT, the communication schools, like but it's not doing that. You're importing everything. You don't get into the program. You don't set up a IT program in Nigeria to make Nigeria exporter of IT. Like China, like India. So he's not doing that. That's what he should be doing. So it's a failure, man. It's a failure.
And just the last, Minister, and just this last two, Minister of State. The Minister of Petroleum is Buhari, so you've already scored him. But this is not the Minister of State for Petroleum, Temipre Silva, fit for purpose, delivered or not.
Minister of State for Petroleum.
Yeah, so essentially the Minister for Petroleum, fit for purpose, delivered or not.
No. I think it's not fit for purpose, man. And well, I don't know if it's fit for purpose. I don't know personally, but delivery, because that petroleum. No, it failed. First of all, I mean, why is he not standing up for? I mean, against the petroleum bill? The name sound like it's from Niger Delta. So
yes,
the petroleum bill alone. I mean, he failed, man. He failed his people for one. So he failed. He's kind of like Jonathan. Failed his people.
All right, thank you, Mike. So we start to round off here, and the usual protocols apply. So just a literal 1 minute, just to capture essentially. But Professor Dr. O can speak slightly longer because he's just come in, but we're rounding off. So we start with a rational mind. We go to Ola, then to Prof. Mike, and then as ever, Ajanle Koko. So a rational mind. Your thoughts.
Yeah, it's been a long session today. 6 hours and 21. Oh my goodness! And I know we're still going more with the people here. So anyway, I think a lot has been said. With what is going on in Nigeria, we know a lot keeps coming out there. I mean, coming out from that country every day. We're just speaking about some of that thing yesterday, and then today different things. So as we go deep into this 2023, I know we have two camps now. The two camps are the secessionists, or should I say those people who are for self-determination, and those who want to pursue the 2023 election so as to revalidate the 1999 Constitution. And so we see these are the two opposing poles that we have in our country right now. And so, but how this whole thing is going to play out is we're yet to see it, but we see the whole thing shaping out already with the major players, namely Tinubu and Atiku already speaking to the space, and now we hear of what's his name? The Mogalu. So, well, I know as time goes on, we're going to see many more people who will speak to this place that they want to contest. But one thing is certain for me is either 2023 holds, the election will hold or not. And if it doesn't hold, well, I see the agitations, the so-called the IPOB and the Yoruba Nation people possibly getting what they want at the end of the day. And so that's all I have to say.
All right. Thank you, Rational Mind. Always a delight, like you said, a long session. So, Ola, the same protocols are your word. Ola, do we have Ola? We don't appear to have Ola. So, thank you, Ola, all the same. So, Prof, to you now. Just your remarks, Prof.
Hello, are you here? Okay, you're hearing me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Even though I was in and out, you guys have spoken well. What I'm going to say is this. When I interjected concerning the international conspiracy against progress of that exists. But the truth of the matter is this. To me, that also extends to giving us yeye leaders. But the truth of the matter is, it's a pity that our leaders don't want to help us, because I can't see why someone will be dying and those set of people would go on murdering the people they are ruling. That is what pains me in the case. So, our leaders these days should think twice. Like, let me give you see what's going on in the US. Too sad. Before they had less ministers, but now we have more ministers and they're doing nothing. If each minister could sit down and do something tangible, there'll be a headway. I'll give a little example. I'm not going to talk too long. Like the area of tourism, it shocked me. Before I went to Zimbabwe, I just looked up Victoria Falls. I started checking waterfalls in the world. Do you know the highest waterfalls in the world is in somewhere in Plateau State? And online they said that place is not, Nigeria has never tapped into that very resource. It's very bad. These are areas that will be able to generate revenue, but our leaders just go on like that. In the area of science, they'll map out money for research. They won't research. And somehow it's affecting the academics. There's a statement I remember someone made in a conference I attended. The man said, professors these days they are pushing plots of land. They're no more pushing their profession, they're pushing plots of land. So that's a problem. You understand? I wish this whole thing could be changed, but it won't be easy to be changed because, due to the poverty level, everybody wants to get money and see how he would, make himself a financial star. But, this thing I hope should change. You understand? So let me just rest my case on this. I will also say this, Femi Adesina, making that statement on Abaribe, the man should think twice. It's I don't think he should. That statement is not a statement he should have made.
All right, thank you, Prof. I know that was really what you came to address, but thank you nevertheless. Always a delight, Prof. So, Mike, the same theme, just because the time is fast spent.
Let me just be quick. So to me, I think the best way for Nigerians, let me just say Nigerian, because to be honest, I mean, when I interact with Africans, Nigerians, I think we are a little bit kind of advancement in our intelligence and everything. I've been all around Nigeria, even North. People always say Northerners are very intelligent people. All over Nigeria, we're very smart people. Unfortunately, if we can get to a point where we adopt a Pan-Africanist mindset instead of tribalistic mindset, where we look big picture and say, okay, we need to rescue this continent and think beyond our shore, our country, we'll realize that, the steps we need to start making is more of advanced reasoning, things like that, But the way I see it, I just don't see that one happening anytime soon because people are just too emotional, too hateful of each other. And I think the way I see Nigeria right now is likely is probably going to get worse, where some kind of violence or breakup might happen. But my only advice to my Yoruba people, Ajale Koko, including you, mind your business. You guys should learn from your
You
past
making a
mistake.
hateful speech against Igbo too. You
Eh?
are talking against hateful now, but you often make a
No,
hateful speech against
no.
Igbo. What's your
This is not
problem?
hateful speech. This is a matter of learning from history.
Oh, okay.
No, you have to learn from your mistake. It's a fact. You have to learn from your mistake. We need to mind our business because the mistake of putting our nose in other ethnic group problems, he ended up biting us in the ass because we were being blamed for people's failure, and till today we're still suffering. Even our children are still being hated for it. I mean, something wrong
So you
accusation.
think that
We are the nickname of Yoruba people in Nigeria is traitors.
look,
Is that who we are?
So what you are saying, hold on. So that game of hatred that our fathers played then, so we should continue.
Which
We
game
should
of
not find a stop to
traitor?
it.
Which
Is
game
that
of?
what you think?
He said a game of what?
I said that game of how did I say?
Say traitor or something.
No, game of hatred.
Our father didn't play game of hatred back then.
So
Sorry.
we should continue with it. That's what you are saying.
When did our father play game of hatred? We didn't play game of hatred. We always on Oluwabi.
I do. Well, I just want to round off. To be honest with
you. Okay. Maybe we'll different time we turn it. But anyway, let me just conclude.
Yeah.
We've always trying to be on Oluwabi. We've always been accommodative of everybody. We've always trying
that is Yoruba culture.
That's our culture. That's what I'm saying.
Just give him this.
Let me just round up. We've always trying to stand to fight for our friend and stand for against injustice and things like that. And that's what Banjo was trying to do. It was Ojuku's close friend, and he wanted to support his friend, and which is what Shore is doing today, trying to support Kanu and all those kind of things. But today, they trying to accuse him of being the one that sold them, and Yoruba sold them. And that's what I'm saying. Learn from that history and just mind your business. Let Igbos and not deal with their problem, because I don't want a situation where 20 years, 30 years from now, they will say it was a Yoruba man and Yoruba people that sold us to Fulani when Showore coughed and it was Kanu's friend and he coughed Buhari to go and catch him in Kenya. They would change story on you.
Are you trying to mimic their accent? Look at Bike, eh?
They would change story on you. They would say it's Showore and Yoruba people that sold Kanu to Fulani. That's what I'm saying. The guy should mind his business, Mind your business, learn from history, man. All right, Roma, thank you. Yeah.
All right, thank you, Mike. A real delight. So, Ajale Koko, just as much as you can condense it, just really because I'm just pushed now. So I'll just round it off, Ajale Koko.
One man it's a long session today. All I just want to say is just to thank everybody that came on the platform today. Including those guys behind the scene chatting. You are the strength of the platform. Those of you watching us around the world and listening to us every day, and staying with us for 6 hours. I think I give kudos to you guys. You are the strength of the platform. I will just advise whoever that is listening or you watching us right now, if you have not subscribed, please subscribe, share, like, press the notification button so that anytime Woman Went to Mo is going on live, you can get notified and you can continue doing the job together. It's an interesting job about Nigeria, talking all day long and, sharing our thought is very important. This is a Nigerian platform. This is a platform that is meant it's a freedom platform. You come and speak your mind. That's what we need in Nigeria, freedom. Let everybody speak their mind. Let's speak against injustice. Let's speak against tribalism. Let's speak against, bad governance. Let's speak against every bad thing that we see that is happening in our society. Let's speak against corruption, incompetence. Let's speak against it. We need a better future, and we need to start preparing a better future for our children to come in that country. So I want to thank you, one man, and thank everybody. Tomorrow we'll see you again. Thank you all.
All right. Thank you, Ajanle Koko. Always to the point, Ajanle Koko. So we leave it there. Carry the conversation on the comment section, but here I say peace.